He was too arrogant. Many people thought this as they looked at Yifutian. He had seen the gateway to becoming a renhuang and had not taken it. How arrogant was that? There were countless cultivators who would never reach the renhuang plane in their entire lives. When one became a renhuang, they would automatically be considered a great figure within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Although perhaps this did not count for much for those who were here today, they were all from the top forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the Divine Prefecture, many of the lords of various realms were nothing more than ordinary lower-level renhuangs. What is he trying to do? Everyone tried to guess as they stared at him. The fact that he had chosen not to break through to the next level showed that he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to forge an even more powerful wheel of the Great Path. He must have some opportunity in mind. The celestial palace that was floating in the air was near. Could it be that he thought his chance might come there? But would he really be able to forge a more powerful wheel if he waited until then? It made sense that it would, but if he did not become a renhuang now, how would he compete with the others for it? It could not be forgotten that Jian Qingzhu of Tianxin Academy was beside him, as well as Shun Hao of the Xin clan, and Nan Luoshan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Moreover, they were all at the renhuang level now and had forged perfect wheels of the Great Path. Even if he himself were at the renhuang plane, Yifutian would have a hard time fighting them, to say nothing of the fact that he was still just a saint. Bang! At that moment, someone was breaking through the statue's will. It was Jian Qingzhu from Tianxin Academy. It was just like it had been when they reached the god's relic. Yifutian was there first, and Jian Qingzhu had followed after. More sounds rang out, one after another. It was as if the powerful figures of the 9 supreme realms had talked it over. Now that Yifutian had figured out how to proceed, they were breaking their shackles as well. Shen Hao, Nan Luoshan, Guizong. But at that point, Yifutian and Jian Qingzhu were not thinking of the others. Their gazes were fixed ahead. They saw all of the statues below the stairway as if they were still guarding it. But brilliant, golden divine light was falling from the palace onto the statues, making them seem illusory. It was as if they could disappear at any time. There was a frightening look in Jian Qingzhu's eyes. It was as if he could see through anything. Soon, he could sense incomparably powerful will seeping out from the illusory-looking statues. It seemed as if all the will the god had possessed before he died was being released now. The inheritance? Jian Qingzhu's eyes became extremely sharp. Yifutian could feel it as well. Under the divine light, the broken statues no longer seemed solid. They seemed to have transformed into pure will that was spreading outward. The will was coming from the statues was a little bit similar to that which he had sensed earlier. It put a lot of pressure on him, just like a god of war on a battlefield would. As he was sensing the will from the statues, another person broke through. Before too long, the 9 great cultivators had all succeeded, breaking through the statue's will. It was just like Jian Qingzhu had thought. The most powerful people from the 9 realms had been selected to inherit the statue's will, and thus they had been able to break out. Even more powerful divine light shone from the palace. The statues gradually transformed into pure will, and they seemed to become even more illusory and insubstantial. We have all done this together. Each of us may inherit one of them, said Jian Qingzhu. As he said this, he took a step forward towards the statue that he had broken through. He stepped right into the now illusory figure, letting it overlap him. At that moment, divine radiance covered him as he was enveloped in pure will. He truly is a worthy heir, everyone said as they watched. This was an incredible opportunity for him. Not only was the inheritance falling upon him, but even the will that was falling down from the palace began to disappear. This made a powerful aura sweep out over everyone until they began to tremble. Whoosh! Shen Hao, Nan Luoshan, and the others began to come forward one by one, each of them entering their own statue. Yifutian did not move. Instead, he called out, "You Shang, you go." He was already at the edge of breaking through to the next level and would be able to do so soon. However, Yushang still was a little ways away. Moreover, the power that he had sensed earlier was very well suited to Yushang. Thus, he was prepared to give this inheritance to him. When he heard this, Yushang stepped forward towards the statue. But just as he did so, a Renhuang-level force descended, covering him. It seemed to contain fierce killing will. Yifutian looked over his shoulder, then yelled, "Be careful!" Yushin naturally sensed this as well. He suddenly turned and raised his batliks. He lashed out with it without any hesitation. Destructive demonic light split the earth and sky as the axe descended, leaving a slash of dark light through the air. But something took control of the dark light, and an incomparably brilliant golden radiance descended, lighting up the whole area. A destructive golden spear pierced through the batliks, releasing a burst of power. Bang! Yushang was sent flying backward. He landed on the ground, making an incredibly loud sound as his feet hit. The arm that was holding the batliks was shaking. Someone who could knock Yushang back with divine power was clearly not someone at the same level as him. The person standing before him was a Renhuang, one from the Golden Divine Nation. Among the other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation behind him, Gai Shirshir's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Previously, he had not competed for the God's Relic, knowing that he would not be able to win. The battle outside the Divine Palace had ended badly. Yifutian's glory was practically unlimited, and his name shook the higher heavens realm. Now, he was still showing his brilliance in the God's Relic, taking a place among the best of the 9 realms. Moreover, he had succeeded in breaking through the statue's will. He had the right to inherit it. Unfortunately, the authority of heaven of the Great Path had disappeared, and the will from the statues was gone as well. Under the same situation, Yifutian had chosen not to enter the Renhuang Plain. He had chosen to go down this dead-end path, so what could he use to compete for the inheritance? And it was not only the Golden Divine Nation who thought this. The other cultivators had made their move as well, all of them rushing over here. Their most important targets were Yifutian and Qinlin of the Slaughtering World, for no other reason than the fact that the 2 of them were not Renhuangs and thus were the weakest and easiest to defeat. The other 7 were all Renhuangs and were top-level figures anyway with perfect divine wheels. Even other Renhuangs would have trouble defeating them, to say nothing of saints. They would not try and defeat them as they could not guarantee they would survive the attempt. So, the only ones they could deal with were Yifutian and Qinlin. If Yifutian had decided to enter the Renhuang Plain, they perhaps would have been hesitant to attack him. But with the opportunity they now had, they could not afford to miss it. The road to the palace was quite long, but to cultivators of this level, the distance did not matter. Even if a battle erupted, it would be extremely close range. This was especially true for people on the Renhuang Plain. They could cover the entire area with a single thought. At that moment, the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation unleashed his wheel of the Great Path, and golden radiance shone from it. Incomparably sharp golden knives shot towards Yushang, while terrible golden cauldrons pressed down from the sky, burying Yushang within them. His wheel of the Great Path had been forged of divine cauldrons. Under the power of the wheel, the cauldrons crushed everything beneath them as they tried to smash Yushang's body to bits. The countless points of incomparable pressure smashed into Yushang, but a dark demonic airflow swept out from him. The images of ancient demons appeared all around him. A figure like a demonic god appeared behind him. With a terrible roar, a black dragon wrapped itself around him, its dark eyes full of life. It looked at the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation coldly. A look of surprise came over the Renhuang's face. He felt like an actual demonic dragon was looking at him as if it had not just been formed out of will. "Kill him," came Gai Shirshir's cold voice. It was not only Yushang whom he wanted to kill. After they killed him, he also wanted to kill Yifutian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. They would not only be able to deal with Yushang and Yifutian but the other cultivators as well. At that moment, many people rushed over towards Yifutian, hoping to fight him. There were so many powerful cultivators from the 9 realms here. How could they just sit back and watch Yifutian and Qinlin, 2 saint-level cultivators, inherit the will from these statues? Was this not the time to fight? At that moment, Lian Juyo, the cultivator from the clan of the God of Ghost in the Hidden Land realm who had been eliminated by Nan Luoshin, moved towards Yifutian as well. Nan Luoshin, a perfect divine wheel, and was the daughter of Emperor Nan, making her the only princess of the Nantian divine kingdom. Thus, there was nothing Xianxia could have done to defeat her. But now, there was a place in the inheritance of the god's relic that could belong to him. He strode forward, his body seeming to burn with dark flames. Destructive death power spread out from him. He made a single thought, and suddenly Yifutian felt like he was trapped in a dark prison. Whoosh! Cold, dark ghostly flames swept out towards Yifutian. The cultivators of the clan of the god of ghost in the hidden land realm kept their methods relatively secret. Since they did not adhere to moral principles when they fought, once they had decided to seize something, they would kill those who stood against them to prevent them from being a threat later. After all, Yifutian was already at the gate to the Renhuang Plain. If they gave him any time, he could possibly break through to the next level. Then it would be much harder to kill him, so they had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Yifutian's life aura surged, and a light curtain of the great path appeared around him. However, the dark death flames fell, burning the light curtain away to nothing. These were flames from the underworld and were at the Renhuang level. A cold look came into Yifutian's eyes, but at that moment, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. A powerful killing will covered him. He suddenly disappeared from where he had been standing, transforming into a dark airflow. In the instant that he disappeared, a spear full of slaughtering will pierce towards him, leaving a black hole in the air where it hit. It had come from the seventh slayer of the clan of the Seven Slayers. He, like Xianxia, had tried to seize an opportunity and had been eliminated by Shen Hao. But now he was acting against Xianxia. Up in the air, Xianxia frowned and said, "There are 2 places left. We can each take one." He thought that the seventh slayer wanted to take Yifutian's place for himself. The seventh slayer ignored him. He was good at killing, so there was no need to speak too much. He charged towards Xianxia. At first, the seventh slayer had fought Yifutian at the underground palace, but he had been defeated and thus no longer had a chance to compete for the spear there. Later, they worked together at the spatial sacred hall, where he had made a surprise attack on a Renhuang from the martial gods clan's alliance. He had been wounded then but had chosen a divine arm that had helped him reach the Renhuang plain. Although there was not the least bit of friendship between him and Yifutian, he had had some modest success on this trip to the god's relic, and his previous defeat at Yifutian's hands had not been too hard on him, and Yifutian had not been cruel to him when he was wounded. As far as the seventh slayer was concerned, he had received Yifutian's favor. Now that Xianxia was attacking Yifutian, he would act in order to repay him. Xianxia was a top figure in the God of Ghost clan and was a Renhuang just like the seventh slayer. His tricks of the 7 killing gods could hinder his opponent, but whether or not Yifutian could deal with the others would be up to him. The seventh slayer summoned up his fighting prowess, then forced Xianxia back up into the air, not letting him affect the battle below. On the other side of the battlefield, the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation was crushing Yushang with his cauldrons. The black dragon that circled around Yushang got a cold look in its eyes. With a sky-shaking roar, it surged forth, sweeping out towards the cauldrons. There was a loud ringing sound as the cauldrons were sent flying backward. The terrible dragon circled in the air, swallowing up all the will. Yushang appeared upon the dragon's head. The Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation frowned. The feeling he had had before was even more clear now. When the dragon stared at him, it felt like he was being stared at by an actual demon emperor. "You are seeking your own death," said the dragon, making the Renhuang gasp in the surprise. What was going on? How was there an actual demon emperor within Yushang? If that was the case, that meant that the will of the empty imperial palace was behind him. That could not have happened under the watch of the divine general of the empty imperial palace. No, even though he has the aura of a demon emperor, he is not truly one. A look of surprise came over his face. Could he be a dragon spirit? A great demon emperor had given a dragon spirit to Yushang? This would be equivalent to the emperor crippling himself. Why would it be worth it for him to do that? Even many of the disciples of a demon emperor would not be so fortunate as to have that happen for them. At most, they would leave a little bit of will behind when they were weak. But at their current level, just a little bit of will would be useless. The little bit of will would only be useful when they were weak so they could protect themselves. But now, it seemed that a demon emperor had not cared about the cost and planted his dragon spirit into this demonic cultivator. This even shocked the cultivators of the divine dragons. Long Chun stared at this scene before him. No one understood the divine dragons more than he did. The elder who had been imprisoned in the abyss had actually done this for Yushang. This meant that he looked at Yushang as his heir. Since he himself was imprisoned, had he placed all his hopes on Yushang? How much trust did he place in him? Threads of demonic power rolled off of Yushang as he began to take in all the power in the area. He rushed forward, the dragon merging into him. At that moment, his body seemed to be that of a dragon as well. Dark demonic light fell from the sky. As Yushang lashed out with his axe, the image of a terrible dragon surged forth with it. The Renhuang from the divine golden nation shot forth brilliant golden light from his divine wheel. He raised his hand towards the oncoming attack. It was a truly shocking scene. Bang! There was a loud noise as the Renhuang from the golden divine nation suddenly came under a ton of pressure. Both people were sent flying backward. To his shock, he found that Yushang, whose eyes had turned black, had inherited the power of a dragon, and thus had the power to resist a Renhuang. Yifutian watched them fight. When he saw that Yushang was unharmed, he relaxed. It seemed that the divine dragons had given him a trick to hide up his sleeve. In that case, he would not worry about him anymore. Many of the cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm had gotten involved and were blocking him, including the demon emperor from the sky demon court who was a Renhuang. There were many cultivators there, and they were only targeting two people. One of them was Qin Lin, and the other was Yifutian. This showed how seriously they took him. 3 Renhuangs by themselves would not have been enough. Qin Lin of the slaughtering world was in a worse situation than he was. He was completely surrounded. Yifutian slowly rose up into the air, holding his spear. Fighting will surged out of him, and he unleashed the deed of thorough comprehension as well. Golden light wrapped around him, and his body seemed to become golden. The terrible sound of elephants trumpeting rang out within him. Many illusory images appeared in the sky, looking like gods. Gai Shishir looked at Yifutian, and a dark look came over his face. That was the sigh of the divine god. Yifutian was throwing it in the faces of all the golden divine nation, using the technique that he had stolen from Gai Shishir. This was, without a doubt, intended to humiliate him. If anyone wants the inheritance, they must gamble their life to get it, said Yifutian coldly, his voice shaking the air. Attack! Came a cold voice. There were so many forces there. How could they fear the combat ability of one man? Some cultivators directly attacked him. A terrible pattern of suffering appeared above his head like a formation of dark gods. Destructive black lightning flashed from it, destroying everything in its path. Yifutian looked up at the cultivators in the sky, then took a step forward. He stabbed out with his spear, and his fighting will surged into the sky and swept out in all directions. Golden light burst from the spear. Everyone saw the black lightning smash into the golden light. Powerful light stung everyone's eyes as they watched divine golden lightning shoot up into the air and destroy the black lightning. It smashed into the formation, completely annihilating it. But at almost the same instant, destructive killing power came from all other directions towards Yifutian. For example, a mountain range in which each mountain was as sharp as a knife fell on him, and destructive spatial swords shot towards him, all arriving at the same time. Given the distance between him and his opponents, the attacks would only take a moment to reach him. The divine elephants within Yifutian trumpeted as he stepped through the air. A mighty and radiant golden elephant covered his body. As the attacks fell upon him, they were destroyed. Even the spatial swords only made a high-pitched sound as they hit him. They could not pierce through his defenses. There were few people on the Saint Plain who could hurt him. Everyone looked shocked when they saw this. Did he really have such amazing defenses? None of them had been able to hurt him. Every step that Yifutian took made the air shake. He disappeared from his original place. The gods in the air around him were sighing the sighs of death. He stabbed straight forward with his spear. It pierced through the air, shocking all the cultivators in front of him. The countless divine swords flying through the air formed a sword matrix, but under the attack of the spear, the matrix was utterly shattered. The spear cut through it like a knife through bamboo. Crack! One of the cultivators was pierced through, an unblemished saint from the heavenly sword hall. He looked at Yi Futian in shock before his body shattered. And he was not the only one. All of the cultivators from the heavenly sword hall around him were sent flying back, many of them with blood streaming from their mouths. The spears had cut through their flesh and crippled them. "You should not have made the same mistake again," said Yi Futian. He had not fought them at Sword City, and even during the struggle at the Spatial Sacred Hall when they had allied with the Martial Gods clan against him, he had not done anything to them. Now the Heavenly Sword Hall was attacking him again. Why should he let them live? The other cultivators all looked back at Yi Futian. Even when they had attacked him all at once, his spear had been unmatched. The Renhuang-level fighting will seem to slam into them, and even the cultivators who had not been directly struck were wounded by it. Yi Futian stood there, gripping his spear. He swept his gaze over the other cultivators and said, "Before, I told some people that it was not worth fighting any further, and then we opened the door to the God's relic and came here. I don't care that you followed me here, but if you continue to fight me, then no matter what, I promise you that you will not leave this place." He was naturally speaking to the people from the Martial Gods clan and the school of the Emperor Star. They bore him a grudge due to their earlier conflicts and thus wanted to attack him. He had let them go once already, but this time he would show no mercy. Indeed, his words had a great demoralizing effect, which made the cultivators who had been rushing forward stop in their tracks. Even Wu Zhan of the Martial Gods clan looked shocked. Their only Renhuang had been killed. Although they were one of the top forces of the Central Emperor realm, their power in the God's relic was limited. The important thing was that Yi Futian had taken many opportunities away from them, and now he was threatening them. But his tone of voice actually made him feel threatened. He was shocked. He was of the Martial Gods clan and could contend with the top powers of the Central Imperial realm. He had never felt like this before. "You opened the door to the God's relic?" said someone else with a look of surprise. Yi Futian had said that he was the one who had opened the door. Hadn't it been Jian Qingzhu? "Wu Zhan, your previous battle with Yi Futian has proved some things. Yi Futian was the first to open the door to reach this place. What would be the point of continuing to fight him? He has already shown you mercy, and if you force his hand, things will not go well for you," said Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan. A desire to retreat gripped many of the people who had come from that direction. They understood that though they may not like it, Yuan Hong's words were true. He was the first one to open the door? Many of them looked at Yi Futian in shock. Wasn't it Jian Qingzhu? Yi Futian ignored their attention. He stepped away from them towards where Gai Shishir was standing there with a dark look on his face. When he saw Yi Futian coming towards him, his eyes narrowed. He felt a powerful threat to his very life. Yi Futian stepped forward, holding his spear out towards the people from the divine Golden Nation. Since Gai Shishir had come to him asking for trouble, he would help him find it. The enmity between them had come to its inevitable conclusion. His opponent had a strong desire to kill him, and the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation had tried to do so to him and Yushang. In that case, he had no choice. It was kill or be killed. Boom! At that moment, a powerful surge of the energy of the Great Path shot out towards him. A golden cauldron fell towards him, seeming like it had fallen from the heavens. The Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation had acted. Although he was fighting Yushang, he was still a Renhuang after all. Using his divine wheel, he could cover the entire area, including where Yi Futian was. Seeing the power that Yi Futian had just unleashed, he could not just let him attack Gai Shishir. It was too dangerous. Bang! There was a loud noise as Yushang's power struck him as he was dealing with Yi Futian. The wild power sent him flying. A Renhuang had been knocked back, his divine will trembling. Yi Futian struck out with his spear at the same time, smashing it firmly into the falling cauldron and shattering it. "Careful! There is someone behind you trying to take your place," someone told him telepathically. It was Dozhao. Yifutian looked behind him and saw a cultivator rushing towards the statues. He wanted to take the inheritance. Moreover, he was a renhuang and had many other cultivators around him. A dark look came over Yifutian's face. There were too many cultivators here, making the situation very complicated. It was hard to deal with everything at once. I will watch them for you. A seal of a god of war appeared upon Dozhao's brow. He moved forward towards where Gai Shishir and the others were. The cultivators of the Dou tribe surrounded the cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation. A wild burst of pressure swept out. Gai Shishir stared at Dozhao, saying, "Why are you interfering with the affairs of the Golden Divine Nation?" The Dou tribe of the Ziwei realm was an ancient family with incredible combat prowess. He had no desire to provoke them. Don't you feel that it is rather shameless to sit there and attack people when they are distracted? Asked Dozhao. Moreover, do you really think you are worthy of fighting him? He was confident that there were few among the 9 supreme realms of his generation who could defeat him. He was not familiar with Gai Shishir, but he showed scorn for him anyway. Even if he had reached the Renhuang Plain earlier, he would not have worried. An ugly look came over Gai Shishir's face. Dozhao's words seemed to have hit a sore spot. After all, Yifutian had beaten him quite severely. Then, I wish to see just how powerful the will of the Dou tribe really is. Gai Shishir released his aura, and an image of a celestial god formed in the air above him. Dozhao looked at him with disdain. More and more seals appeared on his brow. Beams of divine light shot through his body as his will became even more powerful. His aura continued to rise, and the image of a fighting god appeared behind him. Bang! He stepped forward, staring at Gai Shishir. He raised his fist and lashed out. The sound of a god sighing rang out. Gai Shishir gripped his spear and thrust it out. Golden lightning clashed in the air as a wild pressure swept out. Gai Shishir was sent flying backward. And it was not only him. The other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation around him were all knocked back by the storm. Truly weak. Dozhao's eyes were full of disdain. This made a dark look come over Gai Shishir's face. On the other side, Yifutian was naturally watching the others trying to inherit the will from the statue that he had left for Yusheng. But at that moment, a strong force moved over there, pushing through the crowd. A Renhuang-level figure was among them as they moved towards the statue. It seemed that they wanted the inheritance as well. They were very strong and seemed rather unyielding. Previously, other cultivators had been fighting them, but they had been swept aside. They were from Celestial Worthy Temple in the Central Imperial Realm, one of the top powers of that realm. Previously, they had only been observing. Although they had not directly competed for the statue's will, there were 9 places, and one of them should naturally be there. The Central Imperial Realm was at the center of the 9 realms and had the most forces within it, but they had only won 3 places. This was not nearly enough. Although the people from Celestial Worthy Temple were not the most powerful members of their generation, they still deserved a place. When Yifutian turned around, the Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple looked at him and said, "You may have unlocked the statues, but there is no place for you here. Go and find something else to do." No matter how talented Yifutian was, it meant nothing. Talent was talent and background was background, but you also needed to consider one's background. No matter how powerful or talented you were, it was not enough for the people of the Central Imperial Realm. Even if you were at the peak of your abilities, what did it matter? Yifutian gripped his spear tightly, and Renhuang-level fighting will surged out of him. But this was not a place where he could unleash his will of the Emperor. The Renhuang before him seemed stronger than Wu Meng of the Martial Gods clan. If he couldn't unleash the will of the Emperor, it would be tough to deal with him. Seeing that Yifutian was still standing there, the Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple raised an eyebrow and asked, "You are not willing to fight?" If he didn't want to fight, then what was he doing? Powerful fighting will wrapped around Yifutian, growing stronger and stronger like a terrible storm. Feeling the aura coming off him, the Renhuang did not continue on to the statue. Instead, he raised his arm and waved his fingers through the air. In a flash, a suffocating power covered the sky. Yifutian felt the world change, like a supreme being was pressing its fingers down upon him. Each finger was like a golden mountain, thick enough to crush the sky, yet sharp enough to cut through the very air. He was crushed within them, and he felt like he could not breathe. Impossibly brilliant fighting will wrapped around him. He stepped forward, and the sound of an elephant trumpeting shook the sky. There was another sound of a god sighing, and he pushed his spear forward towards the 5 golden fingers. Bang! There was a loud noise as the 2 incomparably strong forces collided. The 5-finger mountains shattered with a booming sound and peace rained down. But Yifutian was knocked down to a lower part of the sky as well until his feet landed on the ground with a slam. The arm that was holding the spear trembled. This man was clearly much stronger than Wu Meng. "You won't be able to handle the inheritance," Yifutian said to the cultivators of the celestial worthy temple. "You may speak to me only once you have reached the next level," said the Renhuang. His aura was overpowering. He knew that Yifutian was about to break through to the next level and had conquered realms before, but he did not care. Even if he broke through to the next level, what would it matter? The Renhuang would already have the inheritance. At that moment, powerful sword will shot over from a distance, and the Renhuang felt an aura of the same level as his own. A Renhuang's thoughts were sweeping towards him. He looked up into the air, and his expression changed. Brilliant golden divine light appeared in the sky. He could sense even more powerful sword will. He raised his hand and shot a palm print across the distance. The 5-fingered palm print shot up into the air, where it split the sky. A brilliant divine sword was falling from the heavens, leaving a line in the air as it fell. Whoosh! A powerful aura descended along with the sword as it cut through the palm print, turning it into nothingness. The sword had lost some momentum though, and it shrieked as it stopped in the air, then flew back up. In the distance, a figure stepped forward through the air. The sword entered his body. It was clearly his sword. "Who are you?" The Renhuang from the celestial worthy temple could feel a powerfully threatening aura. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figure in the distance. Yifutian looked at the descending figure as well. Then a smile appeared on his face. "So he's broken through to the next level," he thought to himself. The person before his eyes was the swordmaster of Lihan. He had now become a Renhuang. He had only rushed here after cultivating for a long time. He had finally reached the legendary realm that he had always wanted to reach. This was definitely something worth getting excited about for the Swordmaster of Lihan. Now, the Swordmaster of Lihan's aura had changed. The great path was one with his form. He stood there straight as a sword reaching up to the heavens. "Congratulations, Swordmaster," said Yifutian with a smile. The Swordmaster of Lihan looked at Yifutian and inclined his head with a smile. This was something he had dreamed about for a long time, and he had finally achieved it. Not only had he reached the Renhuang plane, but his entire self was also transformed. The endless sword will of Sword City had baptized him. Yifutian had given him this chance. This went far beyond just a gift. He even dared to wonder if he was more powerful than His Majesty Emperor Xia now. He swept his gaze over the Renhuang from the celestial worthy temple, then towards Yushang's battle. Yushang was facing a Renhuang as well. "How can we deal with this?" he asked. "Attack," answered Yifutian. It was as simple as a single word. The Swordmaster of Lihan said nothing else. Incomparably brilliant divine light shone in the air, lighting up the sky. Below him, Yushang and the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation felt a threat to their very lives. They both looked shocked. They suddenly looked up and saw incomparably dazzling divine swords falling from the sky. The Renhuang's wheel of the Great Path surged with power, making more cauldrons descend from above. Crack! The sword light pierced through the sky, descending towards the earth. In the next instant, the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation froze in place. "Impossible!" he yelled. Just as he said this, his body split in two. "No!" The cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation watched this in shock. They all began to feel afraid. Their Renhuang had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by a single sword. "Are you at the perfect level?" Yifutian asked the Swordmaster of Lihan, joy in his eyes. It seemed like the swordmaster had gambled correctly. He had destroyed his own path and reforged his sword, putting the sword will from Sword City into it and baptizing his body and soul in it, thus forging a wheel of the great path. He had had a perfect opportunity to forge a perfect, unblemished wheel of the great path. This was something that would have been impossible before. This sword was brilliant. It had slain a Renhuang with a single strike. Everyone could feel the aura of the swordmaster's divine wheel. Its brilliant, perfect radiance covered the area in sword will. Even the people from top forces looked surprised by this. Everyone knew a little bit about the divine wheel's level, but those core few who were from the top forces without a doubt knew the most. Especially the people from the heavenly mandate realm, the higher heavens realm, and the myriad realm, who had seen the swordmaster of Lihin be defeated by the swordsman from Heavenly Sword Hall. They looked more surprised than anyone else. He had improved so quickly. Was it even possible for him to have changed so much? So what was the meaning of being a so-called proud son of heaven? This obviously went against common sense. Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan had been at Sword City. He looked at the swordmaster of Lihin. He had really forged a perfect wheel. The great emperor had unified the world, and every 50 years opened up the god's relic. It was said that there would be opportunities to forge perfect wheels within the god's relic, giving it an independent place in the world. It had the same use as some of the secrets of the top powers, but it was even more unique. Thus, the people who had come here before did so both for the god's relic itself, but also for the chances it afforded to prove themselves worthy of advancing to the next level. Shen Hao, Nan Luoshan, Jian Qingzhu, and more had all forged perfect divine wheels here. However, although the god's relic was an extraordinary place, it was not guaranteed that one would be able to forge a perfect divine wheel here. It still depended on the opportunity that one received and their base level of power. The swordmaster of Lihin had clearly been lacking quite a bit, and so he should not have been able to do what he did. The only explanation could be that at the battle at Sword City, the swordmaster of Lihin had destroyed his own foundation in order to forge it anew. That would have taken great courage. Moreover, he had had no choice. He could only fight for his life. Either he would have died under the divine sword will, or he would have broken and then stood up again later. All the sword will in Sword City had gone into him. However, this had all happened by chance. If the choice was given to him now, would he have the courage to gamble again? Yuan Hong thought there was about a 50-50 chance that he would. Perhaps this was the chance he was waiting for. Yuan Hong thought as he watched the swordmaster of Lihin. He had entered the Renhuang plain at its highest point, ignoring the fact that he had not been talented enough in the past. He had completely changed. If he got another opportunity like this in the future, he would likely become one of the most powerful figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This was not only true for the swordmaster of Lihin. Anyone who created a perfect divine wheel would stand among the top figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Indeed, many of the rulers of the 9 realms did not even have perfect divine wheels. As a descendant of one of the top figures of the Central Imperial Realm, Yuan Hong was very clear about his own quality. When Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan had succeeded, he had not been too disturbed. After all, they were already fated to be the future rulers of the 9 realms. But the swordmaster of Lihin was different. This was truly shocking. Without a doubt, the people who were most shocked were the people from the Golden Divine Nation, Xianxia, and the others. The person who had been killed was their Renhuang. They had lost a Renhuang, and the swordmaster of Lihin had arrived. The tables had turned completely. If Yifutian wanted to kill all of them, how could they stop him? Bang! An incredibly loud sound rang out as Xianxia was sent flying by Dozhao's fist. He could hear Dozhao's voice rolling like thunder. Now, do you know what fear is? Previously, when he had taken advantage of these people when they were weak, he had not been the least bit polite. When the swordmaster of Lihin killed the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation, those cultivators who had wanted to steal Yifutian's statue fled. They seemed to have abandoned their previous plans. Why hadn't they dared to do this earlier? It was because the others were all very strong. Talented Renhuangs were the top figures here in the God's Relic. Now that the swordmaster of Lihin was here, Yi Futian's side had won as well. If they wanted to steal from them, they would be seeking their own doom. After killing the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation, the Swordmaster of Lihen began moving towards Yi Futian. With every step, brilliant sword light shone, descending upon the cultivators from Celestial Worthy Temple. Sword will filled the air. The Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple frowned. He could feel his divine will come under a great amount of pressure. Although he had not been able to forge a perfect divine will, his was still at the celestial level. When added to his position as the proud son of heaven of Celestial Worthy Temple, he was incredibly strong. But even so, he still felt like he was under pressure. He raised his fist, his fingers like 5 divine golden mountains. He reached out towards the Swordmaster of Lihen up in the sky. Endless sword will appeared in the air, swallowing up all the radiance. The Swordmaster of Lihen moved, and his sword flashed out. With that one slash, it looked like thousands of swords were born. Each of the fingers were cut through one by one and shattered violently. The Swordmaster of Lihen pierced forward towards the Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple below him. Up in the air, a falling sky sword was descending. It transformed into countless swords that seemed like they would destroy the entire area. Feeling that terrible sword power, the cultivator from Celestial Worthy Temple unleashed brilliant light. The Swordmaster of Lihen's sword was incredibly fast, and it reached him in the time it took to think a single thought. But it was blocked by a golden mountain. Below it, the Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple was waving his hands. "Go!" he said. The other cultivators from Celestial Worthy Temple disappeared from their original places. Bang! There was a loud noise as the swords fell and destroyed the mountain. But the cultivators from Celestial Worthy Mountain were already far away, turning into golden afterimages. And they were getting even farther away. A ritual implement. Yi Futian stared at his opponents. They had moved extremely quickly. "There's one more over there, Swordmaster." He was looking up into the air. The Demon Emperor from the Sky Demon Court was fighting another Renhuang. It was another person who wanted to steal one of the statues. "All right." As the Swordmaster of Lihen said this, his figure disappeared as he flew quickly through the air. Brilliant sword light appeared in the air, and blood seemed to be dripping from it. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they saw this. There was another sword. 2 Renhuangs had been slain by a single sword, and the one from Celestial Worthy Temple had only escaped due to his ritual implement. It seemed that there was no longer any doubt about who would get this inheritance. No one could compete for it. "Yushang, go ahead," called Yi Futian. Yushang retracted his aura and walked towards Yi Futian. "Go on." Yi Futian looked at the statue and saw the divine light falling upon it. It was glowing brilliantly. Yushang did not say anything. He just walked over there and stepped into the statue. Yi Futian watched him. Previously, Yushang had been at a lower level than him and had never been as close to the Renhuang plane. Now, this inheritance would be enough to let him overtake him. He would rush all the way towards the Renhuang plane. He turned his gaze to the other battlefield. He narrowed his eyes. Killing will was spreading out. He was not thinking of giving up now. Dou Zhao had been pressing Gai Shishir all this time, but when he saw Yi Futian coming, he made way for him. The Dou tribe had surrounded the cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation. None of them had escaped. Yi Futian looked at Gai Shishir and saw that his face had gone pale. There seemed to be a deep fear in his eyes. He could see the killing intent in Yi Futian's eyes. "How do you want to die?" asked Yi Futian. His voice was extremely calm, but it made a dark look come over Gai Shishir's face. Yi Futian had truly come to kill him this time. Last time, when he was leaving the Divine Palace, Yi Futian had not dared kill him. But now he was not sure. At the very least, Yi Futian's desire to kill him was clear in his eyes. Yi Futian reached out, gripping his spear, fighting while wrapping around it. Terrible spear light shone from it. "If you can survive the spear strike, I will let you go." Yi Futian pointed the spear at Gai Shishir. There was a gloomy look in Gai Shishir's eyes as he stared at Yi Futian. Was he seeking to humiliate him? A single spear strike. But given Yi Futian's power, Guy Xianxia could not be sure of surviving even a single spear strike. He said nothing. The golden blood that flowed through his veins surged, and his body became golden. It was as if he had been forged of it. He gripped his golden divine spear and stepped forward. His endless will transformed into the figure of a celestial god. He stepped into the air. He was Guy Xianxia, the foremost junior of the golden divine nation, with enough talent to shock the world. Could he really not bear a single spear strike? "Are you ready?" asked Yifutian. Even more powerful fighting will burst out from him towards Yifutian. At this moment, Guy Xianxia felt that he was not facing Yifutian, but a god of war. Whoosh! Golden light shone brilliantly as the sound of a god sighing rang out. A golden ancient god descended from the sky towards Yifutian. Guy Xianxia was not going to take his lying down, but would instead attack. He was skilled at attacking and, in fact, there were few in the higher heavens realm who could match him in that regard. He had the initiative, so he would naturally take that opportunity to attack. He would like to see Yifutian try to kill him with a single spear strike. Yifutian saw Guy Xianxia coming towards him, then stepped forward, making the air shake. He struck out with the spear, as powerful as a dragon, and a terrifying storm whipped up. Neither of them tried to avoid their opponent's attack. The spears collided, unleashing a terrible, destructive light as they clashed. Everyone saw the divine spear trembling, and then they saw Guy Xianxia's arm shaking. Then his body. Bang! A terrible sound came out of his golden body. Then, as everyone watched in shock, many booming sounds rang out from his body. Then he began to crack apart. No? A look of shock came over Guy Xianxia's face. When he said this, golden blood began to pour out of him. His body disappeared, leaving no trace. He's really dead. Everyone trembled as they saw this, particularly the people of the higher heavens realm. That was Guy Xianxia, of the bloodline of the golden divine nation. Yifutian had really killed him. Moreover, what kind of power was this? A single spear strike had destroyed Guy Xianxia's body. Just how strong was he? He had absolutely crushed Guy Xianxia. What kind of level was this? One of the top figures of the higher heavens realm had fallen in the god's relic. The god's relic was the burial place of many proud sons of heaven. This time was just like it had been in the past. Many people had fallen here. However, it was very rare for people of Guy Xianxia's status to fall here. For one thing, everyone there was very strong, and for another, their opponents would usually show mercy. After all, he was the heir to the golden divine nation. If other members of top forces fell here, it is possible that the people here would not care. After all, there was nothing unusual about that. But they would definitely care about someone like Guy Xianxia dying. Even though in the past people of his level had been killed, they had been killed by people who were even more powerful than them. For example, the people of the Central Emperor realm could ignore it if their fellows were killed by people from the other top forces since they were very strong themselves. But Yifutian was someone without any background. He called himself the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder and had killed Guy Xianxia. This was not something that made sense. But everyone knew that war was chaotic, and when deep enmity was involved, things did not always make sense. After all, the people from the Golden Divine Nation had attacked him and Yushang. If Yushang had not been strong enough, he would have died at the Renhuang's hands. Yifutian stood there in the sky holding his spear. He swept his gaze over the people from the Golden Divine Nation and said, "Get out of here." He had not slaughtered them all, killing only Guy Xianxia and the Renhuang. They were the main figures of the Golden Divine Realm here anyway. As for whether the rest of them lived or died, he really didn't care. If he let them return, they could report what had happened to the Golden Divine Nation. They would tell them who had struck first. The people from the Golden Divine Nation turned and left. What would be the point of remaining there? They had not gained much from this trip to the God's Relic, and most of what they had gained had gone to Guy Xianxia. With his death, it could be said that the trip was a complete disaster. It would be difficult for them to explain themselves when they returned. "You're letting them go?" Dou whispered. Yifutian was very kind. If it had been him, he would not have let even a single one of them go. He would have slaughtered them all. There would be no point in killing them all, whispered Yifutian. He turned and walked over to the statues. He could see Yusheng bathed in the statue's light. Brilliant divine light was falling from the palace in the sky, making Yusheng's body change continuously. His eyes were closed, and it seemed like he was calmly taking everything in. The great path was resonating within him. The inheritance that had been left here must be good. Although it would be difficult for it to let Yusheng directly break through to the next level, it would probably put him within a step of that level. This would be a great boon to his cultivation. When will I get a chance like this? Dou Zhao watched Yusheng enviously. That guy had been able to defeat him when he used the will of the sevenfold will of the fighting god even though he was at a lower level. Once he had forged a law body just like Dou Zhao had, he would get even stronger. At that point, even the sevenfold will of the fighting god wouldn't be enough. You are truly not polite at all, Yifutian praised him. We're all family here, why should I be polite? Said Dou Zhao cheerfully. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had many treasures taken from the sacred hall. You are right, said Yifutian with a smile. Dou Zhao was well suited to his own temperament. His combat ability and capacity for violence were similar to Yusheng's. His personality was not that sincere. He was brazen and shameless. Could be said that he was a combination of Yusheng and Little Condor. Since you also say we are family, I will also not be polite the next time I need a weapon, said Dou Zhao, looking at Yifutian. He obviously still had the idea that he needed magic weapons. If he could equip the elders in his family, they would be able to directly sweep into the Ziwei realm. They were not able to wield the full power of the weapons from the spatial sacred hall due to their level. Their true power could only be unleashed in the hands of Renhuangs. Are you serious? Whispered Yifutian. 5 weapons was not enough? Why did he feel like this guy had just ruined the mood? By that point, all of the fighting had calmed down. The heirs all appeared within the 9 statues, and no one else was bothering Yusheng. 2 Renhuangs had already fallen. The people of the celestial worthy temple had fled, and the Renhuang from the golden divine nation had been killed. Who else would dare interfere? As for the other battles, Qin Lin of the slaughtering world's inheritance had been seized. Although the slaughtering world was not weak, they were not strong enough to withstand attacks from many other forces. They had no choice but to give up their spot. Futian. At that moment, the swordmaster of Lihin flew downward and landed beside Yifutian. He had recalled his powerful sword will, but even so, he still looked like a sharp sword. Yifutian smiled brightly when he saw him. He had a perfect divine wheel and had the power to kill a Renhuang with a single strike. He was so happy for him. He remembered that he and the swordmaster of Lihin had misunderstood each other the first time they had met. At that time, he had fought his way to the 33rd layer of Lihin heaven and defeated Wang Chuan. But the swordmaster of Lihin had not only not blamed him for this, but he had also given his sword to Yi Wuchen. Afterward, the sword that he had given Yi Wuchen had played a key role in the Battle of the Empty Realm. After that, he had participated in the Battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm. As far as Yifutian was concerned, he owed him several times over. He was a man of measure and grandeur. Otherwise, even given a chance like he had just had, he would not have been able to forge a perfect divine wheel. Now, seeing that the swordmaster had finally reached the level that he had been pursuing for so long, and had, in fact, succeeded far beyond his hopes, he was naturally very happy for his friend. You have a perfect divine wheel, showing that your following of the way is flawless. I hope that your sword will one day sweep through the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, said Yifutian with a smile. I can feel that my sword has become incredibly strong. In the past, I felt His Majesty's power, and thus challenged him on purpose in order to learn more. But now that I've formed my own will, I can feel that it is different. It is a flawless feeling. Is this what is called a flawless divine wheel? The swordmaster of Lihin asked. It seemed that he still did not really understand divine wheels. Yes, said Yifutian with a nod. Even people who rule an entire realm, like Lord Taixian, will not necessarily have perfect wheels. As far as I know, the god's relic is a special place. When added to the fact that you reforged yourself, this allowed you to forge your perfect wheel. There are few people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path who have done this. When he had been in the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, the mysterious person there had told him some of this. Cultivating at the ancestral land would give one the chance to forge a perfect wheel. Thus, he speculated that the god's relic and the ancient Renhuang who had fallen here were different. He must have been a Renhuang from before the collapse of the heavens. The swordmaster of Lihin was shocked when he heard what Yifutian said. He could feel that his wheel of the Great Path was different, and the previous battle had proved his strength. But he had not thought that it was quite this extraordinary. If that was the case, then he, a swordsman who had come from Emperor Xia's realm, had become one of the top swordsmen in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in a single step? Would he have to abandon his majesty then? This made him feel very strange. After all, he had followed Emperor Xia for many years. Perhaps this is fate, said the swordmaster of Lihin with a smile. He was not terribly excited. Swordsmen had to focus on swordsmanship. No matter how strong or weak they are, they needed to have an indomitable will to move forward. It was the same for saints and Renhuangs. It was the same in the past and now. He would follow his own sword path to the end. Congratulations, came a voice. It was Yaya. She and the swordmaster of Lihin were old friends. In the past, the two strongest swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm, the swordmaster of Lihin, and the sword saint of the void were often compared to each other. Yifutian is the one who gave me this chance. I have taken the first step onto the Renhuang plain, and I will wait for you here, said the swordmaster of Lihin. Given the relationship between Yifutian and Yaya, he would certainly not deny her an opportunity. Said Yaya with a nod. She looked at Yifutian. Feeling Yaya's eyes on him, Yifutian shifted his gaze and looked at Yushang. It's taking him a long time. Yifutian had a strong desire to survive. The swordmaster had been lucky enough to find a chance to break through to the next level. He had no way of guaranteeing that Yaya would be able to have a chance to forge a perfect wheel. He had no choice but to play dead. Yaya stared at him, but in reality, she did not care too much. She would not force the issue. As they were speaking, someone came out of his statue. It was Shenhao. In the instant that he stepped out, the statue that was bathed in light from the celestial palace above disappeared. He opened his eyes, and a beam of divine light shot out of them, incredibly sharp. He seemed to have changed. He swept his gaze over the people before him, then at those beside him. Next, Jian Qingzhu, Nan Luoshan, and the others finished as well. They came out of their statues one by one, each statue disappearing into nothing once they exited. It was as if they never existed. Once they exited, some of them looked at Yifutian and the swordmaster of Lihin, and others looked at Yushang. Although they had been inheriting the will of the statues, they knew what had been happening outside. The battle that had just taken place had been brilliant. Moreover, a swordsman who had forged a perfect wheel of the Great Path had appeared, and Yifutian had given his own chance for an inheritance to his friend. Before he had even reached the Renhuang plain, he had given his opportunity to another. It did not need to be said that this Yifutian was an extraordinary person with incredible talent. Yushang was the last one to enter a statue. Thus, he was the last one to come out. As he opened his eyes and stepped out, the Great Path resonated within him. He looked at Yifutian, and Yifutian looked back at him with a bright smile. Then the statue disappeared like an illusion. At that moment, the light coming down from the celestial palace, which had been restrained at first, burst with brilliance. Boom! A fierce rumbling sound rang out as the palace began shaking. An invisible force had covered the sky stairwell that went up to the palace, but now it collapsed and split apart. Soon, the sky stairwell disappeared, making it seem like the celestial palace was no longer rooted to the ground. It burst with incomparably brilliant light, and one beam of the light shot up into the clouds like a bridge connecting the palace to the sky. Is the final inheritance going to appear? Everyone trembled on the inside. They held their breath in anticipation. This was the first time anyone on the trip to the God's Relic had gotten this far. This was the first time they had gotten to the end. What was hidden here? Inside the relic, Everyone was looking up at the heavenly palace as if it were the real divine residence. Numerous rays of sunlight sprinkled down from the sky above, and the light beam that penetrated downwards had activated the passage to heaven. The divine will of some Renhuang-level cultivators had moved in that direction, but they found that their will was blocked and could not penetrate the brilliance of the sun's rays. "Heaven has opened," Yifutian murmured. The view in front of him was incredibly beautiful. "What's that?" Above the heavenly palace, an illusory shadow loomed, gradually solidifying. It slowly turned into an extremely sacred figure, standing high above the heavenly palace. It seemed to be the true divine God. Is that the master of God's relic? Many people wondered. After they came here, they had speculated, and so had Jian Qingzhu. All four sides of the relic led to this place. And judging from all angles, this place was clearly the location of a supreme palace. This supreme being was once the master of this place. Whether it was the treasure inside the spatial sacred hall, those divine trees, or the books, they all once belonged to him. Then the figure that appeared before them could very well be the existence of God. The great emperor. At this moment, everyone looked solemn, for no one in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had reached that level. This was someone who stood at the top of cultivation, the being that was truly supreme. Whether it was the #1 genius of the Tianxian Academy, the heir to the Xin clan, or even the princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, each had a look of respect in their eyes. No matter if this supreme being still existed in the world, they dared not be disrespectful. Many even bowed slightly to salute the supreme figure in the void, which was their way of paying respect to the supreme being. The phantom seemed to be alive, yet ethereal and untouchable. Yifutian looked at the sky above and recalled similarities to the time when he first encountered Emperor Yiqing. But this supreme being only had a trace of will that remained in the world. Was that trace finally awakened because someone had arrived here? What kind of place was this? After Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing unified the world, why did they open God's relic to allow the people from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to come here to cultivate? Was it to give the cultivators of 3,000 realms of the Great Path an opportunity, so that they had a chance to create a truly perfect divine wheel? From what he knew, the two emperors were hoping that the world would preach and make martial arts prosper, so there was indeed such a possibility. So, was he coming here to receive the inheritance of this ancient great emperor? Breaking into God's relic, opening the doors to the relic, and then dissolving the will of the divine generals who guarded the heavenly palace was, in fact, like a complete inheritance. It was not only Yifutian who was guessing. Everyone else also had their own ideas. Those of the top forces also believed that this might be the inheritance left by the gods. The ethereal shadow that appeared at this moment, could that be the fallen great emperor from the ancient war times? They all had a strong desire and expectation in their hearts. If they could really have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the emperor's relic, such an opportunity would be completely based on luck. Among all the countless inheritances that existed within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, none could compare to this level of inheritance. At least for now, no one had discovered an emperor's relic elsewhere. Some time ago, the demonic emperor's inheritance appeared in the heavenly mandate realm, but the demonic emperor did not show up. It may have been that the demonic emperor's will had been integrated into the demonic realm, so it was not really an inheritance from the emperor. Even Xianxia of the Xin clan showed a very strong sense of expectation in his eyes. If he could obtain the true emperor-grade inheritance, then perhaps one day in the future, the Xin clan could stand at the peak of the 3,000 realm of the Great Path. Moreover, he would also have the opportunity to pursue the supreme realm. Jian Qingzhu from Tianxian Academy stared at the void, also with great anticipation. He didn't expect the great emperor to really exist in the relic. Nan Luotian's beautiful eyes also hovered over the heavenly palace. This time, could she take it? Everyone had the same idea, and that was to obtain the inheritance. They had even forgotten about their own strength, talent, and whether they could compete with those top figures. With this kind of opportunity right in front of them, who could resist? As long as they got it, they would have the opportunity to become the top figure in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, just like Jian Qingzhu from Tianxian Academy and Xianxia from the Xin clan. At this time, the heavenly palace shot out incomparable divine light that scattered between heaven and the earth. In an instant, countless sacred flashes of brilliance fell upon the area below the heavenly palace as if containing the real imperial might that covered the entire range below. Feeling the incomparably brilliant glow, a figure stepped out. It was Xianxia of the Xin clan. He walked underneath the heavenly palace and entered the area where the divine light was spilled. In an instant, a supreme pressure fell on him, and his body fell from the sky under the tremendous pressure. Seeing Xianxia's movements, many slowly understood something. The divine light that spilled from the heavenly palace penetrated through the heaven and the earth, like a light beam that could reach into the sky. Was this the final test? Likewise, Jian Qingzhu also moved forward and stepped inside without any hesitation. After that, top figures such as Nan Luoxin, Guizong, and Diwu all entered one after another. The moment they stepped inside, will of the way exploded fiercely from their body, and their will was urged to the limit to resist the sacred glory that fell on them. But even so, they were still forced to fall downward. Go! A group of figures whizzed out and all headed there. However, some had just entered that area when the sacred brilliance fell on their bodies. Their bodies were no longer just simply falling, but rather being slammed down before hitting the ground. Their will almost collapsed, and their faces paled. Boom! 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 Bodies kept falling from above, and in just a short moment, a countless amount had fallen to the ground, hitting it hard. Some couldn't even get up. If this were the final test of the relic, it would not be easy. Even though the real god's relic was right in front of them, it didn't mean that anyone could get their hands on it. Yifutian and his party gathered together, Yushang by his side. All of them looked forward. Is the pressure this strong? Dozhao whispered. Emperor level. You want to try it? Yifutian asked. Sure. I'll give it a try. Dozhao nodded and stepped forward with a bang. This time he didn't hesitate to use the will of the sevenfold fighting god. When he walked, he was like a god descending upon the earth, heading toward the heavenly palace. Xianxia, Jian Qingzhu, and the others were all under tremendous pressure, so Dozhao dared not give anything less than his very best. He knew exactly what level this pressure of might was. Boom! The moment Dozhao stepped inside, his body was suppressed downward, and under the divine pressure, his body kept falling down. It has nothing to do with realm. Yifutian kept his eyes forward and said, It seems to be similar to before. It is the suppression of will again. What is the purpose of this test? The swordmaster of Lihan whispered. He was somewhat puzzled. You probably have to go in personally to find out, Yifutian said as people continuously entered, with most of them being shaken off on the ground as they couldn't bear the pressure. Those whose wills were not strong enough would just lie there as if suffocating. Yifutian glanced at that phantom and wondered if it could be some great emperor from the ancient times. If he urged the will of the emperor, was it enough to counter this suppression of will? Ahead of them, as Xianxia and Jian Qingzhu gradually adapted to the pressure of might, they were actually able to withstand it and began to travel upward. As they looked up at the heavenly palace, their divine will was curious to enter the palace to see what was inside. Where did that sacred beam lead? Go in, Yifutian said, and suddenly a group of people all stepped forward, moving towards its interior. Whether they could withstand the pressure or not, they had to try, even if it meant failure. Yifutian, Yushang, Swordmaster, Yaya, Xia Qingyuan, and many others walked into the lower part of the heavenly palace. In just an instant, Yifutian had felt that most sacred might of the emperor. Regardless of cultivation and realm, when the emperor's might suppressed downward, all beings were forced to prostrate. This was different from the trace of will of the emperor that he possessed. This was the true legacy of the real great emperor. His power was beyond imagination. Infinite divine light fell down as his body was suppressed down. His tyrannical will bloomed fiercely, resisting that might. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the heavenly palace. He saw countless rays of light, a beam of light that reached into the sky, and a most sacred figure like a god. Rather, it was a true god, standing there and overlooking everything in the world. Just a look from him and the feeling would be unbearable. The majority of the people who were present had stepped into this space. However, except for the top figures of the major forces, everyone else was being suppressed without any doubt as they were unable to resist it. Those who could remain standing were people who had extraordinary will. Boom! At this moment, a dull sound came out, and under the heavenly palace, someone was walking up against the momentum. Turned out to be Xianxia. He urged the blood and vigor inside his body so that his whole body was now able to see through everything and detected the secrets of the heavenly palace. Would the true inheritance of the relic be inside that palace? How powerful! Many people looked at Xianxia, the strongest man in this generation of the Xin clan. Could he resist the emperor's might and inherit God's relic? Jian Qingzhu is also going up. Someone looked in another direction and saw that Jian Qingzhu, Nan Luoshen, and Guizong were all going up. Guizong had turned into a golden Buddha in an attempt to resist the will of the emperor. His eyes seemed to be able to see through nothingness. Even though his divine will was not sufficient to penetrate this power and enter into the heavenly palace, he could perceive that the secrets of God's relic were inside the heavenly palace. As long as he could enter the heavenly palace with his divine will, it was possible for him to detect it and even possible for him to receive the inheritance of the relic. In this heavenly palace, standing on God's relic, even the incarnation of the will of the great emperor had appeared. The inheritance of the great emperor must not be far away. The same idea had also occurred to Yifutian. His divine will went up, wanting to break through this might so that he could enter the palace and see what was inside. Yifutian's divine spirit headed against the flow towards the heavenly palace. However, in front of him, there seemed to be an emperor's shadow standing there and suppressing him. The countless divine lights turned into might that prevented his divine spirit from invading. It was hard to make a breakthrough. Boom! The intent of battle lingered around Yifutian, and even his celestial soul appeared. He opened both of his eyes and looked directly at the sky above. His eyes seemed to have turned gold, containing a dreadful divine aura. He still couldn't get in? A trace of the most sacred breath diffused from Yifutian's body, merging into the divine spirit and directly rushing toward the heavenly palace. There was a dull noise, which sounded as if he had been able to force open a gap. Under this pressure of might, his divine spirit invaded the heavenly palace. However, what he saw after the invasion of the divine spirit was still just chaos. He could feel that he had entered the heavenly palace, but all that he could perceive around him was the golden divine light. There was an extremely curious feeling that inside here, everything seemed to be surreal and dreamlike. Nothing could be seen or could be seen clearly. Could it be that there is nothing inside the palace? Yifutian thought. That's impossible. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his divine spirit faintly perceived that this heavenly palace held many mysterious auras. It was as if there were many divine items around his divine spirit. His divine spirit wanted to touch them, but couldn't perceive their exact location. They seemed close by, but also seemed to be far away and inaccessible. The omnipresent shadow of the emperor was still imprinted in his mind. Could it be that only when one had perceived the items within the palace, could they be clearly seen and touched? Yifutian thought. But how? His divine spirit had entered the heavenly palace, but was still no use. Everyone was here for the first time, and no one knew just what to do. Inheritance. Inheritance. Yifutian's thoughts turned again and again, and many thoughts appeared in his mind instantaneously. Inside the heavenly palace, the divine spirit was under tremendous pressure at all times, and he had no time to waste. At this moment, he felt the power of another divine spirit. Obviously, the divine spirits of the others, like his, had come inside this heavenly palace. They had also encountered similar obstacles. This divine spirit was that of Jian Qingzhu, the first descendant of Tianxin Academy. His divine spirit, like Yifutian's, had invaded the heavenly palace. At this moment, he continued to move upward, and an incomparably bright will of the way dazzled on his body to invade the heavenly palace along with his divine spirit. What is that? At this moment, Jian Qingzhu seemed to perceive something. He saw that in the space seen by his divine spirit, a bright, elusive light gradually solidified. It was ethereal and seemingly untouchable. At this moment, Jian Qingzhu knew what to do. He did not miss such an opportunity and was completely immersed in it. Boom! The terrifying divine might suppressed his divine spirit, causing his mind to vibrate and his body to tremble slightly. It was as if it might collapse under the pressure at any time. Almost. A thought appeared in Jian Qingzhu's mind, and he could almost see it clearly. How could he give up at a time like this? No matter how strong the pressure was, he had to make it out. An incomparable brilliant divine light burst from Jian Qingzhu. There seemed to be countless scrolls flying into the sky, submerging Jian Qingzhu within them. He urged his own will to the limit, and the power of his divine spirit had also reached its limit. Infinite will of the way and power surged into the heavenly palace. At this moment, that illusory figure gradually became clearer and could already be seen. It turned out to be a volume of a book, radiantly dazzling to behold. Buzz. A wind blew inside the heavenly palace, and a most sacred brilliance fell down. The crowd could see that below the heavenly palace, and an even more dazzling ray of light flew out of the endless brilliant golden light. It seemed to be a book scroll. This extremely sacred scroll flew directly in the direction of Jian Qingzhu. The unearthing of the divine item. In an instant, countless people raised their heads to look at the light in the void, their eyes revealing the extreme shock they experienced. Had the divine items inside the palace come out? They also clearly saw that the book flew directly to Jian Qingzhu. Without any hesitation, Jian Qingzhu raised his hand and grabbed it. He then put it away without taking a closer look at all, which shocked many people. Jian Qingzhu of Tianxian Academy, had he inherited the relic of Heavenly Palace? Many disciples of Tianxian Academy looked at Jian Qingzhu, and they were happy for him. However, they were also a little jealous. To say that they hadn't thought of themselves would be a lie. Who didn't want to get the heritage of this relic? However, there was only one Jian Qingzhu in the world. Boom! Jian Qingzhu's body was knocked down. He had spent a lot of energy and will to resist. Before he could make out the scroll clearly, it flew out. Now, it was impossible for him to immediately repeat the whole process all over again. He would need some time to recover. What's going on? Even Jian Qingzhu himself hadn't figured it out yet. Judging from the previous situation, it seemed that as long as one could perceive and make out the things inside the palace, it was enough to make them fly out and become obtainable. And why was it this scroll? Was it a coincidence that it actually complemented what he cultivated in? Jian Qingzhu guessed that this might not be a coincidence. It was not that they were solving the secrets of the heavenly palace to receive the inheritance, but that the heavenly palace was choosing them. Moreover, the person must first be able to withstand this pressure before becoming eligible to be favored by the heavenly palace and be selected. It was almost unbearable even for him. He was almost unable to persist and risked wasting all his previous efforts. Although everyone from the 9 realms was a top genius, he understood that there were only a few who were truly qualified to compete for these items. Among these very few, there might be hope that they would encounter the same situation as him. A faint joy flashed in his eyes. As the divine object passed down from the heavenly palace, he thought that volume of the book must be a most extraordinary object that may have been left by the great emperor. It was a priceless prize. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Jian Qingzhu was in no hurry to read it. It was simply not the right time. Buzz! At this moment, another dazzling divine light flickered from the heavenly palace, and it seemed that another divine item flew down from the heavenly palace. There was a loud banging sound that came out successively, and the golden Buddha that was formed by Guizhong collapsed and shattered as if being blasted by the great path. However, Guizhong raised his hand and grabbed the flying divine item directly into his palm. He opened his palm and looked. The divine item was suspended just above his palm, and it was a seed. Virtue. Guizhong smiled and squeezed his fist, and the seed integrated into his blood. At the same time, roaring sounds continued to be heard as Guizhang's body was continually suppressed downward. The second person after Jian Qingzhu turned out to be Guizhong, which clearly was unexpected. It appeared that this master from the mountain realm possessed terrifying talent and strength. No one even thought of plundering these divine items that came out of the heavenly palace, not when the ones in question were Jian Qingzhu and Guizong. They were at the pinnacle of their cultivation, those who had cast the perfect divine wheel of the great path. At the very least, they were the pinnacle existence in God's relic. How would plundering be possible? Whoever dared to be the first to strike would undoubtedly die, unless those top figures were fighting amongst themselves. Buzz. At this moment, 2 rays of light flew out at the same time, and suddenly 2 figures emerged at the same time, grabbing toward the rays of light. They were Shen Hao of the Shen clan and Nan Luoshan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Obviously, these 2 peerless figures had also perceived some object inside the heavenly palace. Yi Futian's divine spirit was still inside the heavenly palace. He saw the divine items in the heavenly palace fly out, and he felt it the moment they did. He also knew who received what on the outside. For a moment, a thought occurred to him, and it seemed to echo with the expertise of his cultivation. A tyrannical will of the way blended into his divine spirit on the note of this thought. At this moment, his divine spirit seemed to have turned into the divine spirit of swordsmanship. He was intending on piercing the great power of heaven. Sure enough, in that elusive heavenly palace, something faintly became clear. It was as if it were being perceived by him. His divine spirit went there, and he saw a sword floating inside the heavenly palace. Or rather, it saw a sword that was transformed by a trace of sword intent. Buzz. A dazzling sword light flew out, headed towards the outside of the temple, and aimed straight at Yi Futian. That trace of sword intent entered into his will. It was extremely terrifying with considerable destructive power, causing its body to tremble. It also fell toward the ground below. The life spirit inside Yi Futian whistled, and the ancient tree of the world swayed toward the sword intent. That terrifying sword intent, after encountering the ancient tree of the world, actually became gentle and was then sealed inside the life spirit. Huff! Yi Futian took a deep breath. He was just fretting about what gift to give Yaya, and this sword intent should not be any weaker than Xia Qingyuan's lotus. That would be enough to help Yaya's enlightenment. All eyes were on Yi Futian. Yi Futian seemed to have also received a divine item, which appeared to be a sword. However, with the presence of the swordmaster of Lihen and the great battle that just took place, it would not be wise to provoke Yi Futian. Raising his head, Yi Futian took a step, and with a powerful intent that swept out, he took to the sky once again. Clearly, this was not enough for him. Recovered so soon? When many people saw Yi Futian's action, they couldn't suppress their curiosity. Jian Qingzhu and the others had not even recovered when Yi Futian went straight up again. Was this to loot the divine items in the heavenly palace now that he had gotten a taste of it? The heavenly palace was the last inheritance of the god's relic. Any divine items unearthed in the palace may contain the will of the great emperor because it was something that was used by the great emperor. Just one item would justify the whole journey here, worthy of great benefits. If someone could have gotten 2, at present only a few people had gotten just 1. No one dared to even dream of getting 2. In years past, no one had ever come this far. This time everyone had reached the end of the relic. Now, they had even gotten the things left behind by the great emperor. It was entirely conceivable that this time, a group of top figures that could cause a great disruption to the 9 realms was in the making. Once Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan walked out of here, how would they change the future of cultivation? Perhaps they may become the strongest generation in many years. Divine light was shining above the heavenly palace. Yu Shang, under the pressure of the great path, tossed and turned his own demonic might until he resembled an overpowering demonic god. As his demonic thought invaded the heavenly palace, he saw an extremely heavy and dark object. His demonic thought moved, and a rumbling sound was suddenly heard. He felt his own demonic thoughts being impacted violently, and inside the heavenly palace, a black object flew out of the bright divine light. It immediately attracted the attention of many. What is that? Many people postulated when they saw the black object. Even across such a long distance, they could still feel the weight of that black object. It looks like a rock, someone whispered as the black rock gave out an extremely heavy sensation. The black rock flew directly toward Yushang and was caught in Yushang's palm. In an instant, the rock penetrated his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Yushang's body was being suppressed downward, and even his domineering demonic torso seemed unable to bear it. It seemed that Yushang had also received a corresponding divine item. Afterward, a few more divine items flew out. Many expressed a look of wonder. They found it an amazing coincidence that whoever had received divine items were basically the same people who had previously received the inheritance of the statue, except for Yifutian. But the statue was decoded by Yifutian, so he should also count for half of it. So, could it be that because they had inherited the will of the statue which made their will even stronger? Was that how they were able to resist the divine might of the heavenly palace and obtain the treasures? Or rather, it was because of their own great strength that they were qualified to inherit the statue, so that it was only natural for them to receive the divine items? Of course, the most likely possibility was that they were strong in their own right, so they inherited the statue. Out of the 10 people who had gotten the divine martial spirit, 9 happened to be those who inherited the statue, with Yifutian as the exception. The arrival of the slaughter world decoded the secret of the statue, but the qualification to inherit the statue was taken away by others. He didn't get the divine item, and his luck was pilfered by others. In this way, Yifutian was more outstanding than Qinlin. He was the only one who did not inherit the statue but had obtained the divine item. There were also many other top figures currently under extreme pressure. Even their divine spirits had entered the heavenly palace. However, all they saw was chaos, and before they had time to make out any divine items, they were knocked out of the palace by that powerful authority of heaven. These people, including Shin Clan and many top figures in Tianxin Academy, all seemed unwilling to accept failure and tried again and again. But after one failure, they found that the pressure on the second try was even greater, or rather it was because they had consumed so much energy before. Even so, Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and a few others still stubbornly moved upward, standing beneath the heavenly palace. They wanted to perceive the divine items inside the palace. Aside from the divine items, was there also God's inheritance? Not only did they think that, but Yifutian also thought the same. Since it was God's relic, it should have God's inheritance. This heavenly palace was the last relic, and the shadow of the emperor had already appeared. Bathed in the golden glow, an extremely brilliant radiance emerged from his body. His eyes changed and turned into golden divine eyes that could see through the ages. Boom! The moment the divine spirit rushed into the heavenly palace, a sacred phantom of the palace itself manifested in his mind and released all of its brilliant glory. Rumbling sounds were heard, and the entire heavenly palace was trembling. The emperor's shadow seemed to glance down from the sky. At this moment, there were 2 lines of sight that seemed to converge at the same time. Inside the heavenly palace, Yifutian felt that there was a great emperor standing in front of him, with his hands folded behind his back like the lord of this heavenly path. A terrifying pressure of might penetrated Yifutian's body, invading his eyes like the true will of the great emperor. So it is. At this moment, a sigh from ancient times seemed to sound in Yifutian's mind. In the next moment, the emperor's shadow disappeared, and the heavenly palace bloomed with endless rays of light that were madly falling down. Those below only felt a violent shock to their divine spirits, and it was hard for them to open their eyes. What's happening? Many people resolved to close their eyes and withdrew their divine spirit, afraid to look or even peep. Shun Hao opened his divine eye, wanting to get a closer look, but a most sacred emperor's shadow appeared, and the pressure of the might stung his eyes so much that there was even a faint blood trace coming out. He let out a muffled groan and closed his eyes, daring not to peek anymore. What happened? Not just Shen Hao, but everyone else was asking what had happened. They didn't understand why the emperor's might suddenly became stronger and was now suppressing everyone. Only Yifutian's eyes were still open. Everything around him had become surreal. Countless divine lights pierced down and sprinkled on his body, like the true great emperor descending into the world. Except for him, there was no other divine spirit that dared to snoop, let alone with their physical eyes. So this was it? What was the meaning of this sigh? Afterward, the incomparable sacred light poured directly into his body, and all the light in that heavenly palace went toward him. Will of the Emperor. Yi Futian clearly felt that this was another will of the Emperor rushing into his body. At this moment, the will of the Emperor in his body seemed to be urged completely, releasing an endless glow. Yi Futian, with his robe fluttering, seemed like a supreme ruler. However, no one saw this spectacle at all. The ancient tree of the world swayed, blooming with extreme brilliance, swallowing up all the will that descended and glowing with extremely dazzling divine light. It's time. A thought came to Yi Futian. With a turning of his mind, endless divine light of the great path poured into his body and converged. Inside, many life spirits appeared at the same time. An invisible will of the way turned into rounds of sacred brilliance, sweeping across the world. There were sounds of rhythm along with sword intent. The divine light gathered as an immense shadow enveloped Yi Futian's entire body. It was a guqin, and every string seemed to be cast by a sword with extreme sharpness. There seemed to be a series of musical notes floating between heaven and earth, and with countless sacred brilliance raining down. The guqin gradually took shape and merged into Yi Futian's body. The divine light of the great path, the will of the way from the ancient trees of the world, and the infinite will between heaven and earth were now unified. If someone could open their eyes, they would see that there were countless guqin appearing in this space. All the guqin merged into one from outside to inside, until finally all of them integrated inside of him and turned into the divine wheel. Someone broke through the realm? Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and the others could no longer perceive anything in the outside world, but they had a feeling. It was an elusive feeling and unpredictable, but it was like someone was breaking through the realm, and the sound of music could be faintly heard. After a while, another immense phantom of the golden divine elephant appeared. Countless idle phantoms of the divine elephant appeared between the heaven and the earth, trampling across the sky, which was extremely magnificent. Impressive and majestic divine elephants ran over the void, and then unified into one, accompanying the radiant divine light to merge into Yi Futian's body. Even the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor inside of Yi Futian were integrated into the divine wheel. The divine will he cast was extremely radiant. Previously, the swordmaster of Lihan had also released a perfect divine wheel, but it was not nearly as brilliant as Yi Futian's. Besides, this divine will had incorporated an extremely sacred breath. Boom! A tyrannical divine spirit rushed into the sky. Yi Futian felt that the whole world had become different, and his divine spirit became even stronger as if he himself was representing the great path. Ren Huang, sharing the same glory as heaven and earth, lived as long as the sun and the moon existed. At this moment, Yi Futian broke through into Ren Huang realm. His pupils became even more radiant, penetrating the heavenly palace, and looking at the line opened by the heaven and earth. His divine spirit seemed to rush into it. At this moment, Yi Futian's divine spirit seemed to travel through time and space. He saw an extremely spectacular scene, and his heart trembled violently. What is that? His heart trembled fiercely because of what he saw. What could be the meaning of all this? Boom! An incomparable divine might of the great path descended as if the heavenly path was now closing. The eye of heaven was also closed. Yi Futian's divine spirit was shaken and knocked back, and afterward, the divine light gradually dimmed. The heavenly palace, likewise, became dimmer as well. Yi Futian retracted the power he had released, and everything seemed to return to normal. All eyes opened, looking at everything outside. What had happened just now? The heavenly palace is closed. Many people saw the closure of the heavenly palace as the divine light dissipated, and the emperor's shadow had also disappeared. What is happening? No one knew. They looked at each other, and then they realized that Yi Futian's temperament seemed to have changed. Ren Huang. Many people's eyes narrowed as they scrutinized Yi Futian. How could he have broken through in such a short time? Unless he had received some great advantage? However, Yi Futian had swallowed many fruits of the way before, and he already had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. By lingering without breaking through, the will of the way inside of him was sufficiently strong that it could almost support him in casting the divine wheel of the great path. It's just that before he didn't break through into the Renhuang realm when he could, but chose to do it now that made one wonder about his timing. Yifutian didn't notice the other's gaze, for his gaze was still focused above the void. It was something he could not describe, but that he had seen before. Outside the sky dome, he seemed to see countless other spaces, as if those were all parts of God's relic. At this moment, he remembered something he had heard before. Another name for God's relic. Tomb of the Gods. The heavenly path collapsed in ancient times. Could this be the tomb of the gods left by the fall of the gods? Was God's relic part of the tomb of the gods? He could not imagine what was in there, and who was in control of its entrance. Countless questions seemed to make him forget the joy of breaking through. What he saw just now had a great impact on him. Did you see what happened before? Jian Qingzhu asked Yifutian. He had sensed that someone was breaking through the realm, and now it was proven that his perception was correct. Yifutian had the breakthrough, at a time when he couldn't have seen anything. Then, did Yifutian see anything? I saw it, Yifutian said. Suddenly, all eyes narrowed and stared at him. I saw the awakening of the great emperor, which resonated with me, so he bestowed his inheritance to me. I felt the call of the gods and saw the inheritance of the gods. As witnessed by the gods, and as destiny dictated, I have proven the way and broke through the realm, Yifutian announced with a most solemn voice. However, everyone's expressions changed. This guy was now in Renhuang realm. Could he behave more appropriately? Donghuang the Great awakened and resonated with Yifutian, bestowing his teachings upon Yifutian. The various deities bore witness to this, and Yifutian's breakthrough was mandated by the heavens. This was practically, although this was a Renhuang proving his way, for members of the top forces of the realms, Renhuangs were not existences that dwelt high above. Why would deities come to witness a Renhuang breaking through the plane? Mandate? What mandate? The top figures of the 9 realms had seen countless powerful existences as well as monstrous figures. They themselves were such figures. They had never seen someone blow his own horn to such an extent. Yifutian practically had no sense of shame. If he was a child of destiny, then what did Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao and Nan Luoshan amount to? How was it that he was the only one that saw the deities? No one believed Yifutian's nonsense. However, there were some who were still suspicious of whether or not Yifutian had obtained any divine item. Or, he might not have been able to see anything like the others. Under that pressure, he had chosen to prove his way and become a Renhuang, bearing the divine might. Did you or did you not get any divine items? In the direction of Shin clan, Shun Yuan asked in a cold tone as he stared at Yifutian. He had been pathetically defeated by Yifutian before this. Now, he had seen Yifutian and Yusheng both obtain divine items with his own eyes. Some schemes naturally arose in his mind. Yifutian looked towards Shun Yuan and answered, I did not. Then, why did you choose to break through the plane just now? Shun Yuan continued pestering him. Yifutian swept an indifferent glance at Shun Yuan. His gaze was as though he was looking at an idiot. Yifutian did not answer this question. He turned and walked away. He had already answered the question of whether or not he had obtained something. No one believed him. Instead, they continued asking him the same question again. When he gave the opposite answer, they still did not believe him. If that was so, why did he need to answer them? No matter how he responded, it would be meaningless. Whether you believe the former or the latter, suit yourself, Yifutian said plainly. He was not answering Shin Yuan, but instead said this to the crowd. Asking was meaningless. Responding was also meaningless. They would believe whatever they wanted to believe. Shin Yuan narrowed his eyes. He had accepted that Yifutian had not obtained anything at all. In the situation just now, everyone had their eyes shut. Even Jian Qingzhu had questioned Yifutian. It was obvious that even Jian Qingzhu could not see anything at that time. Hence, Shen Yuan would of course not believe Yifutian to be more outstanding than everyone here. However, The fact that Yi Futian had broken through the plane made Xin Yuan's imagination run wild. Or it might be that Xin Yuan did not covet what Yi Futian had obtained later, but rather the divine item that Yi Futian had obtained prior to this. Xin Yuan turned his gaze towards Xin Hao. Right now, Xin Yuan could not decide which was the truth. Before this, Xin Yuan had lost to Yi Futian. Now that Yi Futian had proven his way, his divine will was at least at the celestial level and could possibly be flawless. Counting in the Swordmaster of Lihen, unless Xin Hao joined in the fight, otherwise the Shen clan would not be able to deal with Yi Futian's group. Jian Qingzhu did not ask any more questions. It seemed that there was no way to clear out the truth of the closing of the heavenly palace. It might have been due to God's relic itself. The 10 of them had obtained divine items. It might be that this heavenly palace only had 10 divine items. It was hard to tell. The others who had obtained divine items also did not inquire further. They each had their own spoils that were also treasures compatible with their own cultivation methods. This already made them very satisfied. This trip had not been in vain. Once they left this place, they would certainly study the divine items in detail and incorporate it into their training. Each person had their own fortunes. Once they obtained their own share, it was impossible for them to want to seize the shares of others. Aside from themselves, there were another 9 people. Would they seize all of the divine items for themselves? If they only focused on one person, would other people have the same idea as them and come over to seize theirs? Each person had their own fateful encounter. They would sooner or later face each other on their path of cultivation and see who would emerge at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Those who were scheming were all those who had not obtained divine items. This included the crowd aside from the 10 of them, such as Xin Yuan from the Xin clan and the cultivators of the other forces. However, the ability of Yi Futian, the Swordmaster of Lihen, and the rest of their group was a powerful deterrent. Even if anyone had any ideas, they would most likely be unable to successfully seize the divine items from them. The battle prior to this had already proven many things. "How are you doing?" The Swordmaster of Lihen revealed a look of anticipation in his gaze when he saw Yi Futian walking over. With Yi Futian's talent, the divine wheel of the Great Path that he forged should be a flawless one. Yi Futian did not need to reconstruct his Great Path like the Swordmaster of Lihen had done. With a smile from Yi Futian, the Swordmaster of Lihen understood what he meant. As he had expected, Yi Futian had forged a flawless divine wheel. "Swordmaster of Lihen, after we leave this place, let's go find His Highness to have a few drinks," Yi Futian said with a smile. The Swordmaster of Lihen was stunned. He then smiled at Yi Futian and said, "You rascal, even though you are a Renhuang, His Highness is still His Highness." As the Swordmaster of Lihen said this, he glanced over at Xia Qingyuan. He did not know how far the relationship between Yi Futian and the princess had progressed. Back then, the princess had watched as Yi Futian ascended Lihen Heaven's 33rd layer of heaven. The Swordmaster of Lihen naturally had hopes for the two of them. Xia Qingyuan also glared fiercely at Yi Futian. What did he mean when he said he was going to have drinks with her father? "Of course, I am only going to find His Highness to have a drink with him. I have no other intentions," Yi Futian said with a smile when he saw Xia Qingyuan's murderous gaze. The Swordmaster of Lihen nodded his head. His Highness had been at the Renhuang plane for many years. Although he was a lower-level Renhuang, his plane should still be higher than their own. His divine will was at least at the peak of the 2nd tier. It was even possible that he had a 3rd-tier divine will. However, the level of Emperor Xia's divine will should not be high. Although the Swordmaster of Lihen had not fought Emperor Xia before, he could faintly sense that flawless divine wheels had a suppressive effect on other divine wheels. That meant that he had a more powerful Great Path. If he was against someone with a flawed divine will, he might be able to take on his opponent, even though his opponent was on a higher plane than he was. Of course, the Swordmaster of Lihen needed to actually pull it off before he could know for sure. Although he had previously slain Renhuangs, they were all Renhuangs who had just reached the Renhuang plane for the first time in God's relic. "Yaya." Yi Futian looked at Yaya beside him. Yaya raised her head slightly and looked at him. "I got you your present." Yifutian said and smiled. Along the way, when facing many life and death situations, if it wasn't for Yaya protecting him, he would have already died many times. He had long considered Yaya to be his own sister. He would not hesitate to give her even a divine item. The moment he obtained the divine item, he immediately thought of Yaya. "Oh," Yaya calmly responded. Yifutian blinked. Was that all to her reaction? He did not feel any sense of accomplishment. "Let's go. While we still have time, let's see whether we can cultivate here," Yifutian said. This relic was special and different from the outside world. As he said this, he immediately headed off in the direction of the divine tree. The rest saw Yifutian leave. No one chased after him. "Let us also go and have a look," someone said. Even though the heavenly palace had already closed, they still had some time. They should take a look and see whether there were other fateful encounters in other corners of God's relic. They did not need to waste time here. Dou Zhao followed behind Yifutian. He mysteriously walked up to Yifutian's side and asked, "Did you actually have anything to do with the heavenly palace closing?" "I have already said. Dong Huang the Great awakened and bestowed me his teachings. The various deities bore witness to this, and my breakthrough was mandated by the heavens," Yifutian replied. The corner of Dou Zhao's mouth twitched, saying, "There is no one else here. Can't you tell us the truth?" "I am telling you the truth, but you don't believe me." Yifutian didn't bother to elaborate further. He was not lying. Seeing Yifutian's expression, Dou Zhao knew that he had been ignored. Dou Zhao could never fully understand Yifutian. "Who are you exactly? Where are you from?" Dou Zhao muttered. Was this fellow really from the Tianhe realm's Sky River Temple? Why did Dou Zhao feel like the origins of Yifutian were somewhat suspicious? His talent was astonishingly high. Yifutian brought Yaya to the willow tree, where Guizong was cultivating beneath just now. This old willow tree seemed ordinary, but Guizong had comprehended the way and transformed into a Buddha here. Surely this was a great place for meditating. "Yaya, sit under the tree," Yifutian ordered. Yaya sat down under the willow tree obediently. She raised her head to look at Yifutian. Yifutian sat opposite Yaya, saying, "When I received the divine item, I have refined it into my will. You need my guidance in order to control it." Yaya nodded her head. Then, a dazzling sword will lit up from Yifutian's gabella, and it entered into Yaya's mind along with his will. "I will assist you in refining it," a voice sounded in Yaya's mind. In an instant, both their gabellas were seemingly connected by a streak of brilliant sword flash. The willow tree waved, stirring up a rustle. A formless sword will was born out of the blue in their surroundings, and it gushed towards Yaya. The corner of Dou Zhao's mouth twitched. It was a divine item excavated from the heavenly palace. The divine item might very possibly contain the will of Donghuang the Great. Yifutian gave it away so easily? Why hadn't he known Yifutian sooner? It was not too late for him to get close to Yifutian now, right? Yifutian presented the opportunity in Sword City to the swordmaster of Lihin, allowing the latter to forge a flawless divine wheel. Then he passed the teachings of the statue to Yushang. Now he gave Yaya the divine item of the heavenly palace. It seemed like he had also gifted Xia Qingyuan a fateful encounter. When he thought of all these, Dou Zhao had made up his mind. From now on, Yifutian would be his sworn brother. He would not leave Yifutian no matter what. He was the dignified descendant of fighting God. Since he had acknowledged Yifutian as his sworn brother, they would share all their resources in the future. After a while, Yifutian opened his eyes. Yaya's body was shining. Endless sword will descended and encircled her, forming a cocoon of swords. The willow tree swayed and rustled. The leaves moved without any wind. Gradually, Yifutian and the rest could sense a mysterious aura coming from the willow tree. This rocking willow tree seemed to have stirred up endless will, causing a storm of the great path to suddenly appear in this vast space. The storm surged frenziedly towards Yaya. "What tree is this?" Dou Zhao was shocked. The slender branches of the willow tree draped down, enveloping Yaya's body. The great path descended continuously and formed some sort of resonance with Yaya's body. Yifutian could vaguely see an illusory figure, It was none other than the ethereal shadow of the emperor. "Has Dong Huang the Great cultivated here before?" Dou Zhao asked Yifutian, who was standing beside him. Yifutian nodded. Hopefully, Yaya would have a similar fateful encounter like that of the swordmaster of Lihan. As time passed, Yaya was completely enveloped by the willow tree and the unceasing will. At the same time, countless streaks of light suddenly brightened up God's relic. Doors of space suddenly appeared at every corner of the relic. It was as though a spatial divine item had connected God's relic with the outside world. Most likely only Donghuang the Great had the ability to create such a scene. When everyone saw these doors of space, they understood that it was time to leave. In God's relic, many people raised their heads in yearning, attempting to search for an opportunity at the very last minute. However, in the end, they crossed the doors of space and disappeared from sight. One by one, the cultivators left. Those who left first were people who were most disappointed with the outcome of their trip. "It's time to go," Yifutian murmured while staring at Yaya. If they were given a little more time to cultivate, it would be the best. Perhaps Yaya would have the opportunity to prove her way in God's relic. However, from the looks of it, it was too late now. Sword will surged. Yaya's figure broke out of the cocoon of swords. The sword will she emanated was sharp and intense. She looked at Yifutian. From Yaya's gaze, Yifutian knew that even though she had yet to prove her way, she was not far from doing so. "Let's head out," Yifutian said. After that, those who followed him started flying up into the sky. Dou Zhao took a step upwards. When he was in midair, he suddenly looked down. Then, he turned around and walked up to the willow tree. He hugged the enormous trunk of the willow tree with both his arms. His arms could only cover a small portion of the trunk. Without any premonition, he exerted his strength. Rumble. An intense sound could be heard. The willow tree shook as though it had sensed danger. However, Dou Zhao did not have any sympathy for it. His body shone with divine light. He activated the will of the fighting god and directly pulled the willow tree from the ground. Under the wide-eyed look of Yifutian, who was in midair, Dou Zhao uprooted the willow tree and then carried the huge willow tree as he traveled in the air. Impressive. Impressive. Yifutian stared at Dou Zhao in adoration, as expected of the dignified descendant of the fighting god. In the city of the ruins, doors of space appeared in various locations. Many silhouettes walked out from them, appearing in different locations. After they emerged, they took a deep breath and looked back at the door of space, seemingly with a sense of nostalgia. As expected, the will that they sensed in this space paled into significance when compared with that in God's relic, especially when compared with the area of the heavenly palace. The will in the two spaces could not even be considered to be on the same level. However, they were also aware that in this lifetime, it was possible that they would never have the chance to enter the city of the ruins again. This was unless their planes remained stagnant, and they never reached the Renhuang plain. This was also not what they wanted. If they could not reach the Renhuang plain in 50 years, their cultivation journey would be near its end. Clearly, everyone hoped that they could have a better future. More and more people emerged from the doors of space. They divided themselves into groups. Members of the same force all walked out of the same door and also appeared in the same location. Yifutian's group also came out of God's relic. They were all together. Yifutian looked at Dou Zhao, who had just appeared, and asked, "Have you hidden the willow tree?" A glint of embarrassment flashed past Dou Zhao's eyes. However, he bit the bullet and said, "You have also reaped many treasures from God's relic. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. The willow tree was also a treasure. Their behaviors were no different from each other." "You're right." Yifutian pondered for a moment and realized he could not refute Dou Zhao's words. Dou Zhao's expression returned to normal. Speaking of treasures, most likely, Yifutian was the biggest winner among all who entered God's relic this time around. This fellow had obtained a spatial sacred hall, which was full of treasures. In comparison, Dou Zhao had only plucked a tree. When he thought of the difference between them, Dou Zhao felt despondent. However, Dou Zhao stared at Yifutian with a fervent gaze, saying, "Yifutian, we have faced life and death situations together during this trip. From now on, you are my sworn brother. I am the dignified descendant of fighting God, and I have unwavering loyalty. I only make friends based on one's personality and not one's origins. You're loyal. Yifutian was somewhat touched. You're right, Dou continued. In the future, feel free to call me for any matters. My resources are yours. Yifutian blinked. Wait a minute. What did he mean by my resources are yours? In that case, did it mean that Dou could also claim Yifutian's resources as his? Why did Yifutian feel like this was somewhat sketchy? When he thought of such a possibility, he stared at Dou with a strange look. What are you staring at? Dou saw Yifutian's gaze. What kind of look was that? He was so cautious. Let's not rush into becoming sworn brothers. It will be better if we start as friends, Yifutian said after pondering for a moment. He couldn't help but be cautious of Dou. You? Dou pointed at Yifutian, stunned. He had not imagined this fellow to be this kind of man. In any case, he was the descendant of fighting God. Fine. Regardless of whether or not you recognize me as your sworn brother, I have considered you to be my brother, Dou proclaimed. His righteousness soared through his words. Yifutian had to agree to Dou idea no matter if he wanted him as a brother or not. This brat is more shameless than me. Little Condor, who was beside them, stared at Dou wide-eyed. This brat wanted to be Yifutian's third brother? In that case, wouldn't Dou be a rank higher than him? This was impossible. Dou had to line up and wait for his turn. Everyone around Yifutian also stared at Dou with perplexed looks. They were impressed. However, even though this heir of Dou tribe was somewhat shameless, he was quite interesting. One by one, many cultivators came out from God's relic. Numerous powerful wills covered the area where they were at. Before this, many top figures had left when God's relic opened. Then, as time passed, many top figures were waiting outside for their juniors to return. After all, among these proud sons of heaven that had entered God's relic, some of them were from impressive backgrounds. For example, Nan Luoxin was the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. How could the Nantian divine kingdom not attach importance to her? After everyone had emerged from God's relic, the doors of space gradually disappeared. Within the city of the ruins, the unparalleled space will of the way also dissipated. Everything returned to its original state, as though nothing had ever happened. Brilliant lights shone. Up above, a carriage traveled across the sky, entering the city of the ruins. Yifutian clearly sensed that many wills were sweeping across him. They were not aimed at him. Instead, it was the major figures of the top forces searching for their own juniors. Dou, a voice cried out. Dou turned around and saw a group of people walking over. The leader of the group was a burly middle-aged man with an extremely dominating presence. There was strong pressure coming from his body. He was a top figure among the Dou tribe. Second uncle, Dou greeted when he saw the person who had come over. How was it? Did you get anything? Dou second uncle's voice was like thunder. It was extremely loud and clear. He was full of energy. I have not become a Renhuang. However, that is not important. In God's relic, I have reaped the greatest benefit, Dou replied. Oh, the major figure of the Dou tribe revealed a look of mild interest and asked, what benefit did you manage to obtain? I have gained a brother, Dou said in a serious tone. He pointed somewhat proudly at Yifutian and said, this is the brother that I have sworn to in God's relic, Yifutian? Yifutian's face darkened. Was this person forcefully swearing himself as his brother? Dou second uncle's gaze turned towards Yifutian. His gaze was dignified as he appraised Yifutian. Junior's name is Yifutian. Yifutian greeted as a thought flashed past in his mind. Dou was too shameless. Not bad. The gaze of Dou second uncle seemed to contain divine light. With his plane, he naturally could tell that Yifutian was somewhat extraordinary. He said, Dou is a proud fellow. Since he is willing to be sworn brothers with you, he must have noticed something extraordinary about you. If you have a chance in the future, please come visit our Dou tribe. Proud fellow? Yifutian glanced at Dozhao. He could not tell. Many thanks, senior. If I get the chance, I will surely pay a visit, Yifutian said as he nodded his head. Futian, a voice called out. Lord Taishan as well as Sky River Great Elder walked over together. They had always been around the area, observing the activity in this place. When they saw that the door of God's relic had opened, they came over. Lord Taishan, teacher. Yifutian greeted them from afar. You have become a Renhuang. The two of them looked at Yifutian. Lord Taishan revealed a smile. Yifutian nodded his head. Dou Zhao's second uncle, who was beside them, recognized Lord Taishan when he saw him. This was the person from the higher heavens realm that had broken through the plane. From the looks of it, Yifutian's relationship with Lord Taishan was not ordinary. Lord Taishan and Sky River Great Elder looked at the Swordmaster of Lihan. Before entering God's relic, the Swordmaster of Lihan appeared very ordinary to them. However, now, he actually had an extraordinary temperament. He had also proven his way at the Renhuang Plain. Xia Qingyuan, Yaya, and Yushang also showed changes in their temperament. From the looks of it, they had reaped many benefits from this trip. In mid-air, the major figures of the other top forces also arrived, one after another. In one specific corner with the strongest group, a carriage of phoenix opened a path, and clouds filled the sky. There were many cultivators there. Two silhouettes emerged from the carriage. The man was a rare handsome figure. The woman's appearance was stunning, as though she was a goddess. Emperor Nan, Empress Luo. Many people bowed slightly in their direction. Even the major figures of the top forces also bowed and greeted them. Emperor Nan was the ruler of Nantian Divine Kingdom. Empress Luo was his queen. The two of them had come here in person. Many major figures of the top forces also had to bow and greet them when they saw them. Emperor Nan nodded slightly. His gaze instead turned towards Nan Luoshan. His eyes revealed a doting smile. Although Nan Luoshan was already a Renhuang, she was still his daughter. No matter what her cultivation plane was, that would never change. You have broken through to the Renhuang Plain. It seems like our princess has come across a fateful encounter, Emperor Nan said while smiling. Why did father come personally? Nan Luoshan asked. Other people envied her. However, she herself was not too happy about it. She even secretly sighed inside. She was already a Renhuang, and her parents were still worried about her. We were just passing by, so we dropped in to take a look. Even though Emperor Nan was a major figure at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, before Nan Luoshan, he showed no signs of majesty. He had clearly come over intentionally to escort her back, but he claimed that they were just passing by. After all, they only had Nan Luoshan as a daughter. God's relic was renowned as the place where proud sons of heaven fell. How could they not be worried? Some people were born with a starting point much higher than countless others. Many people who saw the scene play out over here lamented. This was especially true for those who were sideline members of the top forces. Even though they had entered God's relic, they were only there as support. Others could only admire the background of Nan Luoshan. Emperor Nan was one of the giants of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was difficult to even meet him on normal days. For his daughter, he had come to wait to escort her back home. Junior's name is Shen Hao. Greetings to Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. A handsome figure appeared below Emperor Nan. The figure bowed when he saw them. Emperor Nan looked at Shen Hao. He nodded in acknowledgement and asked, Are you a junior from Shen clan? Yes. Shen Hao nodded. Not bad. Emperor Nan nodded briefly and said nothing more. Shen Hao was an outstanding junior of Shen clan, but with Emperor Nan's status, it was sufficient for him to give a one-line comment. Junior will take my leave now. Shen Hao also didn't say much. After he glanced at Nan Luoshan, he turned around and left. There were many proud sons of heaven in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Similarly, there were many exceptional maidens. However, among their generation, it was hard to find another woman with talent and status like Nan Luoshan. The seniors of Shen clan saw what Shen Hao did as well. They didn't comment on it. If Shen Hao could build a good relationship with Nan Luoshan, Shin clan would naturally be happy about it. At the same time, terrifying auras could be sensed coming from various corners of the City of the Ruins. Murderous intent was hidden in those auras. Many cultivators had returned from God's relic with bountiful rewards after seizing their fateful encounters. However, there were some people who stayed behind forever in God's relic. They had lost their lives in the relic. One of them was Guy Xianxia of Golden Divine Nation. Right now, the team from Golden Divine Nation emanated dazzling lights as they traversed the space. They strode decisively in the sky and stopped in midair. They unleashed their might downwards. Their might was churning with murderous intent. Below them was the party of Yifutian. Yifutian raised his head slightly. The golden halo was blinding. His gaze was calm. He had expected this situation. He had killed Guy Xianxia. He knew that he would surely face some trouble after he came out from God's relic. However, it was impossible for him to have kept Guy Xianxia alive. The latter had attempted to kill him a few times. They would sooner or later be arch-nemeses. Lord Taishan frowned as his gaze swept across the sky. The leader of the incoming group was the divine general who brought Guy Xianxia to Taishan Mountain for a visit in the past. Yifutian, another chilly voice rang. The aura of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was terrifying. It swept towards Yifutian. Half of the people from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty who entered God's relic had actually been killed. They suffered severe losses. Even Yi Tianyu was heavily injured. Moreover, he seemed to be greatly traumatized. The voice of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty dynastic overlord resounded in the space. For an instant, it surprised many people, especially the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The cultivators of divine elephants were the first to walk over to Yifutian's side. Let's take a look, the cultivators of dragon gods also said. After that, Sky Demon Court, 10,000 Divine Mountain, and the other forces also came over. Very quickly, many cultivators were heading over to the area where Yifutian was. For an instant, it drew the attention of many top figures. Yifutian. Some cultivators of the top forces that had emerged from God's relic mumbled when they heard this name. Then they said, "Let's go over and take a look." This person was unknown to others before he entered God's relic. However, he stirred up a storm of controversy in God's relic. Compared to Yifutian, the cultivators of Tianshan Academy, as well as Shin Clan, had far fewer conflicts. This was because no one dared to contend with them. If they were asked who had been the most active in God's relic, their answer would definitely be Yifutian. The people who gathered around the area naturally included the members of some of the forces that had grudges against Yifutian. He had offended many forces in God's relic. Some of their grudges ran deep while some were shallow. Of course, the reason why Yifutian's name was such a strong attraction was that he and Yusheng each had a divine item. They were the only group of people that had obtained 2 divine items. What's going on? Lord Taishuan's plane was high. He instantly sensed that something was off in the City of the Ruins. Why were cultivators from various forces heading in their direction? He glanced at Yifutian, who was in front of him. What did this fellow do in God's relic? Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor came later. Their planes were not that high, so they had come a bit later. When they saw the changes in Yifutian, the swordmaster of Lihin and Xia Qingyuan's temperament, Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor revealed bizarre expressions. The two of them glanced at each other and saw the look of astonishment in each other's eyes. They were all Renhuangs now. The swordmaster of Lihin had also proven his way. However, right now it seemed as though they did not have time to reminisce. Yifutian raised his head and glanced towards the divine general of the Golden Divine Nation, as well as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty dynastic overlord. He asked, "Gentlemen, what business do you have with me?" Having reached the Renhuang plain, Yifutian's temperament had also changed. A faint light of Renhuang circled his body. Currently, he was also an emperor-like figure. Rumble. Golden divine light shone down. The killing intent of the cultivator of Golden Divine Nation was intense. Guy Xianxia was the most outstanding figure among the princes of the Golden Divine Nation. The divine general was in charge of escorting him into God's relic. However, Guy Xianxia was killed in God's relic. "What is the meaning of this, sir?" An astonishing aura similarly swept out from Sky River Great Elder's body. His aura held off the dazzling aura from the cultivator of Golden Divine Nation. Lord Taixian also frowned as his gaze swept over towards the silhouette in midair. What happened? Many senior figures of the top forces asked their juniors who had emerged from God's relic. The cultivators of Sky Demon Court, dragon gods as well as divine elephants all asked this at the same time. The members of Golden Divine Nation tried to kill Yi Futian in God's relic and got killed instead. Prince Gai Shirshir was killed. Many cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty clashed with Yi Futian's side. Many were also killed. Yi Tianyu was humiliatingly defeated by Yi Futian with one spear strike. The members of the various forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm briefly talked about what had happened. The crowd immediately revealed strange expressions. Had this fellow caused such a ruckus in God's relic? The crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Yi Tianyu, was renowned as being born supreme. The dynastic overlord placed extremely high expectations on him. Had he been defeated by a strike from Yi Futian's spear? From the looks of it, the dispute over the talents among the current generation of the Heavenly Mandate realm could already come to a close. Yi Tianyu, a monstrous presence who was believed to be standing at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm, was defeated with a spear strike. Lord Taixian, Yi Futian killed the prince of my Golden Divine Nation in God's relic. I will be sure to take Yi Futian with me. The divine general of the Golden Divine Nation said in a cold tone. Lord Taixian turned his gaze towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian replied in a mocking tone. Senior of Golden Divine Nation, you surely jest. Last time, outside of the Divine Palace, Gai Shirshir had tried to kill me once. I let him go that time. In God's relic, your people tried to kill me, relying on having a Renhuang with them. May I ask, was I supposed to just stand there and let your Golden Divine Nation prince kill me? As for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, you are even more laughable. Your crown prince, who you consider to be born supreme and without equal in the Heavenly Mandate realm, could not even take a stab from my spear. I spared his life. Since the dynastic overlord is a huge figure in the Heavenly Mandate realm, I need to spare him the humiliation. You defeated him with one spear strike and spared his life? The dynastic overlord's heart trembled. He finally knew what sort of trauma Yi Tianyu had faced. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Back then, he had wanted to immediately kill Yi Futian. He never imagined that Yi Futian had actually grown so fast. Yi Futian had now become the prick in Yi Tianyu's heart. The dynastic overlord had spent so much effort on Yi Tianyu. When Yi Tianyu was still young, the dynastic overlord had sent him to cultivate in the Divine Palace. The dynastic overlord believed that his son, Yi Tianyu, was born supreme. Even if Yi Tianyu could not dominate the 9 realms, he would at least be without equal in the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, a prodigy like Gu Donglu had appeared. Now Yi Futian was another one. Violet Heavenly Palace also arrived at the scene. They also discovered what had transpired in God's relic. The members of their Violet Heavenly Palace had suffered greatly in God's relic and had been cast aside. Lord Taixian, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, has a grudge with this young man. I hope that you will not interfere, the dynastic overlord said as he looked at Lord Taixian. Ever since Lord Taixian broke through to the next plane, dynastic overlord became very cautious of him. He was a figure on the same level as Gu Tianxing back in the day. Yi Tianyu was crowned as someone who was born supreme. Yet in the end, he was as pathetic as a drowned mouse. Yi Futian taunted. No wonder the Heavenly Mandate dynasty is going downhill. You lack tolerance. Even the Purple Gold Rat Clan has forsaken you for a better alliance. Purple Gold Rat Clan. When members of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty heard Yi Futian mentioning the Purple Gold Rat Clan, their facial expressions turned extremely ugly. These vermin. The members of Heavenly Mandate dynasty cursed as their gazes swept towards the Purple Gold Rats. Coincidentally, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor had come in person. Right now, he was still in a daze and did not understand what had happened. You owe me an explanation, the dynastic overlord said as he glanced at the Purple Gold Rat Emperor. The purple gold rat emperor emanated a terrifying aura. His gaze was fixed on Shu Huangsun. What happened exactly? He questioned. Grandfather Yi Tianyu indeed pales into insignificance when compared to Yi Futian. Why should we collaborate with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Shu Huangsun voiced up. This time, I have worked with Yi Futian and have reaped many benefits. Our clan got a few top-class ritual implements. Fine. The dynastic overlord roared when he heard Shu Huangsun's words. Very well. What do you think about this? Purple gold rat emperor's face was clouded with anger. This rascal had actually collaborated with Yi Futian in God's relic to fight against the Heavenly Mandate dynasty without consulting him first. Their purple gold rat clan had put in a lot of effort all these years to reach their current status. Shu Huangsun's treachery would undoubtedly put them in an even more difficult situation. They would be belittled by both alliances. Not to mention their relationship with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was now up in flames. Right now, the purple gold rat emperor was holding a wolf by the ears. Apart from handing Shu Huangsun over to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he couldn't think of a better way to resolve this grudge. However, his grandson said that he had gotten a few top-class ritual implements. Since the purple gold rats have forsaken darkness for light, I will let bygones be bygones. In the future, we can still collaborate when the opportunity arises, Yi Futian said loudly. The aura of the dynastic overlord churned, and his murderous intent was petrifying. Was Purple Gold Rat Clan planning to betray the Heavenly Mandate dynasty now? How many ritual implements did you get? What rank are they? Purple Gold Rat Emperor asked Shu Huangsun through secret transmission. 3. All of them are top-ranked. They will make grandfather stronger. There are both offensive and defensive ritual implements. I have chosen them especially for you, Shu Huangsun replied. He was very filial. Purple Gold Rat Emperor silently nodded his head in approval. With those ritual implements, he might be able to fight against the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Since it had come to this, it was too late now to explain anything. Purple Gold Rat Emperor could only play along. Brother E, I am sorry, Purple Gold Rat Emperor said. Clearly, he had made a decision, and he did not plan to give the Heavenly Mandate dynasty an explanation. It meant that their alliance had fallen apart. The collaboration between Purple Gold Rat Clan and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had ended. In reality, this was no longer as simple as terminating a partnership. It was impossible for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to tolerate this act of betraying and sneakily attacking them. The Purple Gold Rat Clan was more detestable than those enemies that came at them directly. Well done, the dynastic overlord exclaimed. Then, he didn't look at the Purple Gold Rat Emperor again. He would remember this grudge. When they returned to their realm, he would pay him back. However, now was not the time for it. Yi Futian watched everything in silence. After he obtained the treasures in the spatial sacred hall, he did not treat the Purple Gold Rat Clan shabbily. He had done so exactly for this moment. He would let the Purple Gold Rats improve their abilities. In turn, they would fight against the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the future. It was such a perfect plan. Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor glanced at Yi Futian with discerning gazes. Of course, they knew of Yi Futian's trick. This fellow was digging a pit for the two top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Lord Taixian, the Divine General of Golden Divine Nation, couldn't help but cue for Lord Taixian again, since the latter still remained silent. Be it the Divine General or Dynastic Overlord, most likely neither of them were a match for Lord Taixian now. Hence, everything depended on Lord Taishuan's stand. The incident has been made clear. The two juniors attacked Yi Futian when they were in God's relic, but their skills were weaker than that of Yi Futian. Therefore, there is nothing left to be said. As seniors, it is not befitting of your status to come and demand that I hand over a junior. Lord Taixian looked at both of them and said, whatever happened in the relic, it is a matter among the juniors. What is done. That's all. The cultivators of the two top forces fell silent. It seemed like Lord Taixian was going to interfere in this matter. Lord Taixian has advanced to the next level, but the Golden Divine Nation has been rooted in the higher heavens realm for many years. Our strength is not something Taishan Mountain can compare with. Lord Taishan is shielding someone who is not related to you. Is he worth your care? The Divine General of Golden Divine Nation challenged. If the deceased was any other man, perhaps he could accept the fact. However, it was Gai Shir. Even the Divine General could not bring himself to inform His Highness of this news. Yi Futian has trained in Taishan Mountain before. Even though I didn't accept him as my disciple, he is still counted as one. Now he is trained by my good friend. He is not unrelated to me. Lord Taishan responded indifferently. If you plan to escalate this feud between the juniors to a battle between Golden Divine Nation and Taishan Mountain, it's your decision. The Divine General wanted to use the Golden Divine Nation to pressure him. Benefactor Yi explored God's relic with great ease. He seized a spatial sacred hall that contained countless top-ranked ritual implements. Even though many of the ritual implements have been given to others, there was still a treasure trove left untouched. Moreover, he obtained the divine item left by the great emperor. He is such a talent. It is impossible for you to want to take him away easily, sir. A voice sounded abruptly. Many top figures narrowed their eyes when they heard the words. Yi Futian had obtained a treasure trove? A treasure trove in the god's relic. What did it signify? Even the hearts of the top figures leapt when they heard about it. When Yi Futian heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of murderous intent. He stared in the direction of Xianxia clan. The person who spoke up was naturally a member of the Xianxia clan. That bold monk had threatened him when they were in the god's relic. In the end, he didn't collaborate with the Xianxia clan, and they chose to join the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Xianxia clan left after they were defeated. Surely they must have felt dissatisfied. Right now, as the monk brought this topic up, his motive was execrable. There were plenty of treasures in the god's relic. Many people obtained them. Even though I seized a treasure trove, I have distributed most of the treasures to the forces in my alliance. I kept very few of them. Yi Futian retorted with a cold voice. Bald monk, your sneak attack in the god's relic failed. Now that we have left the relic, you are still plotting evil schemes. Are you so desperate to enter purgatory? Yi Futian released streaks of Renhuang's might to pressure the monk. The cultivators of the Xianxia clan frowned. A Renhuang blocked in front of everyone. He put his palms together, and his gaze was stern. My Xianxia clan disciple has merely spoken the truth. There is no need for Benefactor Yi to be enraged by his words. The monk's words are not false. Even though he has given out many treasures to others, he still kept a huge portion to himself. He kept all the top-ranked Renhuang ritual implements. Someone testified for the member of Xianxia clan. The speaker was a swordsman of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Sword Saint of Avicii, the leader of Heavenly Sword Hall, was killed by Yi Futian when they were in God's relic. Many of the remaining members were killed too. Only a few of them came out alive. Their situation was pitiful. Indeed, we saw that with our own eyes. A cultivator of School of the Emperor Star agreed. Shun Hao stood in mid-air in the distance. His gaze was sharp as it shot over to where Yi Futian was. He actually obtained another treasure trove before this? Is this person the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder? An elder of Shun clan asked. Shun Hao nodded. How are his ability and talents? The Shun clan elder asked. Very impressive. He was one of the 10 people who managed to obtain a divine item in the end. He utilized the might of the heavenly palace to prove his way. His divine wheel is probably a flawless one, Shun Hao said. His words caused the cultivators of Shun clan to reveal strange looks as they glanced over at Sky River Great Elder. Back then, Sky River Great Elder had also cultivated in the Shun clan. They were quite familiar with him. They never expected that after so many years, the last inheritor that he chose actually had such talent. No wonder Sky River Great Elder had sent Yi Futian into God's relic. Your lot did not dare nor had the ability to snatch the treasures in God's relic. Now that you have come out of God's relic, are you preparing to ask your seniors to do it for you? Do Zhao said as he looked at those who had spoken. You all are a disgrace to your ancestors. Dou Zhao, you yourself have stooped so low. You must have benefited greatly from following behind Yifutian. It seems that you feel very proud. The cultivators of School of the Emperor Star continued. Their tone was unfriendly. Show yourself. Dou Zhao could no longer hold his temper. He took a step forward and yelled at the other party while pointing at them. The expression of the cultivators of the School of the Emperor Star turned ugly. The senior figures also frowned. Don't just hide behind there and instigate. Come out and try to seize the treasures from Yifutian if you dare. Dou Zhao roared. Many people have obtained treasures in God's relic. You all really know how to choose your targets. You all did not have the ability to seize the treasures when we were in God's relic. Now that you see a chance, you are preparing to instigate your seniors to act? Why don't we let Yifutian just stand here, and if you dare to come out alone to take his treasures, I, Dou Zhao, will call you Lord. If you don't dare to do so, then just shut up and keep quiet behind there. Don't just hide among the crowd and yell. It is such a disgrace. Dou Zhao's thunderous voice caused everyone's eardrums to tremble. The expressions of the members of the School of the Emperor Star turned even uglier. Right now, Golden Divine Nation and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were against Yifutian. These fellows were standing behind, throwing oil into the fire. They were undoubtedly putting Yifutian in a very disadvantageous position. If each and every force wanted to intervene, it would become very troublesome. Rumble. Right at that moment, an unparalleled divine might descended from afar, causing many people to raise their heads to look up to the sky above. The pressure from the might was domineering. It immediately pressed down on the entire city of the ruins. Many prominent figures looked up into the sky. From the distance, the brilliant divine light of the great path shone down from above. In an instant, golden divine light flooded the sky, blinding the eyes of those present. The gazes of the top figures pierced the sky above. The silhouette of an unparalleled deity seemed to be traversing the space, heading in their direction. Before his person had arrived, the pressure of his might was already felt. Emperor Nan looked up into the sky in the distance. He had not imagined that the Lord of Golden Divine Nation would come in person. From the looks of it, Golden Divine Nation Dynastic Overlord had high expectations for Gai Shirshir. Gai Shirshir's death caused him to personally come to the city of the ruins. I have heard that Lord Taixian has shattered the shackles of the plane. I wonder how your current ability is now. A voice came from the sky and was extremely domineering. Lord Taixian looked up into the sky. The might of the great path from his body enveloped the heavens and the earth. He then took a step forward. His silhouette disappeared immediately. In an instant, he seemed to have traversed hundreds of miles. Far off in the sky above, the roar of the great path rumbled. The space shook, and the two of them seemed to be battling in the sky. However, even over here, everyone else could feel how frightening their attacks were. Many people revealed strange looks. They never imagined that they would witness a battle between figures at the peak of the realms. Silhouettes flew up into the sky. Their will swept out across the sky as they observed the battle from afar. Even figures like Emperor Nan were somewhat interested in the battle. In the 9 realms, battles of such caliber were rarely seen. It was hard to come across one in several years. The reason why Emperor Nan had personally come to escort his daughter Nan Luotian back home was that there would always be some commotion after God's relic closed. He was worried, and he doted upon Nan Luotian greatly. Hence he had come in person. With him present, no accidents would happen. Yifutian glanced at the sky above. The two of them seemed to be battling far away. He did not know how far away they were. Even his will could not cover such a far-off distance, let alone his eyesight. They could only hear faint rumbles and a faint melody. Lord Taixian mastered the Song of the Lost Divine. Yifutian wondered whether Lord Taixian could put up a fight against the Golden Divine Nation Dynastic Overlord. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Dynastic Overlord had a cold and stern expression. Seeing that Lord Taixian had disappeared, his gaze fell on Yifutian. Right now, who else could protect Yifutian? Capture him. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Dynastic Overlord immediately ordered. In an instant, his might of way swept over the space. However, at this moment, a palm print struck out directly at the heavenly mandate dynastic overlord. He looked towards his attacker. To his surprise, it was Sky River Great Elder. Rumble. A fierce will swept over the land. In an instant, an astonishing storm of the great path swept up in the surrounding space. The city of the ruins could not withstand a battle of such caliber. Many top figures defended their juniors from the waves of the great path. The heavenly mandate dynastic overlord and Sky River Great Elder began to battle. Both of them were at the same plane. They were both upper-level renhuangs at the 9th tier of the divine wheel. Many cultivators were shocked. They had not expected that the dynastic overlord and Sky River Great Elder would engage in battle right away. Second uncle, Yi Futian is my sworn brother. You can't stay out of this? Dozhao said as he looked at his second uncle. Second uncle glanced at Dozhao, surprised. This kind of battle would involve many parties. Even though Dozhao was carefree, he was someone who considered the bigger picture. After all, Dozhao was trained to be the next tribe leader of Do tribe. He was the only one among the younger generations who could unleash the will of sevenfold fighting god. His intelligence was without question. If he involved himself in the battle, Do tribe might offend the forces that were at feud with Yi Futian. Dozhao, are you sure? Second uncle secretly transmitted his voice and questioned Dozhao. Their eyes were locked on to each other. I'm sure, Dozhao said while nodding his head. Okay. Dozhao's second uncle said no more. Dozhao was close to breaking through to the Renhuang plain. Since he was trained as the successor of the tribe, he would sooner or later be in control of the entire Do tribe. Up until this point, this matter was probably Dozhao's first decision, which would affect the outcome of the conflict among the top forces. Since Dozhao was so determined about it, then he would obey his command. Bang! As soon as he agreed, an extremely powerful will of fighting god erupted from his body. His body was encircled in brilliant light, as though fighting god had descended into the world. He shot up into the sky, sending a punch in the direction of the divine general of Golden Divine Nation, who was pursuing Yi Futian. Bang! There was the sound of explosions. The punch directly traversed the sky. The arm of a golden god of war that was 1,000 meters long appeared in the sky. The punch crashed towards the opponent's spear, immediately adhering to the opponent's attack and shooting up to the sky. This punch directly traversed hundreds of miles, shooting up to the battlefield high in the sky. The Do tribe joined the battle. Many thanks, Yi Futian said to Dozhao. Since we are sharing our fortunes, we will naturally endure the hardship together. Dozhao replied while looking at Yi Futian. I am a dignified descendant of fighting god. I am not who you imagined me to be. You are loyal, Yi Futian said with a smile. A huge battle instantly erupted in the sky above. Many auras were pressing down in this direction. Although the cultivators of many forces had yet to attack, they were eyeing to do so intently. For example, the forces that bore grudges against Yi Futian, such as the Snow Divine Kingdom, Emperor Star Realm, Heavenly Sword Hall, Violet Heavenly Palace, and Prison Fort Clan, as well as Martial God Clan from the Central Emperor Realm, all stood at one side with their gazes staring in this direction. Wu Zhan's gaze was exceptionally sharp. If it weren't for Yi Futian, the spatial sacred hall would have been theirs for the taking. Their Renhuang Wu Meng had died at the hands of Yi Futian. Aside from them, many other forces like the Xinxing clan, Celestial Worthy Temple, Clan of the God of Ghost, Divine Capital of Xiling, and Fate World were also staring at the battlefield. All of them stayed out of the battle for now. They were observing how the situation would change. Of course, there were many forces which had good relationships with Yi Futian, such as the alliance forces from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The cultivators of divine elephants had been following Yi Futian closely. They had a close relationship to begin with. Besides that, there were dragon gods and sky demon court. At the moment, the seniors were all communicating with their juniors through secret sound transmissions to find out what had happened in God's relic. After they knew what had happened, their hearts trembled slightly. The strongest cultivator among the younger generation of the heavenly mandate realm was undoubtedly Yifutian. Aside from the forces of the heavenly mandate realm, there were still a few forces that looked kindly on Yifutian, such as Yuanyang clan and clan of the Seven Slayers. Yifutian's gaze swept over the battlefield in the sky above. His body gradually floated up into the air with his long spear in hand. It emanated astonishing fighting will and was extremely sharp. This scene caused the gazes of many people to be glued onto him. Yifutian seemed to be preparing to personally join the fray. He was the center of this storm. If he made a move, he would be putting himself in danger. However, Yifutian was not bothered by this concern. Now, he had proven his way and had entered into the Renhuang Plain. He had forged a perfect divine wheel. He was confident that he could defend himself. Of course, he was qualified to join the battle. Besides Yifutian, the Renhuangs of Dou tribe and Taishan Mountain also flew up into the sky. A gaze locked on Yifutian. Someone asked, "Are you capable of handling this?" Yifutian turned and saw a beautiful face. It was none other than Taishan House Master, Empress Yen, who recommended him to Taishan Mountain in the past. "House Master, you underestimate me," Yifutian replied wryly. His body shot up into the sky in a straight line. Empress Yen blinked. Both she and the String Emperor followed behind Yifutian and flew up into the sky. They were worried that he might be harmed. After all, this fellow had just broken through to the Renhuang Plain not long ago. His plane was still not stable. In a battle between the Renhuangs of the top forces, a moment of carelessness would result in death. The two dynastic overlords of Golden Divine Nation, as well as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, had personally come here. This battle was not just a simple spar. The other party would really try to kill Yifutian. Be careful. The String Emperor swept a glance at the sky above. He saw a powerful Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation heading over towards Yifutian. The String Emperor extended his 5 long and slender fingers. He grabbed at the air, and countless strings of the Great Path seemed to appear in the heavens above and blocked the attack from the other party. He plucked the strings of the Great Path with his hand, and sword will swept out. String Emperor's body immediately leapt over Yifutian's figure and shot up into the air as he forced the other party back. "Many thanks, Senior," Yifutian said. His gaze swept towards the other direction. Then, with a flash of his silhouette, he headed in that direction. Over there was a cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty at the Renhuang Plain. His plane was that of a lower-level Renhuang, and his divine will was only at the 2nd tier. The Renhuang saw Yifutian heading towards him. A cold look flashed past in the eyes of the Renhuang. The divine wheel in his body burst forth, and his will swept out. Even though Yifutian's talent was extraordinary, he had just broken through to the Renhuang Plain. Was Yifutian planning on using him to try out his powers? Yifutian swept a glance at his opponent and directly traversed the space. After reaching the Renhuang Plain, his speed was even quicker. In an instant, he immediately landed in front of his opponent and engaged in close-quarter combat. The expression of the Renhuang changed slightly. Yifutian was acting so presumptuous. Yifutian had just proven his way, and he dared to engage in close-quarter combat? Yifutian's figure became way, and his divine wheel of the Great Path emanated a gleaming divine light. A terrifying storm of massacre brewed with him at the center. A spear appeared in his hand as well. He attacked violently without hesitation. Bang! The spears collided. The onlookers were blinded by a dazzling light. The next moment, the Renhuang disappeared. The will of the Renhuang still lingered in the space, yet his figure was nowhere to be found. He had been penetrated by the spear and turned into dust. Instant kill. Everyone widened their eyes when they saw what happened. It was as though the person that Yifutian had killed was not a Renhuang. The Renhuang did not even manage to defend himself and was killed instantly by a strike from Yifutian's spear. He most likely did not even know how he was killed. The divine wheel of the Great Path was forged when a cultivator broke through to the Renhuang Plain. There was a stark difference between every tier of the divine wheel. The might of the will, unleashed by a 2nd-tier divine wheel that resonated with the Great Path, could surely suppress the will unleashed by a first-tier divine wheel. However, even so, the Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was instantly killed with a spear strike. He did not even have the opportunity to use his power. The difference in divine wheels. Upon seeing this scene, everyone conjectured that the Ren Huang of Heavenly Mandate dynasty most likely had little experience in fighting against other Renhuangs. Some top forces from the Central Emperor realm had the best understanding of how much a difference it would make for cultivators with different tiers of divine wheels to engage in a battle. Yifutian instantly killed his opponent with a spear strike. It proved that the difference between their two divine wheels was huge and could not be overcome at all. Even though the Ren Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was on a higher level, he was still killed in one shot. Moreover, Yifutian had not even shown his divine wheel of the Great Path. Even for top forces, a cultivator at the Renhuang plane was considered the mainstay of a force. It was hard to cultivate a Renhuang. However, when battles arose, a Renhuang was killed so easily. It only took a strike from the spear. In the sky below, Emperor Xia raised his head. His face twitched when he saw the spear that Yifutian wielded. He looked at the Demon Peacock Emperor beside him. The Demon Peacock Emperor also looked at him. There were looks of astonishment in both of their eyes. Yifutian was a Renhuang just like them. How powerful was his ability now? Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous power of the Great Path spurted towards Yifutian. Swiftly, Yifutian turned around and thrust his spear forward. Like a meteorite, his spear shattered the incoming spear. However, an alarming pressure surrounded his body all of a sudden. A body forged of gold appeared above Yifutian. The figure was brilliant. His divine wheel of the Great Path shone. He was a golden ancient god. Yifutian had seen this person before. Back then, this person had even attacked Yifutian. It was none other than the Prince of Golden Divine Nation and the elder brother of Gai Shirshir, Gai Jutian. Last time, outside of Divine Palace, Gai Shirshir had lost to Yifutian. This Gai Jutian was overbearing. Right now, Gai Jutian once again came charging towards him. The pair of golden eyes contained fierce murderous intent. Yifutian killed his younger brother. He did not say anything, merely standing proudly in the sky. All around him, figures of golden ancient gods descended from the sky. They suppressed this side of the sky. Gai Jutian was like a deity that shone with the sun and the moon. The light of the divine wheel of the Great Path swept out. The golden ancient gods pounced downwards. The divine sound could be faintly heard. It was the sigh of the divine god. Gai Jutian was a lower-level Renhuang at the third tier of the divine wheel. Yifutian exclaimed internally when he sensed his opponent's aura. His opponent was at the same level as Empress Yen. Back when they were outside of the Divine Palace, Yifutian had fought against Empress Yen. Gai Jutian's divine will was at the celestial level. As the crowned prince of Golden Divine Nation, the divine wheel that he had forged was naturally not ordinary. It was a celestial level, third-tier divine wheel. One could imagine the domineering might of his divine wheel. "Let's go," Emperor Xia said. He and the Demon Peacock Emperor were ready to lend a hand. Their divine wheels were only at the third tier. Moreover, theirs were gold-level divine wheels. In other words, Gai Jutian, the crowned prince of the Golden Divine Nation, was stronger than both of them. Although Yifutian had exceptional talent, he had just broken through to the Renhuang plane. With Yifutian's first-tier divine wheel, the difference between his ability and his opponent's was too great. How could he possibly win in this battle? Right now, battles were happening at every corner of the sky. There were few people left. Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor could no longer sit out of this. "Your Highness, please wait." A voice rang. Emperor Xia turned around and saw the Swordmaster of Lihin. The former put on a perplexed look. "Your Highness, let's watch for a while more," the Swordmaster of Lihin suggested. Swordmaster of Lihin, the difference in tiers between Yifutian and his opponent is huge. Emperor Xia raised his concern. "The level of divine wheels can make up for the difference in tiers," the Swordmaster of Lihin said. "If Yifutian really can't handle him, only then will we join the battle." Even if Yifutian could not defeat his opponent, He would not be crushed in a short amount of time. He definitely had the power to put up a fight. The level of divine wheel? Emperor Xia revealed a shock expression. The level of Gai Joutian's divine wheel was already very high. It dazzled with a blinding divine light. Could it be that the level of Yi Futian's divine will was even higher? Despite having doubts, Emperor Xia accepted the suggestion of the swordmaster of Lihan. He didn't join the battle. He looked at the battle in the sky and was ready to lend a hand when necessary. In the sky, Yi Futian stood undeterred as he was flooded by the golden statues. From inside his body, brilliant light suddenly burst forth. This light covered the sky and pierced the endless space. It was as though there was divine light of the great path circling his figure. The worldly great path resonated with his. He truly achieved the state of becoming one with the world. In the sky above Yi Futian, a dazzling strange phenomenon appeared. Endless will of the great path appeared like waterfalls that churned towards Yi Futian's body. Dazzling divine light radiated outwards, covering thousands of miles. It could truly be called the divine wheel of the great path. Its divine light covered the sky. His divine wheel is flawless. It is at the divine level. The major figures of the 9 realms lowered their heads and looked over in Yi Futian's direction. In their eyes, there were only flawless or flawed divine wheels. Only a flawless divine wheel was a complete divine wheel of the great path. Only then could it be considered divine. Divine light covered the sky, radiating 3,000 miles. When Emperor Xia saw this divine wheel, his heart trembled inside him. At this moment, he felt that his own divine will was a joke. Could the divine wheel that he forged when he reached the Renhuang Plain truly be considered a divine wheel of the great path? If he were to compare his divine wheel with that of Yi Futian, his own would probably pale into insignificance. Flawless. This was a truly flawless divine wheel. The heavens revealed strange phenomena, and divine light covered the sky. Many people were mesmerized by this gorgeous scene. Although many cultivators that had forged flawless divine wheels had appeared in God's relic, in reality, those were all the flawless divine wheels that normal cultivators would encounter. Once outside of God's relic, among the innumerable cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, how many had flawless divine wheels? In the heavenly mandate realm before Yi Futian, there were none who had flawless divine wheels. Even the top figures of the realm did not have flawless divine wheels. This also meant that the difficulty of forging a flawless divine wheel was far greater than the difficulty of becoming a top force. Once one completed this step, it was possible for them to stand at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Even Emperor Nan and the cultivators of the Shin clan were paying close attention to Yi Futian. Strange looks flashed past in their gazes. Not only did Yi Futian have a flawless divine wheel, but divine phenomena had also appeared. Did this person have a huge fateful encounter in God's relic? Emperor Nan asked Nan Luoshan, who was beside him. He should have from the looks of it. A strange look flashed past Nan Luoshan's beautiful gaze. This person's divine will was actually even more dazzling than her own. Endless strings of the great path seemed to appear around them. The sound of Qin could be heard playing on its own. With the great path as its strings, it actually suppressed the sigh of the divine god. Beams of radiant divine light shot out like flawlessly sharp swords. They pierced towards the statues of the golden ancient gods. An intense rumbling sound thundered. No one knew how much will the divine wheel of the great path that Yi Futian forged had consumed. Yi Futian had consumed so many fruits of the way. With the support of the world tree, the foundation of his great path was extremely solid. A first-tier divine wheel is going against a third-tier divine wheel. The crowd revealed bizarre expressions. The aura on Yi Futian's body was actually not at a disadvantage at the slightest. His power of the great path also showed no signs of being suppressed. Gai Joutian's facial expression changed slightly. A flawless divine wheel. This was the goal of all the disciples of Golden Divine Nation all this while, but Gai Joutian had failed to forge one. Initially, Gai Shishir had a chance to forge a flawless divine will upon entering God's relic this time. However, he had been killed by Yi Futian and had perished. Even though Yi Futian had a flawless divine will, what of it? There was still a difference between their two planes. He did not believe that the tier of Yi Futian's divine will could overcome it. Gai Jutian's divine will was also at the celestial level. Gai Jutian raised his hand. The heavens and earth resonated, and the great path roared. A palm print directly struck out from his palm. In an instant, a gigantic golden palm print appeared in the sky above Yi Futian's head. Patterns of the great path seemed to be carved on the palm print. It appeared like the face of a deity. It was as though a deity had descended from the heavens and wanted to destroy all of existence. Aside from a flawless divine wheel, the other divine wheels were all common level. Yi Futian extended his left hand. He pointed a finger at the heavens, and countless divine swords resonated. A storm of sword chi swept out and formed a sky-shattering sword. It immediately shattered the gigantic palm print. The divine swords pierced through the sky. Gai Jutian once again shot out a palm print to block them. A perfect wheel of the great path. Gai Jutian's heart trembled. Would this be enough to ignore the difference in their levels? This was a flawless divine wheel, whereas his was at the celestial level. Why was there still such a huge gap? Yi Futian was a bit surprised as well. In fact, he had just ascended to the Renhuang plane. Although he had forged at perfect divine wheel, he did not know how big the gap between the two of them was or how powerful his combat ability was. After all, this was his first battle since becoming a Renhuang. It seemed he was even more powerful than he would have imagined. Gai Jutian was no ordinary person. He was one of the eminent talents of the Golden Divine Nation with a divine wheel at the celestial level. But in this conflict, Yi Futian did not feel any pressure from his divine wheel. Thinking of this, he pulled his spear back. It seemed like he was thinking too much. He did not need to fight Gai Jutian. His body was bathed in brilliant divine light, and the power of the great path was falling upon him. As he was bathed in the dazzling light of the great path, the white-haired Renhuang in the air looked like a god. Everyone was in a daze as they watched. Had he really just ascended to the Renhuang plane? Many mid-level Renhuangs were not that glorious. Even some of the core members of great powers did not understand why he was like this. There was clearly a huge gap between the two of them. Had the elder not said that the distance between levels on the Renhuang plane was like the distance between heaven and earth, that there was a huge disparity in terms of strength? So what was happening right before their eyes? Yi Futian seemed to be subverting their views on cultivation. The sound of shrieking swords swept out, merging with the music. He was using the great path as his strings, and each string seemed to be made of swords. The music that was playing seemed to be the song of the lost divine. And the sword will was the sword will of the fleeting divine sword. Yi Futian stretched out a finger and seemed to pluck the strings of the great path. For a time, the great path flowed backward. Endless sword light pierced through the air, destroying everything in its path. Countless swords shrieked out, cutting their way through the sky. Boom! Gai Jutian felt that he was surrounded by the countless strings of the great path. As the endless sword will shot towards him, he formed a seal with both hands. The divine music wrapped around him. It was the sound of the sigh of the divine god. His body shone with golden light as if he had transformed into a golden god. His divine majesty pressed all around him, suffocating everyone. As the swords reached him, they were blocked by the golden statues all around him. At the same time, he lifted his hand and slammed it out towards Yi Futian. At that moment, countless golden gods shot out towards him, and the image of a massive golden god appeared in the sky. This strike seemed to contain the fury of a god and the fury of Gai Jutian. It swept through the air. Under the music, the countless strings of the great path resonated with the endless sword will. The power of Yi Futian's divine will burst out. At that moment, he shone with the radiance of heaven and earth as he used the worldly great path to its fullest extent. Thousands of beams of light fell like waterfalls. At this time, Yi Futian seemed like an immortal, like a god of the 9 heavens. His silver hair danced in the wind. His features had always been handsome, but now they were incomparably heroic. Now that he had become a Renhuang, he had a Renhuang-level aura. The light that was bursting from him now made a few of the women, who had not cultivated to a high level, stare at him in a daze. Xia Qingyuan stared mutely at the figure in the air. It seemed that he was the only person that existed in her eyes. Beside her, Emperor Xia trembled on the inside. He looked at his daughter and sighed. His own precious daughter had fallen for Yifutian. The poison already ran deep, but the young man was quite good-looking. Even if he was only 70 or 80% as handsome, divine light bloomed in the sky. Yifutian pointed up. At that moment, it seemed like a divine sword had been drawn and was cutting through the heavens. The light from that single sword stretched out for 3,000 miles. Many people seemed like they couldn't tell that it was a sword. They only saw a beam of light. An endless sword will shot through the heavens. The beam of light crashed into the descending golden god, causing many more beams of light to burst out. The golden god was pierced through, and a hole appeared in it, after which it cracked and shattered. At the same time, the divine sword light descended in front of Gai Jutian. Gai Jutian thrust out his hands with a cry. When the sword reached him, there was a loud rumbling sound as cracks appeared in his divine wheel, making his will rapidly weaken. Go and find Gai Shishir. Yifutian waved his hands over the strings of the great path. The image of the sword swallowed up the sky. The sword transformed into a sword-shaped storm. Gai Jutian's body broke apart piece by piece until it became nothing. In an instant, his body completely disappeared. Only sword will was left where he had been. A second Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation had been lost. He had been killed by Yifutian. He had not shown any mercy. This time he had killed the man himself. Gai Jutian had wanted to kill him, and now he was dead. It was kill or be killed. Killing one or killing two, there was no difference between them. Given the power of the Golden Divine Nation, they could absolutely not forgive him. They had wanted to kill him. Under this situation, he naturally had to weaken them. The Golden Divine Nation had hidden reserves of power and countless cultivators. But they could not all come to the City of the Ruins. Only a few Renhuangs had come. He killed him. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yifutian, who had just reached the Renhuang Plain, had slain Gai Jutian with his third-tier divine wheel. There had been a competition. When he had unleashed his divine wheel, his opponent had been doomed. How great had the gap between them been? Many of the great figures from top powers sighed inwardly. Not even 10 people had forged perfect divine wheels on this trip to the God's Relic. These 10 people included Jian Qingzhu of Tianxin Academy, Shun Hao of the Xin clan, and Nan Luoshan, the daughter of Emperor Nan. But now, they all remembered only one of them, Yifutian. Yifutian's first battle at the Renhuang Plain had been enough to make his name resonate throughout the 9 realms. "I'm getting old," whispered Emperor Xia, but he smiled brightly. As the ruler of Emperor Xia's realm, he suddenly felt old and feeble. He had watched Yifutian grow from a weak young man into who he was now. In this battle, he had cut down Gai Jutian, which implied that even he, Emperor Xia, was no match for him. How could he not sigh at this? No need to sigh. There are few people like him in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, said the Demon Peacock Emperor. Emperor Xia nodded. He naturally understood this, but when he thought of the family background that Yifutian had hidden, he felt a bit relieved. He was so used to Yifutian causing trouble in Emperor Xia's realm that he seemed to have forgotten his possible origin. "Qingyuan, how has your relationship with him developed?" Emperor Xia asked. Xia Qingyuan looked at her father. "What? How had it developed? Don't blame me for asking. Time waits for no man." Emperor Xia felt gloomy. He knew that this young man would become a great force in Emperor Xia's realm. If he didn't get a handle on things now, well, it was not like he could fight him. "It's not like you think," said Xia Qingyuan, blushing. "No? Then where did you get your opportunity to ascend from?" Emperor Xia asked. "Don't think I don't see what's going on." He did not believe that Xia Qingyuan could have seized the chance on her own. Without a doubt, Yifutian had helped her. This kid was still very empathetic. He knew how to hurt people. "You are thinking too much, father." Xia Qingyuan looked at her father frankly, then lowered her head. "Oh, daughter, you are too cold. Sometimes you have to take the initiative, urged Emperor Xia. It was no wonder that he was so urgent. At that moment, Yi Futian had Lord Taixian and the Sky River Great Elder behind him. There were many beautiful women in the 9 supreme realms. There was the woman from Brahma's pure sky not far away, and many beautiful goddesses. They were all threats. In addition, there were Nan Luotian of the Nantian Divine Kingdom and Chang Shi of Yue Divine Palace, who were like goddesses themselves. They were both glorious and fair, making them threats as well. Kong Xian, come here. Your father has a few things to tell you, said the Demon Peacock Emperor to his daughter. Emperor Xia was stunned. He looked at the Demon Peacock Emperor, and his face darkened. You had better not be getting any ideas, Peacock, he warned. It's a fair competition, said the Demon Peacock Emperor disdainfully. Emperor Xia scolded him. Old Peacock, people, and demons have different paths. You should not be so shameless. What do you know? This way, there will be more feelings between them. I might turn hostile. Should I be afraid of you? Before this, the two of them had shared drinks and entertainment. Now they were speaking of turning hostile towards each other. Beside them, Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian were shocked into silence. They looked at each other then looked away. There was a bit of killing intent in their eyes. It was not only Emperor Xia and the Demon Peacock Emperor. All the demon emperors of the heavenly mandate realm had this same idea. He had a perfect divine wheel and was the foremost person in the heavenly mandate realm. At this moment, Yi Futian could sweep away anyone of his generation, no matter if they were human or demon. Suddenly, the great figures all thought of the prophecy that the heavenly mandate realm would change. At first, they had thought it would be because of Gu Tianxing and Gu Donglu, but it seemed that they had guessed wrong. Wait, prophecy. Prophecy about Yi Futian. Did the prophet ever see Yi Futian before he died? A great figure from the demon realm asked his elder. I believe so, or at least heard his voice, someone answered. He did see him. Yi Futian was the last person he saw before he passed away, said a demon emperor. But at that time, no one had paid attention to this. It had just been a coincidence. But now it seemed like, perhaps it was not a coincidence? He was the foremost member of the younger generation of the heavenly mandate realm. He had forged a perfect divine wheel and was incredibly heroic. He was perhaps one of the top figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. If the prophet had seen him, he would certainly have been able to tell how extraordinary he was. If the prophet had seen it back then, they all realized a possibility, and their eyes involuntarily narrowed. Had the prophet died because of Yi Futian? However, even though Yi Futian was incredibly talented, why would the prophet have chosen to pass away? There must be a secret hidden in all of this. Some secret is being kept. We should not let it out nor bring it up again, ordered the demon emperor. It seemed that they had been pulled into some sort of secret. Had the prophet chosen to die in order to keep this secret? Thinking of this, they looked at Yi Futian differently. If they had guessed correctly, Yi Futian would be the one to change the heavenly mandate realm in the future. In fact, he might even rule it in the future. Many of the forces of the demon realm had good relations with him. They might benefit from the changes he would bring. This battle would make all the cultivators of the 9 realms remember Yi Futian. Previously, the Shin clan had not cared about the Sky River Great Elder's heir, but now it looked like they had underestimated him. It certainly makes sense that Lord Yi was the one to get the treasures in the Sacred Hall and was the first to open the gate of the Great Emperor. He reached enlightenment under the Imperial Palace. This genius who received the divine items of the Great Path and the inheritance of an ancient emperor is truly magnificent. The person sighed as he said this. It seemed that he admired him greatly. Now it looks like the people of the Shin clan guessed right. Even though Lord Ye's talent is unmatched in the 9 realms, he did not break through to the Renhuang level until he was under the Celestial Palace. At that time, I had a vision. I saw that Lord Yi really gained something, which must be the inheritance of the Great Emperor, and thus proved his worthiness to be a Renhuang, continued the person, chattering excitedly. He came from the Tianhe realm and strode through mountains of knives and seas of blood, as he defeated all the proud sons of heaven beneath the celestial palace. The great emperor awakened at his summons, and he inherited his will. All the gods witnessed this in accordance with heaven's will. I believe what Lord Yi said. He truly saw all the gods there in the god's relic. This person seemed to have unlimited admiration and adoration for Yi Futian. He praised him without end. Those who did not know the character of the people from the Xianxia clan would be fooled by this man's solemn, serious, and sacred expression, especially because he was a monk. This monk from the Xianxia clan was named Seven Evils. He was an independent member of the clan, was truly an evil monk. As he said this, everyone looked at him. Everyone had previously thought that Yi Futian had been lying to them. Now, seeing his perfect divine will and his incomparable talent, in addition to the fact that someone like Seven Evils was so entranced by him, it seemed that it was a bit more believable. The elders of the various forces looked at him as well. A cultivator from the Shen clan directly asked, "What does he mean?" All of the great powers had questioned those who had gone to the god's relic. Now they had their answers and were lost in thought. The god's relic was also called the grave of the gods. Could it be that he had really inherited something, seen something? Yi Futian's people looked upset at Seven Evils' words, especially Yu Shang. Terrible murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Yi Futian had said that, he had just been speaking casually, without thinking. No one believed him, but this was different. When someone else said it, it gave it some weight, made it materialize. This evil monk's words would get people killed. The great forces were ready to act, and they were all watching. They could make a decision at any time. The monk's words would harden their resolve. Yi Futian heard it as well, and his eyes went cold. He looked at Seven Evils. He could clearly feel powerful lines of thought sweeping out from him. The cultivators of the top forces were basically unscrupulous, but why would they care about a junior like him? Although he was a Renhuang with unparalleled talent, there was still a huge difference between him and the giants of the top forces. If you believe what you're saying, why don't you and the people of the Xianxia clan do something about it? Yi Futian looked at Seven Evils coldly. There is no enmity between us, Lord Yi. Why would we do this? Seven Evils' voice was sincere. Those who did not know him would probably believe him. However, you have obtained all the treasures of an entire trove, more than one person can possibly use. Now all the top forces are here, so why don't we share them? This would let all of the top powers greatly increase in strength. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As for the divine item you got, you could let the 9 realms see it and enrich their experience. What do you think, Lord Yi? Seven Evils spoke very generously, and on behalf of others. He seemed perfectly impartial, but he was actually very insidious. He had brought all of the 9 realms into it by asking Yi Futian to share the divine implements and bring out his divine item. He meant for Yi Futian to divide up his spoils. Moreover, if this situation actually happened, it would not be as simple as just sharing out the objects. Yi Futian would certainly die, which showed just how wicked Seven Evils was. As he said this, Yi Futian could feel the people from the top forces all looking at him a little more intensely. It seemed that they were ready to act and could attack at any moment. At this moment, Yi Futian was still on the battlefield. The Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation had seen Gai Jiuqian die, and his fighting will had burst forth, making the very air tremble. But Dou Zhao's second uncle was also at the level of a god of war with shocking power. He would not give him a chance to divert his attention. High up in the sky, the battle between Lord Taixian and the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation was causing waves of pressure to sweep downward. The air trembled. The dynastic overlord must have sensed that he had lost a son. Yi Futian cast his gaze around the battlefield. The Renhuangs from Taixian Mountain and the Dou tribe were engaged in battle, for which he was very grateful. Did you really obtain a divine item and the inheritance of the great emperor, nephew? Came a voice. One of the cultivators from the top powers was looking at him, and had called him nephew. Yi Futian had seen the man before he had gone to the god's relic. The Sky River Great Elder had brought him to all of the top forces of the Central Imperial Realm in order to convince them to bring him to the god's relic. This person was the vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school. He had been refused by him, probably so as to not stir up the Sky River Great Elder. Disciples of the sky-reaching school had naturally gone to the god's relic as well, but they had not been very noticeable. They must not have been the most outstanding students. After all, there were so many forces there, and many of them did not have a strong sense of power. However, this man calling him nephew gave people the feeling that he was trying to win Yi Futian's affection by artifice. Moreover, he had an ulterior motive in asking this question. He was bringing up the fact that he and the Sky River Great Elder were once friends. Of course, said Yi Futian, and I was not the only one who felt the power of the great emperor beneath the celestial palace. All the cultivators did. And they all received their own inheritances as well. Moreover, 10 people received divine items from the celestial palace. Oh, said the vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school with a slight nod. In the past several trips to the god's realm, no one had this much good fortune. You had such a wonderful opportunity to go to a treasure trove. Could you bring out your treasures to show us? If there are ones that we like, we can trade you our own treasures for them. The vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and with his power as well. He needed an opportunity to improve. Although he hadn't been able to go to the god's relic, he had heard that Yi Futian had gained some top-level ritual implements. He wanted to see if any of them were special and if they would give him a chance to advance a step. Thus, he had said what he did. Trade? Yi Futian looked at the vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school. Did he think he was an idiot? Yi Futian, you killed Wu Meng, a Renhuang of the martial gods clan. How can we solve this issue between us? Said Wu Zhan. He was taking advantage of the situation. Yi Futian was in a dangerous position now. The Golden Divine Nation and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty both wanted to kill him. Although he was incredibly talented, he was in a precarious situation. The slightest bit of carelessness would destroy him. In this situation, did he value his treasures more than his life? The Prison Fort clan lost a Renhuang as well, said a cultivator from the Prison Fort clan. The Celestial Worthy Temple was supposed to have received the inheritance from one of the statues, said a cultivator from the Celestial Worthy Temple. All of them were coming to Yi Futian to settle accounts. In reality, Yi Futian had already shown mercy in the god's relic, as he had not acted as decisively as he could have. After seizing the treasures within the spatial sacred hall, he had let almost everyone go, fearing just this sort of situation. But the others did not seem to appreciate it. You are all cultivators from top forces, and yet you are seeking out a junior to settle accounts for the conflicts that happened in the god's relic. Don't you think that is shameful? Asked a cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. They had gained 5 ritual implements, and according to Yuan Hong they had a good relationship with Yi Futian, so it was not difficult for them to pay back his goodwill. You and your clan gained some powerful ritual implements. Of course you don't care, said a cultivator from the Martial Gods clan mockingly. The battle had still not calmed down. Waves were rising, and there were enemies on all sides. Yi Futian was in a bad situation right now. The conflict in the god's relic was caused by things that happened there. Why don't you go and find the others who obtained divine items? Asked the cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. So, the powers that obtained ritual implements are not prepared to share them with the other forces of the 9 realms? Of course, since you have these items, your power will increase greatly. It is a good idea for you to defend him then, said the cultivator from the Martial Gods clan with a cold smile. You all want ritual implements? Yi Futian asked them all. We will trade you for them. We won't take them for nothing, said the vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school. He was saying it like he was trying to let Yi Futian save face. Yi Futian watched as they drew nearer to him, all staring at him. He knew that they would not let this go easily. Although he was completely protected from the attacks of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Golden Divine Nation, it would not be easy to escape. Magical treasures moved men's hearts, and there had been more treasures in the spatial sacred hall than any of the top forces of the 9 realms had. This showed how incredible this was. It was enough to change the situation of a top power, or even several top powers. This would make even the top figures of the realms have greedy thoughts. After all, this was the world of cultivation, and everyone in the world sought to increase their power. Yifutian looked at all the forces coming towards him. All of them bore him some sort of grudge, making them very unhappy with him. They would not let this chance get away from them. "You are all being unreasonable," came a voice. Yifutian turned and saw a cultivator step out. He looked at the crowd and said, "Common people can only cultivate to seek the way, while we of the top forces had the chance to compete fairly at the God's Relic. Many of you had grand adventures there. You are all leaders of top forces. Don't you think it is shameful to bully someone who has just reached the Renhuang level like this?" Yifutian looked at the man who was speaking. He was from Xianxia Divine Palace. Yifutian had once entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, making it so that he had a natural affinity with them. However, he was still moved by someone from the Divine Palace speaking on his behalf. "The predatory nature of the world of cultivation has never changed," said one of the top cultivators of the Sky Demon Court. "Both the worlds of demons and humans. It was just that the demon world was more direct about it, and humans were a bit more polite. For example, the vice-headmaster of the Sky Reaching School had called him nephew, saying that he would trade for the treasures. In reality, he was just trying to seize things for himself." "You all are indeed bullying him," said a cultivator from the Dragon Gods. Some cultivators from the Divine Elephants strode forward as well. Suddenly, there were quite a few people standing behind Yifutian. They had not cooperated with the Golden Divine Realm previously. The enmity between Yifutian and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had originally been put aside, but these people were now taking advantage of the situation. They could not stand for it. Many of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm had obtained treasures and had direct connections to Yifutian. They could not just sit by and watch this happen to him. However, the other forces just swept cold gazes over the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm. Although there were many of them, there were not enough. At that moment, the number of forces who wanted divine arms for themselves was extremely great. And there were many powers there from the most powerful realm, like the Central Imperial Realm. The Shin clan had been there all along, watching everything like a tiger watching its prey. They naturally did not have any good feelings towards Yifutian. After all, he was the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder. In addition to this, the Martial Gods clan, the Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Sky Reaching School each had very powerful formations. Yifutian knew that if he wanted to get out of here in one piece, he would need several powerful forces to speak up for him. "Elder," Yifutian called towards a man in the distance. There were many heroic figures around him, such as Jian Qingzhu. They came from Tianshan Academy. The cultivator from Tianshan Academy furrowed his brow, a look of surprise coming over his face. He answered telepathically, "Do you have something to say to me? I have heard that Tianshan Academy is the premier holy land for cultivation in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Once this is all over, several friends and I would like to go there to seek the way for a time. Would that be possible?" asked Yifutian. Tianshan Academy was indeed the foremost holy land for cultivation. There must have been many cultivators there with powerful spells. When he had time, he would bring Yushang, Xiaqingyuan, Yaya, and some others there to spend some time shut away in cultivation. The elder from Tianshan Academy looked surprised at this. When all this was over, the question now was whether or not Yifutian would be able to escape in one piece. Was he asking them for help? Given Yifutian's talent that had allowed him to forge a perfect divine wheel, there was no question that he would be able to get into Tianshan Academy. And his friends would probably be powerful as well. I was immersed in celestial radiance along with Jian Qingzhu and the others from Tianshan Academy, all of us gaining an opportunity from heaven. Thus, I want to spend some time devoted to cultivation. I also gained some ritual implements in the God's Relic. If you permit my friends and me to come to Tianshan Academy and cultivate, I will not be stingy with them. I am willing to give out 10 of them as a reward. Letting you choose which types you want, we can allow this. And my friends and I will pass the test of the classics just like our own disciples. The 10 ritual implements could be said to be an initial investment, but it was conditional. The first condition was that they needed to extricate themselves from the present situation, and the second was that Yi Futian would be able to bring some other with him to Tianxin Academy. The other thing was, how long would he cultivate at Tianxin Academy? For that whole time, the danger he was in would face the whole academy. Thus, they needed this initial investment. Right now, the only thing he had in abundance was ritual implements. He did not want to give any of them to those forces who wanted to forcibly take them from him. But it was either give them up or lose his life. Why not share some of them out to save himself? 10. A look of surprise came over the elder from Tianxin Academy's face. He understood that Yi Futian was sacrificing a lot to escape. You can choose the first one on the way, said Yi Futian. Very well, answered the elder. However, there are many forces who want your ritual implements. Even though I have agreed, the others will not necessarily allow us to leave. I understand. Your promise is enough, elder, answered Yi Futian. Their thoughts were exchanged extremely quickly, so this all happened very quickly. But even so, many people looked shocked when they saw Yi Futian standing there in a daze. He seemed to be struggling and hesitant. I have often heard your name spoken, said Yi Futian to Emperor Nan telepathically. He guessed that Emperor Nan was the strongest of the people gathered here today. This powerful figure from the Nantian Divine Kingdom had come personally in order to pick up Nan Luotian. The other top forces of the Central Imperial Realm had not come in such power. Thus, as far as Yi Futian was concerned, Emperor Nan was the most important person here in the God's Relic right now. Moreover, he had not been trying to steal his treasures. He had just been watching from the side. Emperor Nan looked at him when he heard his telepathic message. If you have something to say, just say it. He knew that this man wanted him to help him. Okay, said Yi Futian telepathically. Previously, I consulted with the elder of Tianxin Academy. After this affair is over, I will go and study there for a time. I will have a great appreciation for the people of the Central Imperial Realm. Princess Luotian performed admirably in the God's Relic. If I had a chance, I would like to give her some advice. I obtained some ritual implements in the God's Relic, of which I would be willing to give 5 to her. Emperor Nan was a powerful figure, so he didn't necessarily need any ritual implements. But Nan Luotian was relatively weak, and so ritual implements would be incredibly precious for her. Moreover, Emperor Nan doted upon his daughter. In addition, since Tianxin Academy had already made their decision, Emperor Nan now had this chance to make his answer as well. Emperor Nan looked deeply at Yi Futian. This man could not bear to part with his treasures, but he knew that he had to make sacrifices in a situation like this. Thus, he had promised treasures to Tianxin Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom, in order to ask for their help. Fine, if Tianxin Academy is also willing, I will help you break free of this situation, answered Emperor Nan. Since he was after Tianxin Academy, he had a chance to see if Yi Futian was tricking them. If he wasn't being honest, then he wouldn't have to help him. Thank you, Your Highness, said Yi Futian with a nod. Now that 2 great forces had agreed to help him, things were looking better. Nephew Yi, why don't you give us your answer? Said the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. Given the current situation, there was no point in delaying anymore. Yi Futian looked at the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. 3 of the great powers of the Central Emperor Realm had already been pulled into this. The Yuanyang clan, Tianxin Academy, and the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Their current formation was very strong. Goddess Xiao, he said telepathically. This time, his target was Xiao Muyu of the Xiao clan. A look of surprise came over her face when she heard this. She cast a cold glance at Yi Futian and asked telepathically, "What are you doing?" This man had not been the least bit polite before. He had given her divine lotus spear to Xia Qingyuan. Now he spoke to her so sweetly. Was he going to promise to become her son-in-law? I have offended you greatly. In order to make up for it, I will give you 3 ritual implements, answered Yi Futian. Xiao Muyu's gaze hardened. Did he think that was enough? Was he trying to get them to help him? I'm afraid we will not be able to help you in this situation, said Xiao Muyu. Don't worry, goddess. I have already convinced Tianxin Academy and Emperor Nan to help me. As long as you stand behind them, it will be enough. I will repay you for that with 3 ritual implements, said Yifutian. Xiao Muyu looked at Yifutian. He had actually convinced Tianxian Academy and Emperor Nan. If he had the Xiao clan behind him as well, he could really get out of this. But why had he chosen her? It had been simple for Yifutian to choose her. Although there was bad blood between them and Xiao Muyu did not like him, the Xiao clan had still not directly gotten involved. Under that situation, he was willing to give her 3 ritual implements, which would make them a bit more powerful. After all, the Xiao clan, the Martial Gods clan, the Sky Reaching School, the Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Shin clan all came from the Central Imperial Realm. Xiao Muyu thought for a moment, then answered telepathically, I will try. Obviously, she did not have the right to decide. She had to ask her elder. Good. Thank you, goddess, said Yifutian. Xiao Muyu looked at him. Right now, he was speaking very kindly. Obviously, he wasn't trying to seduce her or anything, right? After Yifutian and Xiao Muyu spoke, he turned to Guizong of the Mountain Realm and said telepathically, Master, the 2 of us have a connection. I have many ritual implements, and I am willing to give 2 of them to you. What? Guizong was dumbfounded by this. He looked at Yifutian with his golden eyes. Do you need Tianxian Temple to save you? He asked. If you wish. I saw you under the divine tree back then, and could feel that it was fated. It is good that I have many ritual implements. If I get out of here, I will let you choose 2 of them with no exceptions, said Yifutian. He was living like a con man. Tianxian Temple was the greatest temple in the Mountain Realm, and would be able to crush the Xinxing clan later. Excellent. Guizong put his hands together and bowed to Yifutian. Goddess Chong 11, you shocked everyone in the gods' relic with your magnificence, and all the women in the world envy you. After today, I will be willing to give you 2 ritual implements, Yifutian said telepathically to Chong 11 of Yue Divine Palace. Yue Divine Palace was the most powerful force in the Shadow Realm along with Yi Man's Snow Divine Kingdom. Chong 11 looked at Yifutian. She had shocked everyone, and everyone envied her? You do not need to think too much. I don't need an answer yet. As long as I leave here alive, I will fulfill my promise, continued Yifutian. Brilliant light shone from Chong 11. She stood there like a goddess of 9 heavens. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Did this man have some intentions towards her? It was no wonder that Chong 11 would be thinking this. If Yifutian had asked her to help him, she would be able to understand that. However, Yifutian had just spoken several sentences full of admiration for her and had said that he would give her several ritual implements for free. This made her speechless. In that case, thank you, Lord Yi, she answered. The white-haired young man before her was a powerful figure. But who knew if he would be able to extricate himself from his current situation? Nephew Yi, so many people are waiting for you. Why don't you talk to us? Said the vice-headmaster of the Sky Reaching School with a little bit of coldness in his voice. Was he delaying? Why was he being silent? The great battle in the air had been inconclusive for a while, and even now that Yifutian had won, he had found himself in this present situation. It was not good that he was facing so many top forces. All right, said Yifutian with a nod. Since you mentioned it, I will naturally not refuse you. In that case, why don't we trade right now? Tell me which ritual implements you want. However, the divine arms are precious, and the items you trade them for must be the treasures of your clan. What is the strongest cultivation technique of the Sky Reaching School? The vice-headmaster's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. A cold light shot out of them. He wanted the strongest cultivation method of the Sky Reaching School in trade? Was he dreaming? The other top forces all seem unconcerned. This man was a genius who had forged a perfect divine wheel. He certainly was well aware of the situation he was facing. I am your master's old friend, and thus I call you nephew. I wish to help you escape, but if you are going to be like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to, said the vice-headmaster of the Sky Reaching School calmly, as if he really had Yifutian's best interests in mind. Old friends? Yifutian could feel the sarcasm rising within him. When one was in dire straits, it was much easier to see people's true faces. When his master had married a daughter of the Shin clan, they had probably been good friends then. Now that he had stabbed his friend in the back twice, he was not being even the least bit polite. "In that case, what do you wish to trade?" asked Yifutian. "You have just entered the Runhuang Plain. I will trade things that will be useful to your cultivation," said the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. This was highway robbery. "Is that so?" said Yifutian with a smile. "Do you really think I need techniques of that level? Why don't you have your disciples try me? If any of your lower-level Renhuangs can beat me, I will accept this." The cultivators of the Sky-Reaching School were gradually losing patience. Was he playing dumb? "In that case, you're on your own," said the vice-headmaster. "Thank you, master. If this is the way it is, then I won't trade," said Yifutian. He looked at the others and said, "I will remember all of your goodwill." A look of surprise came over everyone's face. Did Yifutian think this was finished? "Enough. Why do you feel the need to bully a junior like this?" At that moment, a group of figures approached them. They were the cultivators from Tianshan Academy. The one at their head looked at Yifutian and the others and said, "According to Jian Qingzhu, many people forged perfect divine wheels on this trip to the God's Relic. This is a gift from the great emperor. We are a place of cultivation for all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It is good that all of you are here now, as we are pleased to extend an invitation to all of the proud sons of heaven here to come to Tianshan Academy for a sparring session. If we get a chance, we will definitely come," said many of the people from top forces, nodding. Many of them wanted to go and see Tianshan Academy. "Excellent," said the elder of Tianshan Academy with a nod. "Yifutian, you have forged a perfect divine wheel. You may come to Tianshan Academy whenever you want and test out our disciples." "I will certainly do so," said Yifutian with a bow. "Great," said the elder with a nod. This scene stunned many of the people from top forces. What did this mean? Things were not finished here, and yet Tianshan Academy was inviting Yifutian to go there and cultivate? Luoxin has also always wanted to go to Tianshan Academy. Since you are giving out invitations, can she go as well? Asked Emperor Nan. Nan Luoxin is incredibly talented. If she is willing to join us, she is certainly welcome. I'm sure our disciples would be happy to have her, said the elder with a smile. Nan Luoxin was thought to be one of the most outstanding women in the Central Emperor realm. Whether it was due to her talent or due to her looks, she would be welcome in Tianshan Academy. Excellent, said Emperor Nan with a slight nod. There have been many conflicts during this trip to the God's Relic, but those are all in the past, and we don't need to pursue them any farther. Now that Tianshan Academy has made this invitation, we can all send our disciples there. The future of the world of cultivators will eventually be placed in their generation's hands. The elder from Tianshan Academy continued speaking with Emperor Nan, making the battlefield all around them fall silent. Was Emperor Nan speaking on Yifutian's behalf as well? The words of Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan carried a lot of weight here, especially Emperor Nan, who was the strongest person here. Moreover, the top forces of the Central Emperor realm would not lightly offend Emperor Nan. After all, without some major conflict, who would dare offend someone who stood at the peak of the realm? But Yifutian did not know either Emperor Nan or the elder of Tianshan Academy. So why would they speak on his behalf? Could it be? When they thought of this, their faces turned uncomfortable. Had Yifutian been asking for help during his silence? If that was the case, had they just played the role of matchmaker between Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan? Not only were Emperor Nan and Tianshan Academy doing a good thing, but they might also get some ritual implements out it. After this trip is over, I will not stop you from going wherever you wish to go, nephew Yi, said the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. Were Tianshan Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom going to take all the spoils for themselves? You are the Sky River Great Elder's friend, so why would you try to seize his disciple anyway? You are not acting as an elder should. You have lost some prestige today. At that moment another voice rang out. Everyone turned to see who it was. It was a cultivator of the Shao clan. There were many opportunities within the God's Relic, but if Yifutian does not want to trade them, then he doesn't have to. It is shameful for you all to try and force him like this, continued the cultivator of the Xiao clan. Now that Xianxia Academy and Emperor Nan had gotten involved, he naturally did not mind joining in. Of course, if Xianxia Academy and Emperor Nan had not spoken before him, he would not have dared to offend the other great powers. The techniques of the sky-reaching school truly do not let people see through you, said a cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. The 4 top powers of the Central Emperor realm had all shown their attitudes. A surprised look came over Yuan Hong's face. He had not thought that Yifutian would use this trick. The people who wanted to seize his ritual implements would not get them. Yifutian was preparing to give them to those who had not tried to steal them. This was very similar to the alliance that had taken place in the God's Relic. Many people's expressions changed. The situation seemed to be changing. Excellent! At that moment, a divine voice seemed to flow around them like the sound of a great bell. A monk of Tianxian Temple in the mountain realm clasped his hands together and said, "In our realm, those of the Xinxing clan are traitors against holiness who falsely use the name of Buddha, but they always do despicable things. Now they want to stir up trouble here. Do not believe them. Lord Yi has forged a perfect divine wheel. He is someone with an important fate. Do not do him any harm." Had Yifutian purchased Tianxian Temple's loyalty as well? I have often heard the name of Tianxian Academy, the foremost place for cultivation in the 3,000 realms of the divine path, said Chang 11 of the Yue clan. I am willing to go there for a period of time. Now that Emperor Yi has broken through to the Renhuang plane and forged a perfect divine wheel, I would like the chance to test his capabilities. How can I not accept your invitation? Said Yifutian with a smile and a nod. Everything was going as he had planned. Everything in the world was based on momentum. Previously, he was beset on all sides, and everyone wanted to be his enemy. This was one kind of momentum. Under this situation, no one would speak for him. But now Tianxian Academy and Emperor Nan had gotten involved, along with the Xiao clan, and the power behind him had become a kind of momentum as well. He had just said he would give ritual implements to Tianxian Temple and Yue Divine Palace, so they were giving a little bit of their strength in return. This accelerated the situation. In reality, although Tianxian Academy and Emperor Nan had said they would support him, that didn't mean they would succeed. But they went into it with an attitude of wanting to try. What happened next made both the cultivator of Tianxian Academy and Emperor Nan look at Yifutian. This momentum trick was quite good. In this way, the Nantian Divine Kingdom, the Xiao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and more would have their power increased by the ritual implements that Yifutian would give them. In contrast, those that had wanted to seize them would not get any. Having the other realms on the same level as them get stronger would be equivalent to them getting weaker. When others advanced, those who did not advance took a step backward. This many of the people from the sky-reaching school look upset. Had they been the catalyst that brought their enemies together? Now, Yifutian's side consisted of Tianxian Academy, Emperor Nan, the Yuanyang realm, the Xiao clan, Tianxian Temple, the Dou tribe, Taishan Mountain, and some of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Divine Palace and the clan of the Seven Slayers would stand with him as well. With this powerful formation, it would be extremely difficult to seize anything from Yifutian. For a time, no one spoke. Yifutian saw that everyone was silent, then clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you all for showing consideration for me. However, as long as you are all still willing to trade equivalent items, I will have no objections. Of course, I do not have too many ritual implements myself. After all, I need to give many of them to my friends and elders, after which I'm afraid there won't be many left. Those who wish to trade with me had better do it soon." Everyone stared at Yifutian. Had he done this on purpose? He was going to share them? The people of the powerful forces felt their hearts twitch. Who was he going to share them with? It went without saying. They would not get any. If none of you have anything else to say, I will be done here. If you wish to find me, you may go to Tianxian Academy, where I will be cultivating for a while, continued Yifutian. He was not lying. He was not prepared to go anywhere else. He was ready to spend some time cultivating. Both his cultivation and the aftermath of what had happened here today would need time. What had happened here today would cause a lot of problems when it spread throughout the realms. At some point, the people who had been sent to the celestial gate of vast heaven would probably seek him out when they got word. He did not know where Yi Wuqian and the others were cultivating, and the cultivators of the celestial gate were scattered throughout the realms. Once his cultivation was stabilized, and the chaos had subsided, the celestial gate of vast heaven could be reorganized, and they could return to the heavenly mandate realm. But before that, he had to deal with the golden divine nation. The crisis here had been resolved. However, the battlefield was still chaotic. The various renhuangs were scattered across different battles. The entire city of the ruins was enveloped in a terrifying storm. The crowd standing over here could clearly sense the intensity of the storm. At this moment, the cultivators of the various forces had different expressions. All of them were having different thoughts. The cultivators of Shin Clan had been watching from the side all this while. They had not expected that Yi Futian actually took advantage of the situation and resolved this crisis. They initially believed that even they could seize a few ritual implements from Yi Futian. However, from the looks of it now, it would be impossible. Yi Futian had clearly sought help from Tianxin Academy and Emperor Nan. Their Shin clan couldn't step out and object at this moment. The overall situation was set. There was no need for them to offend Tianxin Academy and Emperor Nan. If their Shin clan truly wanted to deal with Yi Futian, there was no place in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path that Yi Futian could run to that they could not also reach. It was just that they did not plan to do so. Right at that moment, beams of spatial divine light shone down from the sky. Endless golden light rained down from above. The next moment, figures descended from the heavens above and stood high up in the sky. Among this group of people, every single one of them was in existence at the Renhuang Plain. Their auras were frightening. The aura of their leader was even more unfathomable. "Greetings, envoys of the Emperor," many people said as they saluted with their fists. The group that had arrived were members of the Central Emperor Realm's empty imperial palace. The Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace lifted his head and looked around in the sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate the endless space. He saw the battle between Lord Taixian and the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation. The Palace Lord merely said, "Gaitsong, that's enough." The Palace Lord's voice immediately pierced the heavens. The dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation, who was battling fiercely with Lord Taixian in the sky, cast a glance down below. Gaitsong was the name of the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation. The dynastic overlord glanced at Lord Taixian. He never imagined that Lord Taishuan's mastery of the Song of the Lost Divine was so powerful. In this battle, Lord Taixian had completely withstood against his attacks. Buzz. Golden divine light flew down below. Gaitsong did not continue fighting. Very quickly, he appeared in the city of the ruins below. His gaze turned towards the envoys of Empty Imperial Palace. Empty Imperial Palace was under the direct command of Donghuang the Great. They were known as the envoys of the Emperor. They were the overseers of the world. They rarely intervened in the affairs of the outside world and only appeared during special occasions. No one dared to humiliate Empty Imperial Palace. Even the forces that stood at the peak of the Central Emperor realm did not dare to offend Empty Imperial Palace. A senior of Gaitsong served directly under Donghuang the Great. He was in existence at the level of a divine general. His senior knew the Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace. Hence, Gaitsong also knew the Palace Lord, and both sides had dealings before. Donghuang the Great established a law for God's relic to open once every 50 years, the Palace Lord said. It is an opportunity for the various forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to seek fateful encounters. It is a chance for the true proud sons of heaven to advance even further. It is not for you all to pillage and massacre each other. This time, Gaitsong, you have overstepped your boundaries. The Palace Lord's words caused Gaitsong's expression to change slightly. Based on what Gaitsong knew, every time the trip to God's relic ended, conflict would surely erupt. There had never been a time where things ended peacefully. All these years, the Empty Imperial Palace had not even participated before, let alone the Palace Lord of the Empty Imperial Palace personally coming over. Why now? This time, it is the first time since the opening of God's relic that the Emperor's relic has been cracked. The Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace continued. Since they have had such a fateful encounter, in the future, they will all have the chances to be figures at the peak of their realms. Gaizong, heed my advice and give up on your agenda. He wanted the Golden Divine Nation's dynastic overlord to stop here. The cultivators around the area all revealed strange expressions. As expected, it was because the secret of the god's relic had been cracked. Yifutian was one of the 10 people who had received the teachings of Donghuang the Great. After Donghuang the Great dominated the world, he had always hoped that all forces would prosper. Based on the information that they had heard, the rise of Tianshan Academy, which became the greatest academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, was the doing of Donghuang the Great. He had been controlling things from behind the scenes. Yifutian had a great fateful encounter in God's relic and had also forged a flawless divine wheel. Hence, even the cultivators of Empty Imperial Palace had appeared to protect him and to force the Golden Divine Nation to cease their actions. Even Yifutian himself had not imagined that the Empty Imperial Palace would appear. After all, he knew nothing about the Empty Imperial Palace. Then, has my son died in vain? Gaizong questioned as he looked at the Palace Lord. The golden divine light on his body shone. His own ability was extraordinary. His brother was a divine general under Donghuang the Great. Standing against the Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace, he still did not lose the majesty of the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation. Gaizong. The Palace Lord frowned as he said, "If you want to act, you can. This is not my responsibility. However, I will be reporting what transpired. When the time comes, if Donghuang the Great questions this incident, you will bear the consequences yourself." Gaizong's pupils shot out cold golden light that had a sharp aura. He swept a glance over at Yifutian, his murderous intent ablaze. A junior figure had killed 2 of his heirs. They were his 2 most important heirs. However, the Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace actually came to protect Yifutian. This made the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation realize that those who obtained divine items in God's relic would draw the attention of even Donghuang the Great's underlings. If the dynastic overlord killed Yifutian and Donghuang the Great questioned him, it would most likely be difficult for him to answer as the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation. This would most likely also get his brother involved as well. When he thought about this, Gaizong swept a cold stare over at Yifutian. He then turned around and left. A beam of blinding golden divine light pierced the space. Yifutian had to close his eyes as it was extremely blinding. When he opened his eyes, Gaizong's silhouette had already disappeared. He had left angrily. Although he had left, Gaizong's murderous intent towards Yifutian was still extremely strong. This matter would most likely not be easily resolved. "Many thanks, Senior," Yifutian said as he bowed slightly at the Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace. The Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace glanced at Yifutian and nodded his head slightly. He then turned his gaze towards the crowd and said, "You can all disperse now. 50 years later, the God's Relic will open once again." God's Relic would open again? Many people revealed strange expressions when they heard his words, their minds running wild. Based on what those who had come out from God's Relic had said, the relic of Donghuang the Great had already been cracked. What was this about it opening again? What exactly was God's Relic? Let's go. Right now, at the other end of the battlefield, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty also issued an order to retreat. With Lord Taishan being present and the dynastic overlord of Golden Divine Nation giving up on the battle, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did not stand a chance to win. They could only leave. Sky River Great Elder and the cultivators of Do Tribe did not pursue after the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, allowing them to leave. With Yifutian's current influence in the Heavenly Mandate realm, it would most likely be very difficult for the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty to want to harm Yifutian in the future. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty realized this problem as well. Yifutian first came into prominence when they were fighting against each other at the Violet Heavenly Palace. At that time, nobody had predicted that he would grow up so fast. Yi Futian asserted his influence among his peers and had now become the leader of the younger generations of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He had built connections with various forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The dynastic overlord carefully observed everything that happened today. Now, Yi Futian had a strong influence over the demon realm of the Heavenly Mandate realm. With the aid of ritual implements owned by Yi Futian, he could lead the demon realm forces to achieve new heights. Of course, the dynastic overlord despised the betrayal of the Purple Gold Rat clan the most. He would surely get even with this group of vermin after they left this place. This incident had come to an end. Yi Futian secretly breathed a sigh of relief as well. Nobody knew that he had received the teachings of the emperor. Before this, he claimed that Donghuang the Great awakened, and various deities bore witness to it, but his words were merely a feint to confuse everyone. Yi Futian had guessed that a fight would ensue due to the palace full of treasures and the identity of people he had offended in the god's relic. However, the incident seemed to be over for now. Many thanks to all the seniors for your assistance. If I have the chance, I will certainly pay you all a visit to show my gratitude, Yi Futian said as he saluted the cultivators of the various forces with his fists. This time around, aside from the various forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, Divine Palace, Do Tribe, Yuanyang Clan of the Seven Slayers, as well as some other forces had also stood beside him. He would remember this debt of gratitude. What do you plan to do next? Lord Taishin asked. I will first head over to Tianshan Academy to train for a while. Once my plane is stable, I will return to the Heavenly Mandate realm, Yi Futian replied. After that, he had a few matters that he still needed to attend to. The first was to train and let this turmoil gradually subside and fade into oblivion. The second was to wait. He had to wait for the members of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to appear and regroup to re-establish the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Of course, after these two matters, he still had a few more that he truly wanted to attend to. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Jieyu and Master. Xiangmang, since you are in the Central Emperor realm now, you should stay and follow Yi Futian to Tianshan Academy. You can broaden your horizons. A senior of Divine Elephants said to Xiangmang. The senior intended to leave his junior with Yi Futian. All right. Xiangmang nodded in agreement. Oh, I need to apologize for something. Yi Futian spoke up. I have accidentally merged 10,000 bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor into my Divine Wheel. However, I will compensate your force with another ritual implement. It's fine. The cultivators of Divine Elephants were not too concerned about it. Right now, the importance of 10,000 bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor had diminished. Long Chun, you should also go train in Tianshan Academy for a while. Try to prove your way as soon as possible. A cultivator of the Dragon Gods ordered. June, Gao Huang. One by one, cultivators called out the names of their juniors, planning to leave them behind to train in the Central Emperor realm. Yi Futian had also thought of this situation before. Hence, he had told the cultivators of Tianshan Academy that he would bring along a few friends to train in Tianshan Academy. It was a rare opportunity. First, he could train to improve his ability. Secondly, he could reinforce his influence in the Heavenly Mandate realm. He could even gain control over the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. If a cultivator did not have a force of his own, he would be at the mercy of others everywhere he went. Kong Xian, you should catch up on your cultivation as well. From now on, you will follow Futian for training, Demon Peacock Emperor said. Yi Futian, I will leave Kong Xian to you. Please take care of her. A glint of embarrassment flashed past Yi Futian's eyes. Demon Peacock Emperor's words sounded a little like, however. He was indebted to the Demon Peacock Emperor because of the previous battle at Dali Dynasty and the incident regarding Little Condor. Therefore, Yi Futian naturally could not reject his request. At the same time, Emperor Xia, who was standing beside Demon Peacock Emperor, glanced at the latter. Was Demon Peacock Emperor snatching his line? Qingyuan, you should pay more attention to your matter with Futian. From now on, when I am not by your side, Futian will take good care of you. Emperor Xia announced after glaring at Demon Peacock Emperor. Speechless, Xia Qingyuan stared at her father. What kind of matter did she have with Yi Futian? Yifutian, who was standing at a side, kept quiet and stayed out of this conversation. Your Highness, I also want to pay a visit to Xianxia Academy. Qin, he said to Brahma's pure sky empress in another area. The empress looked at her and then glanced towards Yifutian. Right at that moment, Yifutian was also similarly looking at her. Brahma's pure sky empress was still an unparalleled beauty. She was like a goddess. You will not, she rejected. Qin He's expression froze. She did not understand why. Empress, since Goddess Qin wants to go, why stop her? Yifutian asked. Could it be that this empress had a vendetta against him? He had a growing suspicion that this empress was hiding something regarding Jeyu from him. Qin He looked towards the empress. Let's return now, the empress ordered with a harsh tone. She had no intention of letting Qin He stay. When we were in God's relic, I joined forces with Goddess Qin, so I still owe her 2 ritual implements. When I return to the heavenly mandate realm, I will go personally to visit Brahma's pure sky, Yifutian said. The empress left without responding to him. Yifutian watched the silhouette leave. He was even more certain about some things. After everything was settled, Yifutian looked at Lord Taixian and said, Lord Taixian, I will go directly to Xianxia Academy for training now. Yifutian did not say any words of appreciation. The things that Lord Taixian had done for him could not be summarized with just a few words of gratitude. Back when Lord Taixian broke through the plane, he once mentioned that his heavenly path was flawed, and he could not become the way. Yifutian hoped that one day, he would be capable of assisting Lord Taixian in overcoming this bottleneck. Since there are seniors of Xianxia Academy around to lead you there, I will not send you off, Lord Taixian replied while smiling. Okay. Yifutian nodded slightly. He took out a storage ring and handed it over to Lord Taixian, saying, I have prepared this for Taixian Mountain. String Emperor and House Master will benefit from it too. This little fellow sure is sincere. Empress Yen, who was beside him, smiled slightly and said, I did not send you up Taixian Mountain in vain. This little fellow was developing very rapidly. He could already kill Gai Jutian alone. Even she was no longer a match for Yifutian. This combat power was indeed somewhat frightening. Yifutian had just reached the Renhuang plain and could already kill Gai Jutian. This also seemed to not be his full strength. She was a little curious as to the limits of Yifutian's current combat ability. All right, I will keep this. Lord Taixian nodded. It is said that Yifutian had obtained a treasure trove worth of ritual implements, so Lord Taixian did not need to be courteous when receiving Yifutian's gift. The 4 disciples of Lord Taixian could indeed benefit from the ritual implements. Since Yifutian gave the storage ring to Lord Taixian sincerely, the latter would not reject the gift. Grandmaster, do you need any ritual implements? Yifutian transmitted his thoughts to Sky River Great Elder, who was beside him. Yifutian did not know what type of ritual implement was suitable for the Grandmaster. Hence he had transmitted his thoughts to ask him. I do not need any. Sky River Great Elder transmitted back to Yifutian. He said, train hard in Xianxia Academy. Yifutian's approach was very clever. Once he entered Xianxia Academy, he would be very safe for the time being. It was far safer than being in the Tianhe realm. Even if Shin Clan discovered anything, they could not attack Yifutian while he was at Xianxia Academy. Grandmaster. Yifutian still wanted to say something. Train longer. Strengthen your plane. Sky River Great Elder interrupted Yifutian. Then, he looked at Lord Taixian. Let's go. All right. Lord Taixian nodded. He turned to the cultivators of Taixian Mountain and said, let's head back. String Emperor, Empress Yen as well as the disciples of Taixian Mountain all glanced at Yifutian. Empress Yen smiled and said, I will be waiting for your return to Taixian Mountain. As she said this, their group waved goodbye and left, free and easy. This was the Central Emperor realm. They were returning to the higher heavens realm. In the city of the ruins, people were constantly flying up into the sky and leaving. However, the members of the top forces of the other realms left behind their monstrous juniors as well as some Renhuang cultivators as bodyguards. They were prepared to let their juniors head over to Xianxia Academy to train for a while. Emperor Nan and Empress Luo also brought Nan Luoshan up onto their carriage in the sky. "Senior, what about the ritual implement?" Yifutian shouted at Emperor Nan through a secret sound transmission. "Luoshan will head to Xianxia Academy soon. You can pass it to her then," Emperor Nan responded. His carriage traversed the space and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yifutian looked at the remaining people. He secretly transmitted a message to each and every one of them. Since everyone was heading to Xianxia Academy, it would be easier for him to hand over the ritual implements to them when they were at Xianxia Academy. He felt no regrets or reluctance about giving away the ritual implements to others. Right now, the things he had the most were ritual implements. It did not bother him to give out a few. It would be beneficial for Yifutian should these forces become stronger. In contrast, those forces which intended to snatch his ritual implements earlier would feel very uneasy when they knew about his generosity. "Let's also head out," a cultivator from Xianxia Academy said. "We will be in your care, senior," Yifutian said as he bowed slightly. Then, the group stepped out and headed off into the void. The various forces of the heavenly mandate realm saw the cultivators of Xianxia Academy leave. Who knew what the future had in store for them? "Let us head back." The cultivators of the various forces returned to their own realms. Not long after, the cultivators in the city of the ruins all left. It once again returned to being a land of decrepit ruins. It was as though everything that had happened before had all been just a dream. Xianxia Academy was situated in the most prosperous region in the east of the Central Emperor realm, Dongxing State. In Dongxing State, there were countless magnificent cities and millions upon millions of citizens. There were innumerable cultivators and many extremely prosperous ancient clans as well as dominant forces. They made up one of the most prosperous regions of the Central Emperor realm. It could even be said that this place was not just the most prosperous region in the Central Emperor realm. Even among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, this region could be considered one of the most powerful regions. The elite figures that cultivated until they reached the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would eventually end up gathering in this place. The most famous academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Xianxia Academy, was located in the central region of Dongxing State. Xianxia Academy was surrounded by majestic cities. Xianxia Academy itself was so enormous that it could be considered a city on its own. It stretched for miles without any end in sight. Right now, Yifutian's group was traversing over a city. His gaze glanced downwards. It was bustling with activity down below. This is where the outer sect disciples of Xianxia Academy train. Of course, there are also cultivators from various other forces. This place is not off-limits to outsiders. Anyone may enter here, Jian Qingzhu explained beside Yifutian. This group of people had come here together and got to know each other along the way. Jian Qingzhu was also very curious about this cultivator, who had also opened the door of the relic and forged a flawless divine will like he had. He also bore no animosity towards Yifutian. Jian Qingzhu himself was a person who had extreme self-confidence. He was personally very happy to see Yifutian and the other monstrous figures coming to Xianxia Academy together to train. Wasn't it more interesting for a lot of top figures to cultivate together? Does Xianxia Academy have a lot of outer sect disciples? Yifutian asked. Many. Jian Qingzhu nodded. He continued saying, people from various corners of the world come to seek the way at Xianxia Academy. With the exception of those outstanding figures, most people start cultivating as outer sect disciples. They will train step by step, and only the really talented ones who pass the final selection can enter Xianxia Academy. Moreover, everyone who comes to seek the way starts at a different plane. Some of them are very young and are at a low plane, but those who have exceptional talent are recruited as outer sect disciples. When they grow up, they will finally become members of Xianxia Academy. Of course, teachers who teach the way are actually cultivators of Xianxia Academy too. For example, since I am a Renhuang now, I can teach here as well. Understood. Yifutian nodded in realization. According to what Jian Qingzhu said, outer sect disciples were actually not counted as cultivators of Xianxia Academy. Outer sect disciples existed because Tianxian Academy spread the teachings of Wei indiscriminately to all who wanted to learn, so they needed a title to group everyone. Tianxian Academy would later choose their official disciples from these outer sect disciples. Many popular training spots practiced this model. Even Divine Palace used this method, but there were some differences in the details. "We have arrived," Jian Qingzhu said as he looked in front of them. Yifutian gazed in front of them. He saw that there was actually a sky stairwell that measured 10,000 zhang extending upwards to the sky from the ground. It seemed to reach the clouds in the sky above. He could faintly make out a gate in the sky. Down below, many people were looking up into the sky. "Brother Jian has returned from the god's relic. I wonder what he encountered. I guess he has surely proven his way and broken through to the Renhuang plain," someone said. Many people put on envious gazes. They looked at Jian Qingzhu and the others as they traversed in midair and landed on the sky stairwell directly. They stood before Heaven's Gate. Tianxian Academy. Yifutian stood at the stairs, which were 10,000 zhang tall. The gate contained a very strong space will of the way. There were veins of the great path on the gate, as though it was a grand matrix. When the cultivators of Tianxian Academy arrived, the veins on the gate changed continuously. Then, the veins turned transparent, and the cultivators of Tianxian Academy entered the gate directly. Yifutian followed behind them, and he could immediately sense the world on the other side of the gate. Inside and outside of the gate were completely different spaces. The inside of the gate had extremely rich worldly spiritual qi. A mere breath was enough for one to sense the endless spiritual qi as well as the aura of the great path. Among the mist, towering mountains stood tall, as though this place was a fairyland. The group continued forward. Yifutian discovered that Tianxian Academy was like a dimension of its own. There were many palaces here. They were all training grounds for members of Tianxian Academy. There were also many suitable spots for training. "I will give the order for someone to bring you all to choose a spot to train. You all can focus on training there," the elder from Tianxian Academy said to Yifutian and the others. "Thank you, but I will have to decline your invitation," Yifutian said. "I am not a disciple of Tianxian Academy. It would naturally be inappropriate for me to occupy a training ground in Tianxian Academy. I will train in the outside world. I only need Senior to grant me permission to freely enter Tianxian Academy, as well as allow me to access the manuscripts in the Academy." He did not want to train here because he felt that it was troublesome. The people here were the core figures of the Academy. There were strong cultivators everywhere. It would most likely be inconvenient for him to do anything. He had also yet to join Tianxian Academy, so it was somewhat inappropriate for him to train inside here. "I will also do the same," cultivators from other forces also said this. "All right, regardless of what your choice is, you can all freely enter Tianxian Academy," the elder from Tianxian Academy replied. He accompanied them along the way as they continued forward. In the ancient palaces below, the wills of many cultivators swept over them. Some smiled and spoke up, their voices directly piercing through the space. "Congratulations, younger brother Jian. Younger brother Jian has proven his way," somebody else said after that. There were even some people who flew over here. Not long after, their group descended onto an area with many ancient palaces. Many people walked over to them. The people here all had extraordinary temperament. The crowd also noticed Yifutian and the others. They were also curious. Why had Jian Qingzhu brought back so many strangers from the god's relic this time? Could it be that they also wanted to join Tianxian Academy to train? "Yifutian, come with me," the elder from Tianxian Academy said to Yifutian. Yifutian nodded his head and followed the elder towards a palace hall. The members of the other forces from the outside world immediately understood when they saw this. Yifutian most likely had made some agreement with the cultivators of Tianxian Academy. Jian Qingzhu and the other cultivators of Tianxian Academy began to chat. Very quickly, the cultivators of Tianxian Academy roughly knew what had transpired in the god's relic. Their gazes turned towards the unfamiliar faces, full of interest. They were actually top figures from other realms? It looked like Tianshan Academy was going to be very lively from now on. Will Nan Luoshan come here? Someone asked. A cultivator who returned from God's relic replied. On top of Nan Luoshan, most likely top figures from other realms will soon come to train at Tianshan Academy as well. This is interesting. The crowd was getting more hyped up. After a while, Yi Futian came out from the palace. The elder appeared beside him, saying, From now on, all of you can come in and out of Tianshan Academy freely. You are permitted to go to any places that nobody is using for training. If you want to train outside, I will have someone prepare accommodation for all of you. Senior, thank you so much, everyone said while bowing to the elder. All right, you are dismissed, the elder concluded with a smile. All of them were top figures from various realms. Naturally, they did not need to be micromanaged. They knew what to do. Please excuse us. One by one, the silhouettes flew onto the sky and left the place. All of them headed towards different directions. Are we really training outside? Dou Zhao asked Yi Futian. The environment here is obviously more suitable for training. Are you too shy to train here? No. I have my own considerations. You can train inside here if you want, Yi Futian replied. I plan to explore inside here. Long Chun announced his plan to Yi Futian and the rest. Okay, everyone should focus on their own training. Yi Futian smiled, and their group once again spread out, moving towards different directions. Even though most of them were cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm, there was no need for them to stick together all the time. Everyone had their own path to pursue. I will stay with you. Dou Zhao still followed after Yi Futian. He was determined to stick around Yi Futian no matter what. All right, it doesn't make any difference anyway. Yi Futian accepted Dou Zhao's decision with a smile. They could move around Tianshan Academy freely anyway. Yi Futian, along with Dou Zhao, Yushang, Yaya, Xiaxing Yuan, Kong Xian, Little Condor, and the Swordmaster of Lihin, left Tianshan Academy and settled down in a palace outside. The Swordmaster of Lihin had passed down the teachings of Lihin Heaven to other people. Hence, he could focus on comprehending the way now. It was the reason why he had followed Yi Futian to Tianshan Academy. After everything had been settled, Yi Futian planned to train quietly for a period of time. He had proven his way and became a Renhuang in a rush. There were still some things that he had not verified. He intended to continue forging his second and third divine wheel. There were 2 life spirits with him that seemed to be undergoing some changes. Inside and outside of Tianshan Academy, the arrival of Yi Futian and the members of various realms drew a lot of discussion. It seemed that, for the foreseeable future, Tianshan Academy would be quite lively. After half a month, the cultivators from the various realms slowly grew accustomed to Tianshan Academy. Aside from training by themselves, they would occasionally head over to Tianshan Academy to have discussions about their way with other Renhuangs. Yi Futian was very leisurely. Every day, aside from training, most of his time was spent going in and out of Tianshan Academy. On Daozong Peak in Tianshan Academy, clouds and mist lingered. There were waterfalls plummeting down from the high peaks, like the Milky Way against the backdrop of the heavens. Above the waterfalls there was a 33-floor pavilion. Occasionally there would be people walking about outside of the pavilion, coming in and out of the place. Sometimes they could even see people coming from different directions through the sky and landing outside of the pavilion. It was as though this was truly the land of fairies. Daozong Peak was the archive of Tianshan Academy. There were countless cultivation manuscripts here, from the simplest to the most advanced, from the lowest plane to the highest plane. Tianshan Academy's Daozong Peak was considered a holy archive of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It contained the most manuscripts in the world. Of the 33 floors, the manuscripts in the bottom 22 were allowed to be brought out to the outside world for training. They could even be circulated outside. That meant to say that after the disciples of Tianshan Academy finished cultivating them, they could teach these manuscripts to the outside world. Hence, the law powers that many people in Dongxing State cultivated originated from Daozong Peak. One could imagine how significant the existence of Daozong Peak was. Some of the top figures of Tianshan Academy also created new law powers that would be stored within Daozong Peak. I have heard that Elder Brother Jian placed the manuscripts that he obtained from the God's Relic in Daozong Pavilion. Those manuscripts were part of Dong Huang the Great's personal collection, someone said. At this moment, a group of youths outside the pavilion was walking into the building. The temperament of this group of people was extraordinary. They were all disciples of Tianxian Academy. The manuscripts were from all sorts of genres and were stored on different levels. Some manuscripts were even stored on the 33rd floor. Another person said as he smiled. No wonder Elder Brother Jian managed to forge a flawless divine wheel and prove his way. Even his generosity is awe-inspiring. The group was calm and cool as they talked about Jian Qingzhu. This time, when the God's Relic opened, I heard there were many proud sons of heaven who entered it. Now, the proud sons of heaven from various realms are also training in Tianxian Academy. However, in my opinion, even if they train here, Elder Brother Jian is a legendary figure among our generation. The only ones who might be able to contend with Elder Brother Jian are Shen Hao from Shun Clan as well as that princess from the Nantian Divine Kingdom. These three were the members of the top forces of the Central Emperor realm. The members from the various realms also cannot be underestimated. Rumor has it that 10 of them forged flawless divine wheels. After emerging from God's Relic, the disciple of Sky River Great Elder, Yi Futian, also displayed extremely powerful ability. Another person to the side said, "We are not underestimating them. Those who managed to forge flawless divine wheels were originally legendary figures among a generation. We have yet to even prove our ways. How are we qualified to look down on them? We are merely having a discussion and are comparing them to Elder Brother Jian. I still believe that Elder Brother Jian is the best in the world." Yet another person said with a smile. They nodded their heads and walked into Daozong Pavilion. The 30th floor of Daozong Pavilion was a place that only disciples of Tianxian Academy could step foot on. However, right now, Yi Futian was also in this place. Yi Futian had spent 10 ritual implements to enter Tianxian Academy to train. He had negotiated so that he and his friends could study the manuscripts in Tianxian Academy like ordinary disciples of Tianxian Academy. Hence, it was not just him. The Swordmaster of Lihin, Yaya, and the others were also in Daozong Pavilion. Even though the Swordmaster of Lihin had forged a flawless divine wheel, he still lacked law powers to match it. This place was very suitable for the Swordmaster of Lihin to find some. After entering, Yi Futian also discovered that Daozong Pavilion had rich resources for training. The price of 10 ritual implements was truly not considered a loss. After all, it depended on what one needed. For Yi Futian, he had too many ritual implements. Using them to exchange for useful things was naturally not considered a loss. Right now, Yi Futian opened a black manuscript in his hands. On it, the characters Eye of the Reaper were carved. Eye of the Reaper. Yi Futian felt his heart tremble. It was such an overbearing name. He opened the manuscript. The black book seemed to form a connection with him as though an eye was staring back at him. Yi Futian's divine spirit entered into the book. The next moment, he felt the entire world change, and he was thrust into endless darkness. A terrifying will of death enveloped his own will and invaded his mind. Inadvertently, an aura of death appeared on his body. It was as though he was seeing the silhouette of the Reaper. After a short while, Yi Futian's divine spirit emerged from the manuscript. The black book in his hands was still normal and did not appear to be anything special. However, there was new information within his mind. The most advanced cultivation methods required the practitioner to engrave the method with their own divine spirit in order to pass it on. These law powers could not be inherited through writing. It was very overbearing. Yi Futian thought to himself. He naturally could cultivate this Eye of the Reaper. However, it was not outstanding enough. In reality, with his current cultivation method, even those very powerful law powers were of little importance to him. He sought law powers, but not with the intention of only mastering the attacks. Infinite excision. Yi Futian continued to flip through the manuscripts beside him and tried to comprehend the content. If anyone paid attention to him, they would notice that Yi Futian was focusing on manuscripts related to spirit elemental and eye sorcery. Yi Futian glanced through many other manuscripts before he left the place. After he left Tianxian Academy, he returned to a palace outside of the academy. He arrived at a training hall. Yifutian sat cross-legged in the training hall. In his life palace, an alarming storm was raging. There was a pair of eyes in the storm. It was a life spirit, the eyes of the storm. This was originally not a life spirit that Yifutian owned. It was given to him by Emperor Yi Qing. At the moment, the eyes of the storm were extremely terrifying. The storm that it initiated engulfed the will in its surroundings frenziedly, as though it was a black hole. Every strand of it contained the domineering will of the Great Path. Moreover, it grew larger and larger, seemingly wanting to swallow the entire space. This kind of situation had never occurred before. Apart from using this life spirit to tame beasts, Yifutian seldom used it. Could strengthen his willpower too. However, it was not a method that he trained in, after all. Since it had been given to him directly, it did not match perfectly with him. Another thing that was undergoing transformation was Yifutian's natal spirit, the World Tree. The World Tree had not been calm recently. Terrifying will seeped out of it continuously. Yifutian was unsure of whether this abnormality was induced by the teachings that he had inherited from the Heavenly Palace, or by his breakthrough to the Renhuang Plane. Perhaps both reasons played a role in causing the abnormality. Rumble. The life spirit of Eyes of the Storm blossomed. Suddenly, two beams of unparalleled, intense, divine light shot out from his pupils. The light contained very domineering willpower, and their gravity was as strong as that of a black hole. In an instant, will from all around billowed and gushed towards Yifutian's body. It formed a terrifying storm of the Great Path with Yifutian at the center of the storm. His eyes were seemingly everywhere. Even though he was sitting here, he could see everything in the world clearly. He saw countless people cultivating outside of Xianxia Academy. In his body, there was another powerful will rushing towards his pupils. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard. Yifutian's eyes were undergoing the baptism of the Great Path. Before he became a Renhuang, he had practiced the body of the Great Path before. Now he was using the will to refine his pair of eyes. He was refining his pupils. For the past few days, he had been searching for related manuscripts at Daozong Peak. Some of the manuscripts were training diaries written by cultivators, while some were techniques for meditation. All his preparation was for this moment. The area outside of Yifutian's palace was a training ground for outer sect disciples of Xianxia Academy. People from other realms were cultivating here too. Right now, many people looked in the direction of the palace. A terrifying tornado hung down from the sky. It was a storm of the Great Path. This storm of the Great Path covered almost the entire sky above the palace. It spun downwards furiously. Horrifying rumbles could be heard too. It was impossible for others to not notice these terrifying visions. Someone seemed to be breaking through to the next plane. Many cultivators flew up to the sky and looked in the direction where the visions occurred. I heard that the party of Yifutian, the disciple of Sky River Great Elder, is training over there. Is one of his friends advancing to the next plane? It is causing quite a commotion, someone muttered. Many cultivators here had witnessed others becoming Renhuangs before. Divine visions would take place while the Great Path surged into the body of the cultivator, forging the divine wheel of the Great Path. After one succeeded in becoming a Renhuang, they would shine as bright as the moon and the stars. They would enjoy longevity with the heavens and earth. It seems like Yifutian himself is causing these visions, someone commented. Yifutian? Hasn't he already broken through to the Renhuang plane and proven his way? Another person asked quizzically. Perhaps he is forging a second divine will. The person who commented just now spoke again. A lot of people narrowed their eyes when they heard this. Rumor has it that the divine wheel that Yifutian had forged was a perfect one. How would his second divine will be? Previously, he had advanced to the next plane in God's relic and forged a perfect divine wheel with the help of a fateful encounter. If he was forging a second divine will now, would it still be a perfect one? The onlookers knew that many monstrous figures would not be satisfied with forging just a single divine wheel. However, it was definitely rare to encounter one with two perfect divine wheels. They had never heard of any success stories before. The visions lasted for a long time, and it was still ongoing. This caused the crowd to reveal strange expressions. The terrifying visions in the sky intensified. How long was it going to take for Yi Futian to forge a divine wheel? Could it be that he was really forging a second perfect divine wheel of the Great Path? More and more cultivators gathered around this place. Even those who were far away rushed over. They could see these abnormal visions from miles away. "How long has it been?" someone asked. "It has been 2 hours. The visions show no signs of disappearing." What the crowd did not know was that Yi Futian was not only forging a divine wheel, he was also attempting to merge his law power into his divine wheel. This was the life spirit given to him by Emperor Yi Qing. But now he intended to refine it into his divine wheel. Since he was going to do so, then he should refine it into a unique ability of his own from now on. Many images flashed past in Yi Futian's mind. The law powers he saw at Daozong Peak of Tianxin Academy, the techniques he used when he was training in the past, the scene at the God's Relic where he refined the spatial divine orb. One by one, these images played out in his mind. His body entered into a marvelous state. He had forgotten himself. He had no intention of hiding the terrifying visions that he caused. This was also the reason why he chose not to train inside of Tianxin Academy. He was worried that he would stir up a commotion, and the top figures in Tianxin Academy would detect what he was up to. Even though Yi Futian training outside might still attract the attention of some people from Tianxin Academy, it was relatively safer. His training lasted for a whole day. More and more cultivators of Tianxin Academy walked out from the gate and stood at the sky stairwell. All of them stared at the direction where Yi Futian was training. Those who were in Tianxin Academy stared towards where Yi Futian was as well. Slowly, they got a little numb from waiting. What kind of divine wheel of the Great Path was Yi Futian forging? 3 days later, the divine visions subsided. The palace regained its silence. The sky stretched for miles without any clouds. The sky was clear, as though nothing had happened before. However, the areas around the palace were packed with people. Many cultivators stood at the top of buildings as they stared wide-eyed in the direction where Yi Futian's palace was. It was as though the palace was being surrounded. Many cultivators were observing it. In the distance, a group of cultivators of Tianxin Academy was standing at the sky stairwell. All of them looked in the direction of the palace. There were even renhuangs among them. If someone is proving their way and advancing to the renhuang plane, 3 days is considered a short amount of time. However, this is my first time encountering someone who caused divine visions for 3 days just to forge a divine wheel. Someone mumbled. Even though there were not many cultivators at the renhuang plane in all the realms, Tianxin Academy was no ordinary place. The cultivators here witnessed quite a few breakthroughs every year. Most of the disciples around looked at an elder of Tianxin Academy. The elder pondered for a while. Then he said, "I received news that when Yi Futian was at Daozong Peak, he read a lot of manuscripts about methods. It seems like he is applying what he has learned in forging the divine wheel of the Great Path. I guess he does not want to forge a simple divine wheel. Instead, he is merging some cultivation methods into it. It will cause his divine will itself to contain very formidable destructive power. This process of merging has lasted for 3 days. He has combined the entire merging process with the forging of the divine wheel of the Great Path. Therefore, it has caused continual divine visions to occur," the elder explained. Everyone around nodded in realization. This explanation was logical, but it was still rare for this situation to occur. This fellow indeed had a bizarre training method. He was actually comprehending the way while forging the divine will, inducing continual divine visions. "I wonder what level of divine will has been forged this time," someone said in a low voice. "Is it a flawless divine wheel? Regardless of what level of divine will it is, the opening of God's relic this time has also reminded everyone that many legendary figures will be born from this generation. You all need to train even harder," an elder concluded. Then he turned and walked towards Tianxin Academy. "Understood." The disciples bowed their heads slightly. They felt pressured, but at the same time motivated. In the palace, Yi Futian stopped training. Right now, he was surrounded by an extremely powerful will. His eyes seemed to turn golden in color and contained divine light. The pair of golden eyes even seemed to have swirls in them that kept spiraling inward like golden black holes. The golden eyes slowly closed. When Yifutian once again opened his eyes, his deep, jet-black eyes returned to normal, as though nothing had occurred. "I succeeded," Yifutian exclaimed internally. "Yifutian!" a voice called out. Yifutian walked out, and he saw a group of people traversing in the sky. They landed at his palace. The leader of the group was none other than the daughter of the leader of Xiao clan, Xiao Muyu. "Goddess Xiao," Yifutian called out to her with a smile. "Where are the ritual implements that you promised to give me?" Xiao Muyu asked without any hesitation. She came over to Tianxian Academy after returning to Xiao clan. She never imagined that she would encounter this fellow cause divine visions. "What kind of ritual implements does Goddess Xiao need?" Yifutian inquired. "Show me what you have and I will pick myself." Cautious, Xiao Muyu stared at Yifutian. This fellow was so cunning. If she let him select the ritual implements for her, wouldn't he just randomly pick a few to deceive her? "Goddess Xiao, do you not trust me?" Yifutian asked. "I do not," Xiao Muyu replied decisively. She would not be tricked by this pretty face. "All right," Yifutian said as he smiled bitterly. "Goddess Xiao, please follow me." As he said this, he led the way. Xiao Muyu followed him alone. The two of them reached a training ground inside the palace. Yifutian's will shifted, and a golden spatial sacred hall immediately flickered into existence, enveloping the two of them inside of it. "Goddess, please pick," Yifutian invited. "Are these all the ritual implements that you have?" Xiao Muyu was somewhat doubtful. Didn't he get a whole palace full of ritual implements? There were only about 20 items left here. "Goddess Xiao, these ritual implements are not just for you. Prior to this, I have already given out many. I am still a Renhuang, and my character is upright. Would I deceive you?" Yifutian said magnanimously. A righteous person like Yifutian had only hidden 100 ritual implements from her. Xiao Muyu regretted it. She should have picked her items earlier. Yifutian had asked for the help of many forces, especially Tianxian Academy. He most likely had distributed a large portion of his ritual implements to Tianxian Academy. Clearly, other forces had seized many items too. As for how many ritual implements Yifutian had given out, it was impossible for anyone to cross-check. He would just keep her guessing. Princess Nan Luotian also needs to select her ritual implement after she arrives. By choosing before her, Goddess Xiao still has some options. If you chose after Nan Luotian made her pick, you probably wouldn't have much of a choice, Yifutian said consolingly as he tried to make Xiao Muyu feel better about it. When he put it that way, she seemed to be at a greater advantage compared to Nan Luotian. Xiao Muyu's gaze sized up Yifutian. Why was it that this face seemed to be so deceptive? Yifutian stared at Xiao Muyu with an innocent gaze. "I trust that young Master Yi will not be so shameless as to deceive a weak maiden. If you were deceiving me, wouldn't it make you worse than an animal?" Xiao Muyu said. Yifutian's heart twitched. Such a mean woman. He actually had no words that he could use to retort. "You are right," Yifutian agreed with a smile. "Then I will pick mine." Xiao Muyu said nothing more. Even though she was still doubtful, she couldn't possibly force Yifutian to cough up what he was hiding. She looked at the ritual implements with a serious expression. Now was the crucial period for her to prove her way. Many people had forged perfect divine wheels when they were in God's relic. This had affected her greatly. Naturally, she hoped that she could forge a powerful divine wheel when she was proving her way. "I will take these 3. Xiao Muyu pointed at 3 ritual implements. "All right." Yifutian nodded and handed the 3 ritual implements over to Xiao Muyu. "Many thanks to young Master Yi." After Xiao Muyu got her ritual implements, she bid him farewell, saying, "I will take my leave now. Goddess Xiao, may you have a safe trip." Yifutian did not keep her around. Xiao Muyu took a few steps forward. Then, she turned around and asked Yifutian, "Speaking of which, what level is the divine wheel that young Master Yi has just forged?" "It is just an ordinary divine wheel, unworthy to be mentioned," Yifutian answered humbly. It is not a flawless one? Xiao Muyu put on a puzzled look. She inquired in detail, how ordinary is it? It is only slightly stronger than my previous divine wheel. There is only a slight difference in the strength of the two divine wheels, so there is nothing special about it. Yifutian replied with a smile. Xiao Muyu's face twitched. Goodbye. Xiao Muyu turned around and left. As expected, his divine will was very ordinary. Xiao Muyu was even more certain that this bastard was hiding many ritual implements from her. Yifutian was a shameless lowlife. Finally, I can relax. Yifutian mumbled in relief as he watched Xiao Muyu leave. She actually mumbled that he was a lowlife? After Xiao Muyu left, Yifutian immediately sat within the spatial sacred hall. The spatial sacred hall kept expanding. Countless spatial lines crisscrossed each other. They formed doors of space that immediately sealed off this space. Not only did they block off other people's field of vision, but their divine spirits also could not invade this space. The space was completely segregated from the outside world. Yifutian waved his hand, and all the ritual implements instantly moved to one side. A huge empty space appeared in the center of the sacred hall. Yifutian sat down cross-legged. With a flash of his will, a divine tree suddenly appeared in the middle of the spatial sacred hall. Its radiation enveloped the entire space, blinding everything around. Terrifying will seeped out from the world tree. The will was so powerful. Yifutian sensed that there was something unique about the will. It seemed to be different from all the other will in the heavens and earth. When he was proving his way, he consumed the great worldly path in order to forge the divine wheel of the great path. After he had proven his way, the world tree went through some changes as well. It gave Yifutian a feeling that he actually did not need to forge a divine wheel. This tree itself was more powerful than the divine wheel that he forged. A rustling could be heard. The world tree was transforming. It instantly became an ancient fiery red tree. Each leaf on it was scorching hot, as though they were on fire. However, the next instant, they became cold as ice, and each leaf was covered with frightening frost. After that, each leaf became extremely sharp, as though they contained invincible sharp swords. Yifutian extended his hand, and a leaf landed in his palm. His hand swiped past, and the leaves were slashed apart. A beam of brilliant sword flash immediately lit up. The world tree could refine the ways of the world and incorporate them into its own way. Before this, when Yifutian was in the ancestral lands of Divine Palace, he was already confident that his way was flawless. Right now, that confidence was even stronger. When he thought about it now, why was it that his way was flawless? What was the difference between different ways? What differed between a flawless divine wheel and an ordinary divine wheel? Why was it that in some extraordinary secret zones like the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's Relic, there was the chance of forging a flawless divine wheel? After pondering on these questions for a while, Yifutian got up, and a door opened in the spatial sacred hall. He immediately walked out. Not long after, Yifutian and the swordmaster of Lihen entered into the spatial sacred hall together. The door of space closed once again. Swordmaster of Lihen, what are your thoughts on the issues I told you about before? Yifutian asked. You mean regarding the fact that the heavenly path is flawed and whether or not it is impossible for current-day cultivators in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to forge flawless ways? The swordmaster of Lihen guessed. It seems possible in some secret zones. I was also thinking the same thing. Swordmaster of Lihen, can you test the difference of our ways with me? Yifutian asked. Sure. The swordmaster of Lihen nodded. Rumble. A powerful aura radiated, and countless Guqin strings seemed to appear around them. Yifutian's divine will burst forth, and Guqin strings were everywhere. Sword will burst forth from the body of the swordmaster of Lihen at the same time and resisted this power. What do you notice? Yifutian asked. Our ways are similar, the swordmaster of Lihen answered. Both of them had perfect divine wheels. As soon as he finished speaking, a more dazzling divine light shone. Visions appeared in the space. Twilight enveloped this endless space. The might of Yi Futian's divine will grew stronger. The swordmaster of Lihin could sense that he was being slightly suppressed. "How about now?" Yi Futian asked again. "Your way has a unique style. I feel slightly suppressed." The swordmaster of Lihin was shocked. The level of Yi Futian's divine will was higher than the perfect level? Yi Futian said nothing. Suddenly, countless vines appeared in the spatial sacred hall. The vines spread and filled the entire space, enveloping the swordmaster of Lihin in them. The leaves rustled as though they were sharp swords. The swordmaster of Lihin felt his heart tremble. He could sense a flowing sword will that completely suppressed his own sword will. "Your way is unique," the swordmaster of Lihin said. Yi Futian narrowed his eyes, saying, "Swordmaster of Lihin, try absorbing the will." "Okay." The swordmaster of Lihin nodded. Then, he absorbed the will emanated by the leaves and merged it into his body. "Yours is also sword will like mine, but for some reason it is different. It seems to be purer. I don't know how to explain this," the swordmaster of Lihin said, while his heart trembled in shock. "This feeling is somewhat similar to what I felt when I received the swordsmanship in Sword City, but it is different in some aspects." Yi Futian nodded his head. With just a thought, everything disappeared without a trace. However, he felt extremely uneasy inside. The ancestral lands of Divine Palace had a stone tablet. The god's relic itself was an extraordinary space. At that moment, he suddenly had a very presumptuous thought. Yi Futian's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He thought of something related to the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's relic. He recalled the conversation he had with the mysterious cultivator of Divine Palace when he was in the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. Since Divine Palace had the ancestral lands, a place where it was possible to forge flawless divine wheels, then it meant that other top forces might also have places or divine items which served a similar function like the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. At the very least, it was highly possible for the few top forces of the Central Emperor realm to have such places or items. However, the existence of such places or items would most likely be top secret, guarded by the various forces. Yi Futian recalled another incident too. Back when Shen clan was hunting master for that divine item, Yi Futian saw the divine item in Feishua's body. He had always thought that his life spirit, the world tree, suppressed the divine item and healed Feishua. Besides that, he sensed a similar aura at that time. Now that he thought about it, could it mean that Feishua had inherited that divine item, so it was highly possible that she could naturally forge a flawless divine wheel. According to Grandmaster, the divine item had always been inherited by the successors appointed by Shen clan. The successor prior to Feishua was Masteress. Grandmaster's wife was very likely also an owner of a flawless divine wheel. When Yi Futian thought of this, his heart quivered. His inference verified something. The world tree was an ultra-powerful life spirit similar to divine items. In that case, would the world tree have a similar function as that of the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's relic? "My way is unique," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. He could also sense that his life spirit, the world tree, was unique. The divine items which contained the will of Donghuang the Great seemed to have such effect as well. He could transform his life spirit into an independent space and let other cultivators refine his will within his life spirit. If the other cultivators refined Yi Futian's will in his life spirit, would they have a similar experience as that of training in God's relic? Would they have a chance to forge a flawless divine will too? Even in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, owners of flawless divine wheels were rare. Only the selected top forces had control over the resources of the relics. Apart from that, other people could only seek their chances in God's relic. Cultivators who wielded flawless divine wheels would surely become the core members of any top force. They had absolute suppression over those cultivators who had flawed divine wheels. This was their natural advantage. Moreover, these flawless divine will owners stood a high chance of being at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. Under such circumstances, if Yi Futian could build a group of cultivators with flawless divine wheels, what did this mean for the future? It meant that tens of years from now, he could construct the strongest army in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Something was off. Yifutian suddenly thought of something else, and he frowned slightly. Back then, only Huang Zhong entered the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. He lived up to everyone's expectation and forged a flawless divine wheel. The Divine Palace had every intention of cultivating more geniuses like Huang Zhong. But even with the help of the ancestral lands of Divine Palace, the chance of cultivators forging a flawless divine wheel was slim. Hence, the cultivators needed to at least be qualified to enter the ancestral lands of Divine Palace before they could think about forging a flawless divine wheel. It was the same situation when they were in God's relic. Only a few had succeeded. Even monstrous figures like the seventh slayer of Clan of the Seven Slayers failed. Lian Jiao from the clan of the God of Ghost failed too. Both of them forged celestial-level divine wheels instead of flawless divine wheels. Top forces like Shin Clan and Tianshan Academy would have this kind of secret zone divine items too. However, Yifutian had not heard of these forces having many cultivators with flawless divine wheels. This meant that even with the help of the secret realm of the relic, one would need to consider their talents when they wanted to break through the threshold and forge a flawless divine wheel. It was not an easy feat. Yifutian speculated that in terms of the way, the relic in the ancestral lands of Divine Palace was most likely less complete than God's relic. God's relic might be the highest-ranked secret zone. One would have the highest chance of forging a flawless divine wheel when they were there. Hence, the opening of God's relic caused all the top figures in the 9 realms to gather. All the monstrous figures wanted to get into God's relic. Then, if he utilized the world tree as a divine item, what result would it produce? Yifutian's gaze turned towards the Swordmaster of Lihin. Swordmaster of Lihin, you managed to forge a flawless divine wheel because you destroyed and reconstructed your original one and reforged your swordsmanship? Yifutian asked. The Swordmaster of Lihin nodded his head and said, if I didn't do it that way, I should not have been able to forge a flawless divine wheel. This was crucial. Yifutian thought to himself. When cultivators trained, they already comprehended the will of the Great Path when they reached the peak of the Saint Plain. They proved their way and became Renhuang in order to reach the core of the way. They would become their way with just a thought and would forge a body of the way and soul of the way. They would shine as bright as the moon and the stars. They would enjoy longevity with the heavens and earth. That meant that in order to forge a flawless divine wheel, the cultivators would need to refine their great path again. What are you thinking about? The Swordmaster of Lihin asked Yifutian. Yifutian seemed to be pondering on something. I am thinking about some things. However, I still need to verify them, Yifutian replied. He retracted his aura. The spatial sacred hall then disappeared, and everything returned to normal. I will make a trip to Daozong Peak, Yifutian said. Be on your way. The Swordmaster of Lihin nodded. Yifutian got up and left the palace, heading once again to Daozong Peak. Many people in Tianshan Academy heard about the divine visions that occurred when he was forging his divine wheel. They were even more interested in Yifutian. This Yifutian actually came once more to Daozong Peak. Regardless of how talented he was in his cultivation journey, he was, at the very least, extremely hardworking. Yifutian spent a few days studying on Daozong Peak. However, this time was different from the previous one. He kept searching for manuscripts that were related to space, be they cultivation methods or matrix methods. Based on what the members of Tianshan Academy said, they had seen Yifutian in a daze many times over the last few days. He sat alone in a corner with his eyes closed and deep in thought, as though he had fallen asleep. However, it was obviously impossible that he had actually fallen asleep. They knew that Yifutian must have had some epiphany and was cultivating. After another few days, Yifutian left Daozong Peak. Some people were curious as to what exactly he was doing. After some time, some people claimed that a grand matrix had appeared in Yifutian's palace. This grand matrix was a matrix that could refine the great path of all things. This type of matrix was not uncommon in Tianshan Academy. Many people would use this type of method to comprehend the power of the great path. Hence, there was nothing strange about it. For a period of time after this, Yifutian remained cultivating in his palace all the while. He was acting rather mysteriously, but no one disturbed his cultivation. This was also the reason why Yi Futian had come to train in Xianxia Academy. He could truly seclude himself and train for a period of time here. Dou Zhao returned to the palace one day and met Yi Futian. "What's up?" Yi Futian asked when he saw Dou Zhao. "I feel like I am close to experiencing a breakthrough. These past few days, I have been exchanging blows with people at Xianxia Academy. However, very few of them are a match for me. I am a bit disappointed," Dou Zhao ranted. Confused, Yi Futian stared at him. "So, do you want to try fighting against me?" Yi Futian asked as he looked at Dou Zhao. "Get out of here." Dou Zhao's facial expression turned sullen. This fellow was already a renhuang. Fighting against Yi Futian? Would that be similar to inviting someone to punch him? "I mean, I am close to breaking through to the renhuang plane. Do you have any divine items from God's relic that I can borrow? I will use it and see whether I can prove my way and forge a flawless divine wheel," Dou Zhao explained to Yi Futian. Yi Futian finally understood Dou Zhao's intention. As a dignified descendant of fighting God, do you need the assistance of divine items to forge a flawless divine wheel? Yi Futian asked. Dou Zhao glared at Yi Futian. He actually had no words to refute Yi Futian. What happened to them being sworn brothers? "I will teach you a cultivation method. After you have made some progress with it, you can find me again," Yi Futian said. "Did you get it from God's relic?" Dou Zhao's eyes sparkled. "No. It is a cultivation method of the Tianhe realm. Can aid you to prove your way. After you have mastered it, you can be considered half a disciple of Sky River Temple," Yi Futian explained. "What advantages does it have?" Dou Zhao inquired. "A cultivation method of the Tianhe realm? Was it better than the cultivation method of his Dou tribe? Do you want to learn it or not?" Yi Futian threw a question back at him. Dou Zhao stared at Yi Futian suspiciously. "Do I get a reward from you if I mastered it?" Yi Futian closed his eyes and ignored Dou Zhao. "I will cultivate it," Dou Zhao said. "From now on, I will be a disciple of Sky River Temple. Your teacher is my teacher. We are sworn brothers. Sit properly," Yi Futian ordered. Then he taught Dou Zhao the deed of thorough comprehension. "Go and practice it on your own," Yi Futian said after he finished teaching. Dou Zhao glanced at him, dumbfounded. He left afterward. Yi Futian closed his eyes and continued meditating. The world tree rustled in his body. Terrifying visions occurred in his surroundings. The heavens and the earth shifted and transformed into a space of the great path. The sun and the moon shone at the same time while the stars surrounded the space. "Hopefully, Dou Zhao will succeed," Yi Futian prayed. After a few days, Dou Zhao came to look for Yi Futian again. "Did you succeed?" Yi Futian asked. I have made some progress with it." Dou Zhao nodded. "Great." Yi Futian nodded in approval. With a shift of his will, a dazzling light of matrix shone, and the divine light enveloped the entire space, forming a domineering grand matrix. The will of the great path poured down and gushed into the grand matrix. "What are we doing?" Dou Zhao raised his head and took a look at the powerful fluctuation of the will. "For this coming training, you need to activate deed of thorough comprehension and forge a furnace of the great path," Yi Futian explained. "You need to refine the great path of all things so that you can use it for your own. You might even need to destroy the way you have cultivated before and reconstruct another body of the great path. I will help you throughout the process." Dou Zhao was extremely doubtful. He stared at Yi Futian and saw the seriousness in the latter's eyes. Dou Zhao knew that Yi Futian was not joking with him. Did Yi Futian actually obtain something in God's relic? "All right, I will follow what you say." Dou Zhao nodded his head seriously and was exceptionally focused. "Let us begin." Yi Futian had barely uttered these words when endless will circulated around them. Very soon, Dou Zhao sensed the space that he was in changing. The sun and the moon both appeared in the sky, and the stars revolved around them. It was as though Dou Zhao was being enveloped by an independent space. The runes of the characters Qian, Kuan, Li, and Kan orbited the sky. He could faintly hear the rustling of leaves, but he could not see any trees. It was as though this place was another dimension. Dou Zhao closed his eyes and activated his cultivation method. He released his deed of thorough comprehension and refined the way in this space. At the same time, in the world outside of this space, endless will surged into the space from all around, becoming the will of the space. What is Yi Futian doing now? The people around the palace could not help but reveal strange expressions when they sensed the intense will descending from the heavens above. Was Yi Futian causing another large commotion? It seems to be a grand matrix that is refining the great path of all things. He is activating the completed matrix. What is inside of that space? Someone noticed that the will of the great path was surging into a sealed-off space. An extremely powerful aura of the great path was flowing into it. The movement within Yi Futian's pavilion once again invited the attention of several people. This was also the reason Yi Futian chose to cultivate outside and not within Tianxian Academy. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of too many notable figures if he cultivated in Tianxian Academy. Even though he also could not hide it outside, he would attract the attention of relatively fewer people. His cultivation this time lasted several days. The Swordmaster of Lihen and Yaya were outside the sealed land. The Swordmaster of Lihen had his guesses when he saw the movement within the pavilion. He thought about the conversation he had with Yi Futian a few days ago. Could he be? There was a ripple in his heart. What would it mean if things were as he had guessed? Void, you're about to prove your path soon, right? The Swordmaster of Lihen said to Yaya, who was by his side. Yi Futian had given her the item of the great emperor. She should be about to prove her path after she cultivated under the willow tree in God's relic. She should not be too far away from proving her path, now that she had come out and cultivated for some time. Yes, Yaya nodded. The Swordmaster of Lihen smiled. He was certain that Yaya would forge a perfect divine wheel. Yi Futian had even given her the item of the great emperor. He would definitely do all he could to make sure that Yaya forged a perfect divine wheel. If his guess was right, he had only coincidentally encountered Dou Zhao. Yi Futian was using him to confirm his conjecture. What are you smiling about? Yaya asked the Swordmaster of Lihen. Nothing. The Swordmaster of Liban shook his head. He thought about the years when he and the Sword Saint of the Void followed by the side of Emperor Xia. They were the two most powerful swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm. Now, they were cultivating by Yi Futian's side and were about to forge a perfect divine wheel. All of these events were rather interesting. At this moment, Yi Futian was sitting silently within the independent sealed land. There was a terrifying aura emanating from Dou Zhao's body. The figure of an immensely radiant war god was faintly visible from within his body. It released a terrifying battle intent that enveloped the entire space. It caused the great path space to be covered in a horrifying battle aura. Rumble. The great path rumbled. Dou Zhao opened his eyes and raised his fists. He then clenched his fists and was suddenly filled with extremely wild power. His entire aura changed. When he stood up, it felt as though he was the war god reborn. I've succeeded. Dou Zhao's voice was a little excited. He had missed his opportunity to prove his path at the god's relic. However, he had succeeded in the outside world. You've succeeded. Yi Futian also smiled. He had received a confirmation for his conjecture. If that was the case, it meant that his path was unique and could assist others in forging a perfect divine wheel. That way, everyone around him would have a chance. Yi Futian knew exactly how meaningful that was. Yes. Dou Zhao nodded forcefully. Even though he was a careless person, he was extremely serious when it came to cultivation. Furthermore, he was carrying a mission. He was the future successor of the Dou tribe. If he were to fall behind the successors of the other factions, the Dou tribe would definitely be weakened in the future. It was not hard to imagine the feelings he had when he took this step forward. This person hid the fact that he had obtained the legacy of the great emperor, Dou Zhao thought. Dou Zhao had a glimmer in his eyes as he looked at Yi Futian. Elder brother? Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao's shimmering eyes and was utterly confused. Who was his elder brother? He thought. We were siblings before, but now I've become his elder brother? The greatest thing that I, a descendant of the war god, obtained at the god's relic was getting to know you, Dou Zhao said sincerely. Scram. Yifutian thought. All he felt was goosebumps all over his body. But, as I have said previously, you've cultivated the deed of thorough comprehension. Whether you use it or not in the future, you are considered half a member of the Sky River Temple, Yifutian said. Your disciple pays respects to you, master. Dozhao bowed and greeted. Yifutian's expression darkened. This person sure has thick skin. He thought. I'm not that old. Yifutian stared at Dozhao. This person should not be younger than me, he thought. Why don't I call you my senior? Dozhao continued. He had to solidify their connection, be it in terms of brother or senior. Only that way would he have a status and a stake in any future benefits. Have you trained under any master? Yifutian asked. No, I was trained by my family, Dozhao replied. All right, I'll take you in as a disciple under the name of my master. You shall become my junior. What do you think about that? Yifutian said. Greetings, senior. Dozhao brought his hands together and instantly got into the rhythm of things. Yifutian did not say anything. Teacher is currently trapped by the Shin clan. I'll first accept a disciple for him, he thought. The successor of the Do clan should be rather substantial. Also, do not reveal the level of your cultivation when you go out in the future. Leave this place secretly. Don't attract any attention. Treat whatever happened here today as if it never happened. Yifutian instructed. Understood. Dozhao looked at Yifutian. He knew that Yifutian had obtained the greatest legacy of the great emperor. He should never reveal that. Yifutian looked at the sky. The space instantly scattered. An unparalleled amount of will penetrated Yifutian's body. This caused Dozhao to have a strange expression. He asked, This is also a divine wheel? Go, Yifutian told Dozhao. All right. Dozhao did not probe any further and immediately turned to leave. Swordmaster Yaya, Yifutian shouted. The two of them walked over. How did it go? The Swordmaster of Lihin asked. It was a success. Yifutian nodded. The Swordmaster of Lihin inhaled deeply, then finally flashed a smile. If he was given time, the youth before his eyes could transform into a top-notch figure. He might be able to become the greatest faction within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Do you want to set up a clan? The Swordmaster of Lihin asked. Yifutian shook his head. He was the disciple of the cottage, as well as the disciple of Qi Shengang. There was no need for him to set up a clan. Yaya, I'll teach you a set of cultivation techniques. Come look for me when you are gunning for the Runhuang realm, Yifutian said. Even though Yaya had a divine item, there was a greater chance of her forging a perfect divine wheel if she had his help. Yaya gently nodded. Boss! A voice rang out in Yifutian's brain. It was the voice of Little Condor. What is it? Yifutian asked. 2 clan leaders are here, Little Condor replied. Yifutian froze, then scanned through the pavilion with his divine spirit. At that instant, a mob of happiness flashed past his eyes. Let's go. Yifutian's figure shimmered as he arrived outside the pavilion. In front of him were 2 dusty figures. They seemed to be hiding their aura and were acting in an incredibly ordinary manner. They were unremarkable. It was no wonder that he had not noticed them when he was chatting with the Swordmaster just now. Seniors. Yifutian let out a radiant smile when his eyes met theirs. He was elated to be able to meet the 2 of them here. Jiang Chengzi, the clan leader of the Jiang clan from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, as well as the clan leader of the Hua clan, Hua Jiangshan. The 2 of them were also smiling. You've reached Renhuang. Yes. Yifutian smiled as he nodded. Let's go. Let's talk inside. He reached out and pointed the way as he spoke. They walked into the pavilion. Have the 2 of you always been in the heavenly mandate realm? Yifutian asked. Yes. Jiang Qingzi nodded. Since they caused the celestial gate to topple, how could we allow them to roam free? We even went to the Violet Heavenly Palace when the God's Relic opened some time ago. We then decided to temporarily pause whatever we were doing at the Heavenly Mandate Realm and came here after we heard about what happened to you. We thought that the people from the celestial gate of the 9 realms would continuously swarm into the central emperor realm when they heard your name, and that this might be a good opportunity to join up with you. I was thinking that too. Yifutian nodded. Since these 2 clan leaders had such a thought, the others would also think this way when they heard his name. There's one more thing. Jiang Chengxi's expression became more serious. You've joined forces with the Purple Gold Rat clan? In the battle back then, the clan leader of the Wang clan had died in battle after being ambushed by the Purple Gold Rat Emperor and the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. There was no way that this debt could be resolved peacefully. Otherwise, they would be letting down the Wang clan, which had fought for the Celestial Gate when the Celestial Gate was facing its crisis. Don't worry, I am not that impudent, Yifutian said. I am merely making use of them. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they had ascertained Yifutian's character from several past incidents, the rumors had been relentless. In fact, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was about to engage in battle with the Purple Golden Rat clan. They felt more at ease now that they heard that Yifutian was merely using them for his own benefit. Please follow me, Yifutian said. The group arrived at the cultivation ground. Yifutian summoned the spatial sacred hall from out of thin air and waved his palms at the same time. An array of radiant divine arms instantly floated within the spatial sacred hall. This was everything I obtained from the god's relic. Please pick whatever weapons you need. They might prove useful in the future battle, Yifutian said. All of the divine arms here were powerful divine weapons in the ancient era. The collection of the great emperor might be the best of the best. The abilities of the 2 clan leaders paled in comparison to the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. However, they might stand a fighting chance if they had the power of the divine arms on their side. The battle was inevitable if the celestial gate of vast heaven was to regain its standing in the Heavenly Mandate realm. What they were doing now was to prepare for that battle. All right, the 2 of them did not hold back. They sensed the assortment of weapons and chose a weapon that was suitable for them. Seniors, I have no use for these many ritual implements. Equip the offensive and defensive ritual implements, and perhaps not long after we will be able to attack the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Yifutian said. The 2 of them turned around and looked at Yifutian. In the god's relic, I've joined forces with the other factions in the Heavenly Mandate realm. We are on rather decent terms. I'll find a way to continue solidifying our relationship. This battle will not be too far away, Yifutian continued. With their previous alliance, as well as the ritual implements he had given them previously, Yifutian believed that he now had a considerable influence over the factions of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now that he had grasped the method of forging a perfect divine wheel, there was a chance that he would be able to pull the factions of the Heavenly Mandate realm into his camp. This was what he had to accomplish next. Jiang Chengxi and Hua Qingyun looked at each other. Each chose a ritual implement, one for offense and one for defense. That's enough, Jiang Chengxi said. Yifutian, will stay by your side after this. You've come into conflict with several factions in the Central Emperor realm and the God's Relic. You need people by your side. If that is so, thank you, seniors. Yifutian nodded. He chose the Tianshan Academy precisely because it was relatively safer. With the 2 clan leaders defending him by his side, he should be able to deal with anybody attacking him even if they were from top-notch factions, as long as they weren't the best of the best. Yifutian's team could be said to be extremely strong with the addition of Jiang Chengxi and Hua Jiangshan. The 2 of them were at the upper levels of the Renhuang Plain. Jiang Chengxi had a 9th-tier divine wheel, while Hua Jiangshan's divine wheel was at the peak of the 8th tier. They, along with Gu Tianxing and the 12 deities of the Celestial Gate, made the Celestial Gate of vast heaven able to compete with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty at its peak. They encountered a great tribulation later on, which caused the Celestial Gate of vast heaven to keep a low profile and not be as attention-grabbing in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The strength of several other factions was enough to put pressure on them. However, the 2 of them were still top-notch figures. Now that Yifutian had gifted them with ritual implements, their battle capabilities were undoubtedly extremely powerful. As long as they did not encounter the best of the best fighters, there should not be any problems on Yifutian's side. They might even be able to retaliate against the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty if he came. Yifutian immersed himself in his cultivation for the next few days. The matrix in the pavilion was always activated. It was a path matrix that was used to attract the will of the Great Path. It caused the pavilion to be perpetually enveloped by an aura of the Great Path. Slowly, the people outside the Xianxia Academy got used to the phenomenon. They were no longer surprised by whatever Yifutian did. This day, in an area outside the Xianxia Academy, a youth was walking on the road. This youth was carrying a sword on his back. He had an exceptional demeanor and gave off the impression that he was incredibly sharp. His cultivation was also impressive at Nirvana St. Plain, though it did not seem as exceptional in this area. There was a Renhuang fighter in the group of pedestrians who were walking not far away from the youth. This group of people was an influential family in one of the cities outside the Xianxia Academy with powerful members. Even though they were not as strong as the factions that stood at the top, they did have members in their family who were at the upper-level Renhuang plane. They had considerable strength. There were several great clans like theirs in the Dongxing state. However, only a few areas in the Central Emperor realm could tolerate factions at this level. Yunqi, you have to be sincere when you greet your teacher this time, an elder told the girl by his side. This girl was wearing a long green skirt. She looked simple yet well-trained. She had a slender figure and was extraordinarily beautiful. Her demeanor was like that of ice. The Lin clan of the Dongxing state was an influential faction notorious within the Dongxing state. Lin Yunqi was the daughter of the Gongsun family. She had exceptional potential when it came to cultivation, as well as extraordinary beauty. She entered the outer sect of the Xianxia Academy and trained there last year. Today, she had already reached the first level of the St. Plain. Lin Yunqi's gaze landed on the sky stairwell in the distance. She had a determined gaze. That is my dream, Lin Yunqi said. The strongest person of this generation of the Shintian Academy, Jian Qingzhu, had already reached the level of Renhuang. He might become the manager of Xianxia Academy in the future. You learning under his wing is naturally the best choice. However, with Jian Qingzhu's status in Xianxia Academy, he would not accept disciples easily. He would more often be meditating and cultivating. After all, he is still young. There's no need for him to waste his time on these matters, the elder said. Lin Yunqi naturally knew about Jian Qingzhu. In reality, Jian Qingzhu was regarded as a legendary figure amongst the people of her generation. Now that he had reached the level of Renhuang, he was destined to be an exceptional figure. Even if I do not get him as my master, I will be able to step on that sky stairwell and enter the Xianxia Academy by training on my own, Lin Yunqi said. She had a determined gaze, as well as a faint arrogance. I naturally believe that. The family believes in you too, the elder said. During the trip to the God's Relic this time, Jian Qingzhu was the only one in the Xianxia Academy who managed to prove his path and forge a perfect divine wheel. It would be difficult for anyone else. However, there are quite a number of people cultivating in the Xianxia Academy this time. Yifutian is one of them. This person displayed extraordinary potential when he came out of the God's Relic. He slew the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Zhoutian, who had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path. If he continued cultivating like this, he would definitely become a top-notch figure in the future. If you study under his wing, you would be able to learn more about the God's Relic or even the way to forge a perfect divine wheel. It would only be beneficial for you. Why did you choose him? Lin Yunqi asked. You can look at the rest of the people who had forged a perfect divine wheel. Shun Hao from the Shun clan and the princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, Nan Luoshan. Even the people from the other realms were successors to the Solar Divine Palace and the Yue Divine Palace, as well as people whose status was equal to theirs. The probability of them accepting disciples are extremely low. Yifutian had encountered the attacks of several factions when he just came out of the God's Relic. That was because his background was not powerful enough and that he did not have a strong enough influence. It is rumored that he had taken the Sky River Great Elder as his teacher and came to the Xianxia Academy for his safety. If we actively display our goodwill, Yifutian is the most likely person to take you as a disciple. The elder whispered. After all, Yi Futian needed friends. Even though they were not as strong as the top-notch factions, they were still rather influential within the Dongxing state. Thus, in his opinion, it was very likely that Yi Futian would accept disciples. If Lin Yunxi could become the disciple of Yi Futian and cultivate under him, not only could she understand the God's relic and the perfect divine wheel, but there was also a chance that she could obtain a premium ritual implement in the future. To the Lin clan, that would be of extreme assistance. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. See whether you can train along with Jian Qingzhu if you manage to enter Tianxin Academy and cultivate there in the future. The elder told Lin Yunxi. Lin Yunxi nodded. They did not talk about anything else. After all, they were soon arriving at their destination. Not far away, the youth was walking in the same direction as the group. He could faintly hear their voices, but he did not dare infiltrate them with his divine spirit as there was a Renhuang fighter present. He only listened in on their conversation as best as his ears could. Of course, this was not a remarkable matter. For that reason, the other party did not restrain themselves when they were talking. Soon, the group arrived outside the pavilion. The first thing they saw was a black condor. It raised its head high and looked at the group, then asked, "Why have you come here?" The condor now had considerable status. It did not pay much regard to an ordinary Renhuang. Lin clan of the Dongxing state. We are here to pay our respects to Emperor Yi. The elder at the front of the group brought his hands together and displayed the appropriate manners. I'll ask him for you. The black condor sent a message to Yi Futian, then said, "Go in." The group from the Lin family smiled as they entered the pavilion. The elder had his usual expression, while Lin Yunxi swept her gaze toward the black condor. This black condor was extremely arrogant. Even though it was only a demon saint, its gaze was more arrogant than a demon emperor. It did not show respect to even a Renhuang. In the pavilion, Yi Futian received the group in the yard. Even though he did not know what kind of faction the Lin clan of the Dongxing state was, he should give the appropriate formalities when he had visitors. Lin Mu of the Lin clan from Dongxing state. I pay my respects to Emperor Yi. The elder cupped his hands together as he spoke. He swept his gaze past the two people behind Yi Futian and was rather shocked. He could not determine the levels of those two people. You are too formal, elder, Yi Futian replied. You're visiting because I heard that you had been exceptional in the God's relic, having forged a flawless great path and a perfect divine wheel with peerless elegance. Many people within the Lin clan admired you. Yunxi is a junior from our clan and is now training in the outer sect of Tianxin Academy. She had frequently heard people talk about you in recent times and was coincidentally training in the area. Thus, she wants to train under you. Seeking a master? Yi Futian was rather surprised. He did not expect a person from a family to seek him out as a master. However, he also knew that after he proved his path, he was now different from who he was before. A Renhuang fighter was powerful enough to establish his sect. That was the reason a Renhuang fighter was holding up an entire realm in the Central Emperor realm, Emperor Xia's realm, and Emperor Li's realm. Thus, seeking them out as a teacher was an ordinary occurrence. I am Lin Yunxi. I pay my respects to you, Emperor Yi. Lin Yunxi took a step forward and gave Yi Futian a slight bow of respect. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Yunxi. She was extremely beautiful and had reached the saint plane at a young age. Her talent and mental state were exceptional. However, he did not have any intention of accepting a disciple. Elder, I came to Tianxin Academy as I wanted to concentrate on my cultivation for some time. I do not have any intention of accepting a disciple, Yi Futian told Lin Mu. I understand. Emperor Yi, you had just proven your great path and would naturally want to focus on your cultivation. You only need to give Yunxi a few pointers during your free time if she trains after you. She would not hold up the time you need for cultivation. Furthermore, the Lin clan is rather influential in the Dongxing state. The Lin clan can lend you a helping hand if you have any other miscellaneous matters outside of cultivation. Lin Mu continued. Yi Futian knew in his heart that Lin Yunxi had come to seek him out as a mentor today because the Lin clan had favored his potential or his experiences within the God's relic. Another reason was the ritual implements he had obtained. Please do not blame me, elder. I am already busy enough and have no intention of accepting a disciple. Yifutian continued to smile as he said, with Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan by his side. He already had enough manpower to deal with the ordinary affairs. There was no need for him to tap on the strength of the other party. Furthermore, he would inevitably have to repay any favors he owed in the future. At this moment, a youth had already come here behind the members of the Lin clan. He stood there silently and did not disturb the conversation. However, Yifutian, Jiang Chengzi, and the rest of the group noticed him. They had a look of joy in their eyes. Please wait a moment. A friend of mine has arrived, Yifutian said apologetically. He then looked toward the youth and said with a smile, It's been a long time. It's been a long time. The youth nodded, then took a step forward. He bowed toward Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan. I, Wang Yanbing, pay my respects to you two clan leaders. This youth was Wang Yanbing of the Wang clan. He was the one who wanted to re-enter the Celestial Gate by challenging Gu Donglu. He fought with all his might but ultimately lost. However, in that battle he displayed an extraordinary spirit. Spare the formalities. Jiang Chengzi stepped forward and said, My worries have eased now that I see you. The clan leader of the Wang clan had died in battle. Wang Yanbing was the future successor of the Wang clan. Jiang Chengzi naturally did not want Wang Yanbing to get into any trouble. I was coincidentally in the Central Emperor realm. I came when I heard about the events in the God's Relic, Wang Yanbing said. Aha. Jiang Chengzi smiled and nodded. We'll not disturb you anymore, Emperor Yi. We'll take our leave. Lin Mu could only know his place and announce his departure when he saw that he was being ignored. Yifutian turned around to look at Lin Mu and the rest of the group. He said, a little apologetically, I'm sorry, elder. The members of the Lin clan turned to leave. They walked out of the pavilion, each one of them speechless. That Yifutian is a little too arrogant. A powerful fighter from the Lin clan was rather unhappy. Yifutian had not given them any face. He had disregarded them even though they were a premium family faction in the Dongxing state. Lin Yunqi also felt a little uncomfortable. It was the first time she was seeking out a teacher, yet she was rejected. In fact, Yifutian had not looked at her seriously. He had forged a flawless divine wheel and had clear talent. He is a front-runner in the 9 realms. It is normal for a person like this to be arrogant, Lin Mu said. He was a little disappointed. Even though Yifutian had been polite, he could feel the arrogance radiating from Yifutian's body. Yifutian had not paid any heed to them. He is a person seeking the protection of Xianxia Academy and might be killed by his enemies at any time if he goes out. What right does he have to be arrogant? A junior of the Lin clan said sarcastically. He seemed indignant. He had just finished his sentence when he saw a teen dressed in white robes walking toward them on the opposite side. The teen then stopped in his tracks in front of them. Lin Yunqi looked at the white-robed teen and thought to herself about how suave he was and how exceptional his demeanor was. You're blocking the way. The junior who spoke just now knitted his brows and said with a cold tone. He was feeling unhappy but understood where he was. He suppressed his unhappiness and only had a relatively icier tone. However, the white-robed teen continued standing in front of them. He looked at the junior with a cold gaze. The members of the Lin clan knitted their brows. Lin Mu said, You! The actions of the white-robed teen were extremely disrespectful. However, they did not dare to act recklessly, given that they were outside Xianxia Academy. The white-robed teen scanned past the youth. His eyes were extremely strange. It only took a glance for the youth to let out a pathetic cry. He covered his eyes with both hands as if he had suffered from a serious attack. The expression of the Lin clan's powerful fighters changed. They released bolts of pressure and enveloped them around the white-robed teen. Lin Mu stared at the other party. All he saw was that the eyes of the white-robed teen were exceptionally devilish. Even his appearance was enchantingly handsome. They were just outside Xianxia Academy. In fact, this place could be regarded as a training ground for the outer sect disciples of Xianxia Academy. Many disciples from influential families trained here. They could even encounter juniors from Xianxia Academy. Thus, they addressed the person that blocked their way with respect and asked him to move aside. However, they did not expect the other party to attack them directly. No matter how influential he was, an action like this was rather insolent. After all, the Lin clan of the Dongxing state was rather influential. Boom! Lin Mu took a step forward and pressed the pressure of his divine will forward. His aura of a Renhuang enveloped the white-robed teen. Even though he might be a junior from an influential faction, Lin Mu had to teach him a lesson for his insolence. The strength of a third-tier divine will erupted instantly. Even though he had deliberately suppressed his aura, he could no longer cover up his will. It instantly attracted crowds from the area around them. Who would create conflict here? The white-robed teen glanced at the other party. He continued to step forward. He had no intention of retreating. Rumble, an immensely violent aura pulsed forward. The devilish eyes locked onto Lin Mu's gaze. In that instant, Lin Mu's eyes seemed to be absorbed into those devilish eyes. Within the pair of devilish eyes, he felt as though he saw a terrifying image. There were tens of thousands of demons, such as golden-winged giant pungs, phoenixes, divine apes, pure-blooded dragons, kunpengs. The terrifying gigantic beasts seemed to press toward him following his will. They charged directly into his brain through his eyes. Deep within the pair of devilish eyes seemed to be the figure of an almighty demon god. Rumble! Violent booms erupted. A harrowing great path tempest burst out around them. Not only did his will get attacked, but Lin Mu also felt his body and divine will get assaulted by an unparalleled, barbaric force. He felt as though he saw a divine matrix behind the white-robed teen. Within the divine matrix were tens of thousands of demons and a swarm of heaven-slaying divine beasts. His divine will suffered the impact of a great path attack. He felt as though he was going to be split apart with every rumble. An unending glory of the demon god fell upon him as it manically assaulted his body. The powerful fighters from the Lin clan around Lin Mu felt their legs shiver. They felt as though they were about to grovel on the ground. Even though there were two Renhuang-level figures here, this pressure almost made them suffocate. It was as though they were suffering from absolute suppression. A dull grunt was heard, followed by a loud noise. Lin Mu continuously staggered backward. The expression on his face was extremely exaggerated as he stared at the white-robed figure on the other side. Divine will suppression. Perfect level. Rumble. A devilish great path tempest swept past them. Lin Mu retreated continuously. The people who were approaching them from afar were shaken into retreat. Only then did the white-robed teen restrain his aura. He stood there silently, but his eyes were still coldly locked onto the other party. Lin Mu stood there, dazed. His body was trembling slightly. He had been shaken by the aura of a Renhuang with a first-tier divine wheel. His body had been shaken into retreat. It was only now that he realized how exceptional the white-robed teen in front of him was. But, he screamed in his heart, how are there so many perfect divine wheels? Why would a person with a perfect divine wheel, which was rare even in the Central Emperor realm, suddenly appear here? Furthermore, his demeanor was clearly different from the people who had come out from the god's relic. The names of the people who had forged a perfect divine will had already spread throughout the Central Emperor realm. Lin Mu would naturally know about who they were, where they were from, and where they were training at. However, the white-robed teen who had appeared before his eyes did not fit the description of anyone he knew. Many figures flickered around them as they appeared. Their eyes were trained on the white-robed teen, equally dazed. They clearly had the same thoughts as Lin Mu. When did the perfect divine will become so common? A powerful fighter at the first level of the Renhuang plane had suddenly appeared. He had forged a perfect divine wheel and directly suppressed a Renhuang with a third-tier divine wheel. Who are you? Lin Mu's voice was rather deep. He looked at the white-robed teen as he asked. The white-robed teen did not look at them. Instead, he raised his head and looked toward a group of figures who were walking toward him from behind the members of the Lin clan. His gaze landed on a suave young man who was also wearing a white robe. Lin Mu also seemed to have noticed something and turned around. He saw that Yi Futian and his group had arrived. He saw the immensely radiant smile in Yi Futian's clear eyes. His eyes were locked on the figure in front of him. It was clear that they knew each other. Lin Mu understood why the other party would block their way and attack them directly. It was because they had talked bad about Yi Futian just now. By Yi Futian, Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan also had a relieved smile when they saw the figure that appeared. The plan they had for many years might have failed, but it had never once been extinguished. Passing on the demon realm's law of origin to one person ultimately created an immensely powerful figure. The person who came was Gu Donglu, the person who had obtained the legacy of the demon monarch of the Origin Mountains. Third Senior, Yi Futian smiled as he shouted. It had been a long time since they met. His third senior had also proven his path and reached the Renhuang Plain. Furthermore, he also obtained the perfect divine wheel. However, that was normal. His third senior had obtained the legacies of Gu Tianxing and the law of origin. In fact, he even had the will of the demon monarch. That could be considered to be a legacy at the level of a great emperor. He had been internalizing all of these legacies when he was at the celestial gate of vast heaven back then. Now, he should be able to more perfectly combine the abilities of the legacies. The powerful fighters of the Lin clan felt their hearts get twisted. Third senior? Both the senior and the junior had forged perfect divine wheels. Furthermore, this person had not proved his path and forged his perfect divine wheel in the god's relic. Gu Donglu walked forward. He walked directly past the powerful fighters of the Lin clan and completely disregarded their existence. I heard about the news of you in the god's relic and rushed over. Gu Donglu said, Clan leaders, you've also arrived. Jiang Chengzi smiled and nodded. Your grandfather would feel relieved if he could see the current you. The plan Gu Tianxing had put into place back then had all been for Gu Donglu. Now, Gu Donglu had forced the perfect divine wheel. That, coupled with all of the legacies he obtained, might allow him to truly surpass Gu Tianxing in the future. The glory of the celestial gate would be realized again in the hands of your generation, Hua Jiangshan said emotionally. Yi Futian and Gu Donglu both had perfect divine wheels. Furthermore, they were both top-notch geniuses. Yi Futian also had Yu Shang by his side. They were rather looking forward to the future. The celestial gate of vast heaven. Lin Mu only realized now that the two elders by Yi Futian's side were the two clan leaders of the top-notch faction in the heavenly mandate realm. The celestial gate of vast heaven. This devilish teen was the junior who had caused quite the commotion in the heavenly mandate realm back then. He was the person who had inherited the law of origin, the grandson of the celestial gate of vast heaven's Gu Tianxing, Gu Donglu. Third senior, let's first go to the pavilion. Yi Futian was elated. His third senior had finally met up with them. His first senior and the rest should arrive sooner or later when they hear the news. The group turned to leave. They did not care about the members of the Lin clan. The Lin clan looked extremely haggard. Lin Mu was overcome with emotion as he said, Let's go. Lin Yunxi had complicated emotions. She had come to seek a teacher, but her family had instead been taught a lesson. Furthermore, she had witnessed the splendor of a perfect divine will directly suppressing her elder. Yi Futian and the rest of his group returned to the pavilion. Gu Donglu did not talk about the incident with the Lin clan, nor did Yi Futian ask him about it. His third senior would have a reason for his actions. He did not have to ask about it. Beside them, Wang Yambing's heart was also filled with emotion. However, he would not compare himself with Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. All he did was remind himself to put in more effort in his cultivation. I heard the conversation among the Lin clan when I was traveling here. Both the Lin clan and that girl wanted to learn under Jian Qingzhu of the Tianxin Academy. They must have an ulterior motive for seeking out a teacher here. It was Wang Yanbing who spoke about the incident. Yi Futian did not pay too much heed. It was normal for people to want to learn under Jian Qingzhu. This was Tianxin Academy. Jian Qingzhu had considerable status within Tianxin Academy. As for them heading here to seek out a teacher, They definitely had an ulterior motive for that. Yifutian wanted to have a good talk with his third senior. They had not met in a long time and naturally had much to talk about. He did not know how his second senior was doing. He could not help but think about her, who would also protect him just like his third senior did, when he saw his third senior. However, bolts of energy were coming toward them. Several powerful fighters were approaching them one after the other. "Please come in, elders," Yifutian shouted. He saw multiple figures walking toward them. They were powerful fighters from the heavenly mandate realm and the demon realm. There were powerful fighters from the dragon gods, sky demon court, and divine elephants. The major factions were always accompanied by powerful demon monarchs when top-notch figures like Long Chun and Xiang Mang came to train. They would silently remain in the area. Gu Donglio's appearance had caused them to come forward. Back then, Gu Donglu had schemed for the legacy as he wanted to create a new king in the demon realm. He wished that Gu Donglu, who had inherited the law of origin, would be enough to become the new leader of the demon realm. Now, with his reappearance, Gu Donglu had become a Renhuang and had forged a perfect divine wheel. To think that Gu Tianxing actually succeeded, a demon monarch said. Even though he knew that Gu Donglu would become exceptional when he inherited the law of origin, he realized that Gu Tianxing had half succeeded in whatever he had set out to do back then when he saw Gu Donglu today. He then looked at Yifutian. The heavenly mandate realm would become the territory of the celestial gate of vast heaven in the future. However, they were fortunate that they were on good terms with Yifutian, nor did they offend Gu Donglu in any way. The demon realm would remain the demon realm. "It's good that you guys have come. Help me find Long Chun, Xiang Mang, Jun, and the rest. I have something to talk to you guys about," Yifutian said. He was on good terms with the factions from the heavenly mandate realm and the demon clans. He had already thoroughly impressed the disciples from the demon clan while he was in the God's Relic, and they all faintly regarded him as their leader. Now that they had come out of the God's Relic, the factions of the demon clan would stand behind him. However, he seemed to be lacking something. If he took another step, he would be able to obtain the loyalty of the factions from the heavenly mandate realm and the demon realm. However, if he could not clearly see what that step was, then he would have nothing much to say for himself. All he could do was support the factions that were willing to enter the battlefield with him. He had to obtain the loyalty of the factions from the heavenly mandate realm and the demon clans for the things he wanted to accomplish. The demon clans of the heavenly mandate realm had all come to the pavilion, and the core figures of the younger generation had all been summoned. Even the cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain and Gao Huang had been called there. They all knew that Gu Donglu had forged a perfect divine wheel. This matter had already been told at the Divine Palace. The existence of any perfect divine wheel would attract attention. Gu Donglu had even fought here, which naturally attracted even more attention. "Futian, is there something you'd like to discuss?" An elephant emperor from the divine elephants asked. "I once went to the demon realm for the sake of third brother, and each of the demon clans took good care of me. The divine elephant emperor personally showed me his ultimate technique, and the dragon gods taught Yu Shang their divine power. I have always felt close to the demon realm of the heavenly mandate realm. I also formed an alliance with Long Chun and the others in the God's Relic and fought alongside them," said Yifutian. Everyone looked at him. Was Yifutian speaking of emotions now? He should have been paving the way for the future. "Secondly, my third brother received the inheritance that had been left behind by Gu Tianxing in the Origin Mountains. This was the inheritance of a demon emperor. Presumably, you all know that third brother has reached the Renhuang plane now as well and has forged a perfect divine wheel. It could be said that he has truly inherited the mantle of a demon emperor." The cultivators of the demon realm said nothing. Gu Donglio's future would likely be just as glorious as Gu Tianxing's. In addition to this, although I have never had any contact with 10,000 Mountain before, I still allied with them in the God's Relic. During the troubles in the heavenly mandate realm, they not only did not support the heavenly mandate dynasty, they actually supported me a little bit. I have always remembered this. The cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain were a little bit curious. Why was Yifutian speaking of his emotions? The humans of the heavenly mandate realm and the demon realm are divided by boundaries. The power of the heavenly mandate realm has been lessened due to some events in the past. Now, is the heavenly mandate realm the weakest of the 9 supreme realms? Said Yifutian. Although they didn't want to admit it, the other forces all knew this to be true. The heavenly mandate realm of the present day was the weakest one. In the higher heavens realm, the divine palace had a top figure, Taishan Mountain had Lord Taishan, and the overlord of the golden divine nation was incredibly powerful. In this generation, the heavenly mandate realm had no one at this level. It is not only that the heavenly mandate realm is weak, but there are also incessant internal conflicts. The heavenly mandate dynasty and the violet heavenly palace wished to ally and destroy the celestial gate of vast heaven, which led to the disintegration of the celestial gate. But what is the purpose of these conflicts? Continued Yifutian. Even though they have some cultivation resources, how has that helped them? The divine palace has a place of proving the way, the ancestral land. What does the heavenly mandate realm have? What if I had not gone on this trip to the god's relic? Would you have been able to compete with the other realms? Yifutian's words were bitter, but they were true. Long Chun had felt this in the god's relic as well. He stood at the top of the demon realm, and Tianyu was the top human cultivator of the heavenly mandate realm, but they had not performed well in the god's relic. They could not compete with people like Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, Do Zhao of the Do tribe, Wu Zhan of the martial gods clan, and the monk of the Xinxing clan. If a war breaks out between the 9 realms, would the heavenly mandate realm be able to resist the top forces of the other realms? Asked Yifutian. What are you saying? Asked a dragon emperor of the dragon gods. I want to change the heavenly mandate realm's future, answered Yifutian. All the cultivators narrowed their eyes. Did he want to change the future of the heavenly mandate realm? What an arrogant thing to say. He was one man and one that had just entered the Renhuang Plain, and yet he was arrogant enough to say he wanted to change the future of the heavenly mandate realm. How will you change it? Asked the dragon. The forces of the heavenly mandate realm will ally and stop fighting each other. The whole realm will act as a whole. At the same time, we will train the younger generations. The people of this generation will cultivate along with my third brother and me. In the future, they will all be incredibly powerful, said Yifutian. You are quite ambitious, said an elder from 10,000 Divine Mountain with a smile. The heavenly mandate realm would act as a whole? Without a conqueror, who would be the leader? If all the people of the younger generation cultivated with Yifutian, it would naturally be him. Did he want to become the overlord of the heavenly mandate realm? The heavenly mandate dynasty had worked hard for this, but they had never been able to achieve it. In the end, they had suffered a terrible reversal of fortune. You want to unify the demon realm and the humans? Asked a demon elder. It was a Kuanping from the Sky Demon Court whose juniors had come here to cultivate. Although Yifutian was the strongest person in the heavenly mandate realm and had even more potential for the future, everyone there was a powerful figure in their own right. For a junior to talk about unifying the realm was sheer arrogance. You mistake me. I have no interest in uniting the heavenly mandate realm. That would be too much work, said Yifutian with a smile and a shake of the head. The realm will naturally be governed by all the great forces together. I just hope that they will work together more closely, forming a unified alliance. I hope that we can form a force that is dedicated to teaching and that everyone's disciples can come there, like Tianshan Academy and Xianxia Divine Palace. Moreover, all the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm will be invited to cultivate there. Teaching. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Did Yifutian truly want to train the next generation? He wanted to form an academy. Correct, said Yifutian with a nod. A look of surprise came over Gu Donglio's face. He looked at his fellow disciple. He thought of their master, of their academy, of the cottage. Everyone else looked thoughtful. They had not thought that this was Yifutian's goal. What about the heavenly mandate dynasty? Someone asked. They had thought that Yifutian had summoned them there to ally against the heavenly mandate dynasty. After all, they were the greatest threat to him. For the heavenly mandate realm to join together, those forces that wish to destroy it must first be dealt with, said Yifutian frankly. Everyone looked at him deeply. Apparently, Yi Futian was still just as he had always been. Although he wanted to establish a new place of education, he wanted to first wipe out a power. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty occupies the center of the Heavenly Mandate realm. That would be a good place to set our place for education, said Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts twitched. This man was truly ruthless. He wanted to pull the Heavenly Mandate dynasty up by the roots. He would even cover the very land they were built on. So ruthless. Who will be the first master? Someone asked. My master, the Sky River Great Elder. I will try and see if I can invite him to come and take charge. Lord Taixian and he are old friends and are both my elders. If he does come, Lord Taixian will serve in our court. All the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm can choose people to send as well to serve as teachers. Yi Futian had clearly already been thinking about this. He had even decided who would be a good first master. Moreover, it seemed very suitable. He did not come from any of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. In addition, he would bring the powerful Lord Taixian along with him. Interesting idea, said Gao Huang with a smile. Yi Futian was indeed a clever man. Moreover, other than the fact that he wanted to use the other forces to destroy the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, there was no other selfish motive behind this. He seemed to really be thinking of the Heavenly Mandate realm. But destroying the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was not that simple. Bringing battle to the most powerful force in the realm was quite frightening. Will Lord Taixian act against the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Someone asked. If Lord Taixian didn't act and the dynasty overlord escaped, it would be very bad. Lord Taixian has helped me ever since I went to the higher heavens realm, answered Yi Futian. Moreover, there is no enmity between him and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, so I have no reason to ask him to join us. Lord Taixian had already done everything that was possible to help him, including fighting the Emperor of the Golden Divine Nation. However, it had all been to protect him. Asking Lord Taixian to attack the Heavenly Mandate realm would be too much. At this moment, we cannot take responsibility for this decision, said the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. The question of going to war with the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Violet Heavenly Palace was too great. This would be a war of the highest level. Only the elders could decide this. Fine, said Yi Futian with a nod. He turned to Long Chen and said, Who among you is approaching the level of a demon emperor? Several of us, said Long Chen. He and Gao Huang were both close. Then you stay here and cultivate. There is a great matrix within the pavilion, said Yi Futian. The rest of you, please consider my words. All right. Everyone nodded. Long Chen felt a bit surprised. There were many secret cultivation zones within Tianxian Academy, and so they naturally would have many matrices. Why did Yi Futian want him to stay here to reach the next level? Everyone left, leaving behind only the three who were approaching the next level. After half a month, 3 figures exited Yi Futian Pavilion. Not long after, the people from the other forces came to tell Yi Futian and the others that they would be returning to prepare for the establishment of an academy for the Heavenly Mandate realm. They would wait for him back in the Heavenly Mandate realm. In the pavilion, Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were together. What is your plan? Asked Gu Donglu. For the academy? Asked Yi Futian with a smile. Why don't we call it the Heavenly Mandate Cottage? Gu Donglu was silent for a while, then nodded. It's a good name. The word cottage had special meaning for them. That had been their master's dream. If the Heavenly Mandate Cottage was successful, it would be very meaningful. Once this is over, we should bring second sister the others here, said Yi Futian with a slight smile. When all the forces allied to build the Heavenly Mandate Cottage, its power would be immense. It would become a symbol of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Good idea, said Gu Donglu with a nod. He also missed Zhuge Mingyue. Yi Futian thought of some of his old friends as well. When the time came, they would all come to the Heavenly Mandate realm, including his master Hua Fenglu and the Masteress. At that time, the family would be together again. Over the next few days, the cultivators who had left the celestial gate of vast heaven began to return. The first ones to come back were the Renhuangs. It was easier for people of that level to cross vast distances, so even those who had been sent to other realms eventually made their way to the Central Emperor realm. They naturally heard of the events of the god's relic and then returned home. In addition, some of the people who returned had been cultivating in the Central Emperor realm. Of those below the Renhuang Plain who had returned, most of them had happened to be there. Yifutian knew that if they had not been there, it would have taken them longer to get the news and return. However, they could begin rebuilding their power now, and once they returned to the celestial gate of vast heaven, the other people from there would soon find out. Once the cottage was established, the first people who were trained would naturally be the disciples of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Of course, Yifutian would not refuse the cultivators of the demon forces either. After all, some of them had been very close to Emperor Yiqing. One day, a guest came to Tianxian Academy from the Nantian Divine Kingdom. It was Princess Nan Luotian. She had said she would come to cultivate for a while, but first, she had gone home to stabilize her own level. She did not directly enter the academy but came to Yifutian's pavilion first, where he personally greeted her. He naturally knew she had not come for his good looks, but because he still owed her a debt. He owed her 5 top ritual implements from the god's relic. This was a huge gain even for the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Moreover, when Yifutian had made his plea to Emperor Nan, he had said he would give them to Nan Luotian. He would certainly not mind his daughter having many protective ritual implements about her. The moment Nan Luotian reached the pavilion, the whole place grew brighter. Both her looks and her personality were extraordinary. She could truly be called a goddess among women. Even if she were not Emperor Nan's daughter, even if she were not a talented cultivator, just her looks and her personality would make even powerful figures want to bow before her. Cultivators were not the kind of people who only paid attention to looks, but when someone was as beautiful as Nan Luotian, it was a different matter. "Greetings, Princess Luotian," Yifutian said with a bow, a warm smile on his face. Although she was so extraordinary, Yifutian was used to beautiful women, so he was not too flustered by her. Xianxia was there as well, and when she saw Nan Luotian, there was a flash of envy in her eyes. This woman was so dazzling that it was enough to cover up all other light. And her temperament was like that of a goddess, which was something that even without her status and power, she would still have. Of all the women she had seen, only the Empress of Brahma's pure sky could compare to Nan Luotian. She was another unique woman. "No need to be so formal," answered Nan Luotian. Her voice was warm, so she seemed very calm. "Please come in," said Yifutian, extending his hand. He knew why she was here, so there was no need to ask. He would just directly give her the ritual implements she had come for. Nan Luotian nodded and stepped in. She seemed satisfied with how Yifutian was treating her. She did not like too much hypocritical politeness. For people at their level, it was rather meaningless. When she entered the pavilion, the spatial sacred hall was already set up. Its golden spatial gate opened. Everything was ready. "The ritual implements are all inside. You may go in and choose," said Yifutian. Nan Luotian walked inside and saw more than 100 ritual implements. She thought to herself that Yifutian was probably the one who had gained the most out of the trip to the god's relic. This was a treasure trove. If Xiao Muyu, who had come previously, had seen his scene, she might have had the urge to kill Yifutian. Yifutian had told her that Nan Luotian would not have as many choices as she had. However, when Nan Luotian had come, Yifutian had brought out all the hidden ritual implements. Of course, he had left out the ones that were useful to him. He would definitely not let Nan Luotian choose those ones. But he did bring out the vast majority of them, and all of them were incredible. He was certainly not stinting her. Nan Luotian and Xiao Muyu were different. Nan Luotian was the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. She could speak to Emperor Nan whenever she wished. Previously, Yifutian had personally asked Emperor Nan for help. If he bit the hand that had fed him by cheating Nan Luotian, what would Emperor Nan think? He did not need to antagonize the top figures in the Central Imperial Realm for the sake of hiding a few ritual implements. With Xiao Muyu, he could be much more casual. She was not even a Renhuang, and Yifutian had not made contact with the elder of the Xiao clan at the god's relic, but rather with Xiao Muyu directly, and it had been enough for them just to follow Tianxian Academy and Emperor Nan. Nan Luotian looked around the spatial sacred hall and selected 3 ritual implements. She did not continue taking more. Princess Nan, I promised Emperor Nan 5, said Yifutian. My father only said a single sentence on your behalf. He expended very little energy. 3 is enough, said Nan Luotian. For Emperor Nan, it had indeed just been a matter of a single sentence. But its effect on Yifutian's situation had been massive. But through this, Yifutian could sense Emperor Nan's attitude. These were powerful implements, and that sentence was not worth 2 more of them. Give my thanks to Emperor Nan, said Yifutian with a slight nod. He did not owe Nan Luotian any more ritual implements. Emperor Nan and Nan Luotian had made their decision, so there was no point in saying anything more on the matter. I have chosen my ritual implements, so I will depart. Nan Luotian was extremely direct and did things without leaving the least bit of ambiguity. All right, I'll see you off, said Yifutian with a nod. Nan Luotian was a little surprised. She had met countless people, and most of them would try to speak with her more if given the chance. Even if they didn't have a chance, they would try to manufacture one. But Yifutian seemed not to have any intentions along those lines. He did not try to delay her. No need, Lord Yi, she said. As she exited the pavilion, she stopped and looked back at his handsome face. She suddenly said, How many perfect divine wheels have you forged? Yifutian was stunned when he heard Nan Luotian's words. Then he suddenly smiled. It seemed that she was curious as well. It seemed that she knew a little bit about what had happened. You will know soon enough, he said with a smile. Nan Luotian did not pursue the matter. She just nodded and left. She had only asked because she was curious. After she left, Yifutian was still gazing outside. Xia Qingyun frowned and said, What are you thinking? What could I be thinking? He said, smiling at her. The only princess of the Nantian divine kingdom with unparalleled talent and looks. What else could you be thinking? She said. When I first came to Emperor Xia's realm, you were unparalleled in both talent and looks as well. But did I have any thoughts like that? Said Yifutian, tilting his head and smiling. Was he teasing her? Upon hearing that, her expression froze. She looked up at him and said, Only you can answer that. Seeing the way Xia Qingyun was looking at him, Yifutian was stunned. Something seemed to be wrong with this picture. The weather is good today. It is a good day for cultivating, said Yifutian, looking up at the sky. He turned and left. Xia Qingyun smiled as she watched him go. But even as she did, her eyes were a little sad. She was trying to change. Yifutian. At that moment, several figures quickly rushed toward the palace. One of them was Kong Xian, who had been cultivating within Tianxin Academy. Yifutian, who had wanted to spend some time cultivating, felt his thoughts be drawn back to the present. What is the matter? He asked. There is a conflict between Yaya and the people of Tianxin Academy. There are Renhuangs who are getting involved, she said. Let's go. Yifutian began to move quickly. Kong Xian felt will begin to cover her. Behind Yifutian, several figures rose into the air in a defensive formation, following him. What happened? Yifutian was moving extremely quickly, moving across great distances with every step. He descended upon the sky stairwell and began walking up towards Tianxin Academy. Yaya got into a fight with one of the top figures of Tianxin Academy. She couldn't contain her power and wounded her opponent, so some other Renhuangs from Tianxin Academy got involved. The swordmaster of Lihen was there, but they probably won't be able to stop their opponents, Kong Xian explained simply. I doubt that the people of Tianxin Academy planned this. They know that she has ritual implements from the god's relic. Yifutian did not say any more. He entered Tianxin Academy with Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan following him. There was basically no more to ask. All of the 9 realms knew he was here and had guessed that he had traded ritual implements to convince Tianxin Academy to let him in. Now all the great powers were here. Thus, he was not worried that they would do anything to him. In that case, Tianxin Academy's reputation would be worsened. Thus, this was probably not the will of the higher-ups at Tianxin Academy. It had just been done by several of the people there. After all, it was a huge academy with many disciples. There were all kinds of people there. At the same time, many of the people in the academy seemed to know a little of what had happened, and they were coming from many different places within the academy, all of them walking in the same direction as Yifutian and the others. On the divine altar peak of Xintian Academy, circling between the various peaks, there were giant sword-like ancient mountains that pointed toward the sky, about to pierce through the clouds. Celestial fog circled the area. There were intense ripples of energy coming from ceiling matrices. It was as if the entire area harbored a path matrix. At this moment, there was a group of people facing off on the divine altar peak. Yaya was sitting cross-legged. Energy was pulsing from her body as her sword circled her. There seemed to be traces of blood on her clothes. It was clear that she had been injured. In front of her, the swordmaster of Lihan stood with his sword in hand. He was blocking her off. However, on the other side of the swordmaster of Lihan was also a Renhuang. He was a Renhuang with a third-tier divine wheel. He looked like a middle-aged man, almost at the age of 40. He had a cold expression. His will exerted pressure on the swordmaster of Lihan and also enveloped Yaya. There was also an injured person behind the middle-aged man. He was a teenage figure who had reached the Saint Plane. His aura pulsed around him. Blood dyed his robes red. The rest of the people present were witnessing the event by the side. The Renhuang on the other side of the swordmaster of Lihan was a person who had been training at the Red Forge Peak of Xintian Academy. The person who had been injured by Yaya had also been training there. He was a junior of that Renhuang. Seeing that you are visitors of Xintian Academy, the Red Forge Peak would not put you through too much trouble. Get her to follow me. The Red Forge Peak would give her a lighter punishment. The name of the Renhuang was Luo Zhao. He was not an influential figure in Xintian Academy, but since he was a powerful fighter in the Renhuang plane, coupled with the fact that he might become a mid-level Renhuang at any time, he did have a certain level of status in the Red Forge Peak. He might even have the chance to step into the level of an upper-level Renhuang if he trained for several hundred years more. Not everyone had the right to become a top-notch figure. That applied even in Xintian Academy. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, people who had the potential to train themselves to the level of an upper-level Renhuang would definitely become someone influential factions would focus on nurturing. The factions would invest a lot of resources on them. People like Jian Qingzhu were incredibly rare. Even Xintian Academy only had one person like that in this generation. I don't think she did anything wrong, the swordmaster of Lihan said. He had his sword in hand. He would not compromise. The other party had been the one who wanted to spar. Furthermore, his attacks had been merciless. Even though Void's abilities were decent, she was ultimately not a match for a talented individual from the Xintian Academy. After all, they had both come from Emperor Xia's realm. They would not have reached such a level if they had not followed Yifutian. He would definitely have been defeated if this was his past self. It was just like when he fought against the people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Thus, under the situation where the other party was being overbearing, Void made use of a sword will and severely injured the other party. The other party did not hold back in that situation. Void would not have been able to control the outcome of that attack. After he had been injured, the Renhuang directly interfered and injured Void. Now the Renhuang wanted to bring her away? What was the meaning of that? However, the Renhuang also knew who this territory belonged to. At this moment, a cluster of auras descended from far away. The Renhuang saw a group of people walking on thin air. They directly leaped through space and arrived at the scene. The white-robed teen leading the group immediately walked to Yaya's side. Yaya raised her head slightly and looked at Yifutian, who had just arrived. She heard Yifutian ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm not too seriously injured." Yaya shook her head. Yifutian took out a fruit of the way and fed it toward Yaya's mouth. Yaya moved her head back, but Yifutian still managed to stuff the fruit into her mouth. All she could do was look at Yifutian in frustration and swallow the fruit of the way. What was even more overbearing was that Yifutian rubbed her on her head. Yaya felt that she had lost all face, but she could not bring herself to be angry. After all, she had already reached the peak of the Saint Plane. "Hurry and cultivate to charge past this plane," Yifutian whispered. Even though Yaya had obtained the Great Emperor Sword Will, but she had not reached the zenith of the Saint Plane. The people on the heavenly altar peak observed Yifutian. Did this person just disregard everyone present? Recently, there had been many rumors regarding Yifutian circulating within Xianxia Academy. Under normal circumstances, he would be compared to the likes of Jian Qingzhu. Even though most of the people thought that there was no way Yifutian could be as powerful as Jian Qingzhu, merely comparing him with Jian Qingzhu represented just how powerful Yifutian was. He was already considered one of the best of the best. Luo Zhao's gaze landed on Yifutian. It was rumored that he had executed the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Jutian, who was a lower-level Renhuang with a third-tier divine wheel, when he came out of the god's relic. He was a little curious. Was the battle capabilities of a perfect divine wheel that powerful? Yifutian did not ask, but the swordmaster of Lihen informed Yifutian about what happened through telepathy. It seemed like the motive of the other party was to get Yaya to attack. Even though he did not know who the other party was and what kind of status they held in Xianxia Academy, injuring Yaya with an attack of a fighter from a Renhuang plane was not to be tolerated, no matter what their motive was. Yifutian looked up at the Renhuang on the other side. He brought his hands together and announced, "Yifutian, I've frequently heard about your name recently, Emperor Yi, but have never managed to see you in person. Now that I've seen you, I must say that you have extraordinary flair," Luo Zhao said to Yifutian. He did not introduce himself. However, even though you are a guest, your subordinate had severely injured a disciple of the Red Forge Peak. She had been too merciless with her attack. She has to come with me to the Red Forge Peak. Luo Zhao continued. She's not my subordinate. She's my younger sister, Yifutian said. A strange look flashed past Luo Zhao's eyes. It was no wonder that he was willing to give this girl an item of the great emperor. It seemed like there were strong feelings between the pair of siblings. My younger sister is young and ignorant. She doesn't know how to regulate the power of her attacks. Please understand. Yifutian brought his hands together and said, "However, as her elder, I cannot bear to see her get punished. Since this incident had been caused by a spar, let's end it with a spar. I've always wanted to learn from an elder of Xianxia Academy. Since I've had the chance to encounter you today, please give me some pointers. If I lose, I'll get my younger sister to follow you and give you 2 ritual implements that I found in the god's relic. What do you think about that?" Luo Zhao had a strange expression when he heard Yifutian's words. This expression was already showing respect to Yifutian. Otherwise, how could he tolerate Yifutian's overwhelming confidence in his abilities? "And if you win, Emperor Yi?" Luo Zhao asked. It was clear that he was a little tempted. It was improper for him to take Yaya away. However, things were different if Yifutian said it that way. He could directly take Yaya away and even obtain 2 premium ritual implements. How could he resist that? The rest of the people present also noticed that even though Yifutian's words and tone were polite, it did stem from his overbearing confidence. He did not think that he would be defeated. "If I win, then please give me some face and let the matter be resolved like that. Furthermore, I'll try my best to restrain myself. I'll not act as my younger sister did," Yifutian replied. He did not require anything if he won. All he needed was for this matter to have never happened. There were no problems with this method. However, the second half of the sentence that promised to restrain himself came with a little provocation. It was clearly meant to agitate Luo Zhao. "You sure are confident about your abilities, Emperor Yi." Luo Zhao would not be provoked just by one sentence. However, since Yifutian had voluntarily given him an opportunity to legitimize his claims, he would naturally not miss the opportunity. Of course, since Yifutian was powerful enough to slay Gai Jutian, it was clear that he was strong. He should not be too careless. "I heard that you have obtained many top-notch ritual implements from the god's relic," Luo Zhao said. "I won't lend you the ritual implements," Yifutian replied. "Since that is the case, show me your flawless divine wheel," Luo Zhao said. As he finished his sentence, he released a formless pressure. He displayed all his might as a Renhuang as he stood on the air. In that instant, the entire area of the divine altar peak was enveloped by his pressure. Many divine spirits were approaching them from far away to observe the battle. "Please give me some pointers." Yifutian took a slight bow. He had just finished his sentence when he leaped into the air. He landed on thin air and looked down directly on Luo Zhao, who was standing below him. Luo Zhao shot a glance at Yifutian and released the aura of his divine wheel of the Great Path. A ray of golden light illuminated the surroundings. It seemed as though there was a radiant golden thunderbolt attacking toward Yifutian. He looked at Yifutian's eyes. A battle was not won by comparing who stood at a higher spot. However, when he looked into Yifutian's eyes, he saw that Yifutian's pupils had changed. They had turned into the abyss. Eye sorcery. Luo Zhao wanted to avert his gaze. However, in that instant, he saw that the pair of eyes had devoured the entire world. Everything in his surroundings had ceased to exist. It was as though this was an independent area. A golden space prison seemed to be falling down directly at him, about to imprison him within. Luo Zhao let out a cold grunt and activated his will. The divine wheel in his body released an immensely radiant ray of golden light. Countless bolts of golden lightning lashed out around him and destroyed everything it came across. It tore the space prison apart. Boom! The gold cell seemed to have exploded and was completely destroyed. However, at the next moment Luo Zhao saw a second, identical jail cell. Luo Zhao raised his hands and blasted forward. His punch penetrated the boundless void and smashed all of the space prisons into pieces. However, at the next moment Luo Zhao was shocked to realize that the thing trapping him was an endless layer of space prisons. It was never ending. The next moment, the space prisons suddenly contorted and formed a golden black hole-like tempest. It seemed to transform into an infinite array of golden divine swords that could cut through the void. The swords swallowed him. An immensely strong spiritual storm suppressed everything, pushed Luo Zhao downward. He knew that this was an empty existence, but it felt incredibly realistic. Rumble, a violent aura erupted. Luo Zhao's body seemed to have been clad with golden armor. He looked like a war god. The golden divine swords unleashed an unending barrage of attacks and blasted themselves on Luo Zhao's golden armor. Terrifying sounds of impact rang out. Luo Zhao was submerged in the frenzied assault. Both his body and his soul were buried by the violent power. The Almighty Eye. An unending massacre. A voice rang out in Luo Zhao's head. His spirit seemed to have taken the brunt of an unending massacre. The terrifying storm infiltrated his body. Luo Zhao felt a wave of pain that came from deep within his bones. Stop! He let out a scream, but no one heard his voice. At this moment, he was trapped in the territory of Yifutian's eye sorcery. His voice had been sealed off by the space prison. Your abilities are rather extraordinary. Have a good feel of this. Yifutian's voice appeared once again in Luo Zhao's brain. Luo Zhao's appearance gradually started to contort. The unending sword will pierce through his body and seem to reap his soul. On the divine altar peak, several spectators witnessed the battle. Many divine spirits also came from far away to steal a peek at the battle between Yifutian and Luo Zhao. It was a battle, but the two of them did not move. A terrifying divine light erupted from within Yifutian's body. Yifutian's eyes communicated with the will of the heavens and caused multiple great paths to descend. The great paths transformed into countless space prisons and directly assaulted Luo Zhao. With his eyes as the divine wheel, he had cast an eye sorcery of the great path. With Yifutian's body in the middle, an infinite amount of earthly will swarmed toward him from all around the divine altar peak. The earthly will formed a tempest. It was like a worldly jail formed to imprison just Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao also stood in his original position. The power of his divine will also erupted from his body, but it felt as though he had succumbed to the eye sorcery. Both his body in the outside world and the mental state were being attacked at the same time. His counterattacks felt futile. There was no way that he could dispel the worldly jail. What was more terrifying was that the worldly jail transformed into a sealed great path space. There was only Yifutian's path within the space. Luo Zhao seemed to have lost the ability to use his path. It was as though his connection with the world had been severed. A powerful fighter at the Renhuang Plain was as glorious as the sun and moon. He was connected to the world. His divine spirit was fusing with the world. His divine spirit of the great path was one with the world. What did losing the means of communicating with the world mean? It meant that he was rendered half useless and could only depend solely on the powers of the divine wheel. Senior Luo, the expression of the person at the Saint Plain who was injured by Yaya, changed. Even he could tell that something was off. Luo Zhao seemed to have been imprisoned by Yi Futian's path. Furthermore, within the unending layers of space prisons, there seemed to be an infinite amount of great path divine light piercing directly into Luo Zhao's body, caused Luo Zhao's expression to contort and change constantly. It seemed that he was in immense pain. He seemed to want to say something, but the outside world could not hear him no matter what he said. At this moment, he could not imagine the pain Luo Zhao was experiencing. Within the almighty eye, the power of the unending massacre was boundless. Luo Zhao soon found that he could no longer sustain himself. His divine will was being suppressed. His spiritual will was being pressed on relentlessly. The unending sword will was piercing his soul. At this moment, no one could imagine the pain Luo Zhao was going through. Enough, I admit defeat. Luo Zhao's voice entered Yi Futian's brain. You are extraordinarily strong and have abilities stronger than the average person. Why must you be so humble? I am sincere in seeking out pointers. Please treat me seriously, Yi Futian replied. His voice directly entered Luo Zhao's brain. Creak creak. His soul seemed to be about to be split apart. Luo Zhao let out a pained roar. He seemed to see a gargantuan figure deep within his eyes. The figure looked like a deity. It was scrutinizing him. Its gaze was filled with disdain and directly imprinted itself within his soul. His body was trembling in pain, but he could not free himself no matter how he retaliated. Furthermore, Yi Futian was unwilling to stop the attack. He only realized now what Yi Futian's words meant. If he won, he could bring Yaya away and win the ritual implements. If he lost, he naively believed that Yi Futian would let him go. From the start, Yi Futian had not intended to let him off. The words he said just now were to make him take action. This was not a spar between equals. This was a one-sided massacre. Yi Futian was humiliating him in front of everyone present. The current Yi Futian had no intention of being compassionate. He was expressionless. He would not let a person who lusted over Yaya's divine item and dealt with Yaya with such an excuse off, even if he was a Renhuang of Tianxin Academy. He would leave Luo Zhao with a deep impression. He would make him remember this moment forever. Enough! Two Renhuangs from the Red Forge Peak walked forward from behind Luo Zhao. One of them was as strong as Luo Zhao, while the other had a second-tier divine wheel. However, how could they not see that Luo Zhao was undergoing an absolute suppression at this point? He had succumbed entirely to Yi Futian's eye sorcery. Luo Zhao's expression seemed to be extremely pained. The divine wheels in their bodies burst forth. The divine light of the great path swarmed toward Yi Futian as they attempted to force him to stop. However, they saw two figures step forward at the same time. One was a teen in a white robe who was incredibly charismatic. He released his aura. The surroundings seemed to contain a heavenly divine wheel of the great path. Light radiated in all directions. A terrifying phenomenon appeared behind Gu Donglu. Countless ferocious, ancient beasts seemed to have appeared. They reared their heads and howled before they charged directly toward one of the Renhuang. On the other side, the swordmaster of Lihan had stepped forward. He lifted his divine sword in the air and sent out 10,000 swords. Even though it was not as extravagant as Gu Donglio's attack, it was also extremely exquisite. The light it released was as radiant as that released by a perfect divine wheel of the great path. Boom! The roars of the giant beasts shook the surroundings. A powerful fighter with a third-tier divine wheel was directly pressured into retreating. The powers of the divine wheel in his body were extremely suppressed. He was rendered unable to approach Yi Futian. The other Renhuang with the second-tier divine wheel was also forced back by the sword will. Faced with the sword will, he only stopped when his body had retreated far away. The rest of the powerful fighters around them looked at Yi Futian, Gu Donglu, and the swordmaster of Lihan in shock. Even though most of the people in Shintian Academy had heard about them, personally witnessing the attacks of the three great renhuangs and the splendor of their divine wheels still had an extreme impact. These were three perfect divine wheels. In their generation, only Jian Qingzhu had managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. From far away, many figures approached the scene. They were the people who had been training in the area and had stolen a peek at the battle with their divine spirits. They naturally could not contain themselves after witnessing this exciting scene. They personally descended onto the area and looked on at the exaggerated scene. The levels of the three renhuangs from Tianshan Academy were higher than their three opponents. However, they were all being suppressed. Yifutian did not stop. He did not mind blowing up the matter a little more. Luo Zhao had selfishly taken action against Yaya and blew the matter up. Tianshan Academy still wanted to preserve their reputation. They would not do anything to him. Currently, many people from premium factions of all the realms were training at Shintian Academy. Many of them had come to watch. Luo Zhao's body was no longer just trembling. It could be described as convulsing. He looked extremely pathetic. The powerful fighters had a look of sympathy when they looked toward Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao was a renhuang, but he was experiencing such a merciless massacre. It must have a large impact on his psyche. It was clear that Yifutian planned for this. Princess Luoshin, a voice rang out. Nan Luoshin had also come. She had just entered Tianshan Academy not long ago. She had entered just after she obtained the ritual implement from Yifutian. She had just visited an elder from Shintian Academy when she noticed the movements in the area. She then rushed over when she saw that Yifutian was taking action. The person who greeted her was Shun Hao from the Shin clan. Many of the people training within Tianshan Academy did not know what to feel. That person sure is merciless, Xiao Muyu said after she swept her beautiful eyes past Yifutian. She also glanced toward Nan Luoshin and Chang Shi. She thought that she was extraordinarily beautiful, but she could not compare to the two of them. Nan Luoshin and Chang Yi were people who would shock anyone who glanced at them. However, she had already been exposed to Yifutian's modus operandi when she was in the god's relic. He had snatched over their divine lotus with a smile on his face. There was a blade hidden within his smile. However, Xiao Muyu felt a complicated mix of emotions when she saw the three powerful fighters with their perfect divine wheels. She had not managed to seize the opportunity back in the god's relic. It would be difficult for her now. Even though she had great potential, she was not the most powerful fighter within her family. She would be able to change her fate if she managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. However, if she doesn't, the best resources would never be invested in her. She had submitted her application for the ritual implements back then, but none of the items made it into her hands. Boom! A sound was heard at this moment. The spectators saw that Yifutian had stopped. Luo Zhao's body was pushed directly onto the ground. A person at his level should not be so haggard, but he was already at the edge of breaking down. He was no longer very conscious. Even though Yifutian had stopped, Luo Zhao still felt as though he was trapped within the terrifying eye sorcery. Senior, the person behind him stepped forward. He saw that Luo Zhao had become soberer and was standing up. Luo Zhao did not have any obvious injuries but was incredibly weak. He knew what he had just experienced. "Thank you for holding back," Yifutian said. Luo Zhao's expression was so sullen that it was terrifying. Luo Zhao looked at the figures around him, then turned around and said, "Let's go back." He immediately walked away after he said that. He knew that he was too ashamed to stay in this place. The people from the Red Forge Peak left one after the other. Yifutian and his group restrained their auras. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, Luo Zhao's mental state had been impacted greatly. Yifutian looked at his surroundings. Many figures were standing in the air around the heavenly altar peak. He had seen many of them in the god's relic. Yifutian. A voice rang out at this moment. Yifutian looked up at the person who spoke. It was Shin Hao. He looked toward Shin Hao with curiosity. "You have some animosity with the Shin clan. Your teacher, the Sky River Great Elder, was once a member of the Shin clan, though something unfortunate happened later on. However, you have now forged a perfect divine wheel. The Shin clan can disregard the unhappy incidents that happened in the past. Are you willing to join the Shin clan and train with us? Many people were shocked. Shen Hao was inviting Yi Futian to train with the Shin clan. It was worth it to pull a person with a perfect divine will toward their side. Furthermore, Yi Futian and his group had 3 renhuangs who had perfect divine wheels. They also each possessed a piece of treasure. Yi Futian glanced at Shen Hao in shock. He had noticed that Shen Hao paid no heed to him back in the god's relic. The people from the Shin clan all had the same attitude toward the disciples of the Sky River Great Elder. However, he did have his value now that he had forged the perfect divine wheel. The conflict between the Shin clan and him was different than that with his teacher. If Shen Hao knew that his teacher was Qi Xiangang and that his teacher had been brought away by the Shin clan, Yi Futian guessed that Shen Hao would not say those words. You can head to the Tianhe realm and ask my teacher. I do not have any objections if he agrees, Yi Futian said with a smile. Did Shen Hao want him to join the good guys or betray his teacher? It was not strange for Yi Futian to reject Shen Hao. All Shen Hao wanted to know was if Yi Futian would be tempted, even for a moment. Emperor Yi, what do you think about the Xiao clan? Xiao Muyu smiled and said when she saw Shen Hao initiate the conversation. In the past, her clan had instructed her to establish a closer relationship with Yi Futian. Her clan would be elated if she managed to pull the 3 powerful fighters with perfect divine wheels into the Xiao clan. Of course, she knew that she had no hopes of doing that. Being the son-in-law of the Xiao clan? Yi Futian smiled and said as he looked toward Xiao Muyu. Of course, only Xiao Muyu understood what he said. If you are willing, I can consider it. Xiao Muyu smiled gently. She seemed a little flirtatious. But I already have a wife. Since that is the case, I might have to let you suffer a little, Yi Futian said, a little conflicted. Suffer? Xiao Muyu froze. Her expression then changed when she understood what Yi Futian meant. She then glared fiercely at Yi Futian. That bastard wanted me to become his concubine? Xiao Muyu ignored Yi Futian. He was the most shameless renhuang she had ever seen. He did not have the magnanimity of a renhuang at all. Aside from his face being handsome, aside from sword will, did you obtain other divine items in God's relic? A voice asked. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd turned in the direction of the voice. A silhouette that was bathed in sunlight stood in mid-air, as brilliant and dazzling as a sun god. It was Di Wu, the god of solar divine palace from the solar realm. His gaze, which contained the divine light of the sun, landed on Yi Futian. In the battle just now, Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path was unique. As the battle progressed, it immediately sealed off the space. It was as though his way was the only way in the space. It completely suppressed Luo Zhao's way. Di Wu was one of the 10 people who obtained divine items. He had also begun to use the divine item to cultivate. Hence, he clearly understood more than anyone what Yi Futian's battle signified. It was not just him. In reality, other people also wanted to ask Yi Futian about it, especially those who had obtained divine items in the god's relic. Their guesses were similar to that of Di Wu. They clearly knew that even if they managed to forge a flawless divine wheel, in battle, the divine wheel would only make them slightly more powerful by attracting the power of the Great Path from their surroundings with the power of the Great Path it contained. In terms of the essence of their way, there was no difference. They were still the same. However, when they utilized the divine items, some changes would occur. They could forge an enclosed domain of the Great Path. Their way would become even more powerful. Just now, when Yi Futian was fighting against Luo Zhao, he gave off this feeling. Yi Futian's gaze turned towards Di Wu. Di Wu was observant. This pupil divine wheel was forged from the spiritual storm life spirit. The life spirit was not Yi Futian's own item, but something given to him by Donghuang the Great. The Great Path it contained was naturally not the same as Yi Futian's own. This was before Yi Futian released his 4th divine wheel. If he released his 4th divine will, he wondered how Di Wu would think. His 4th divine will was a complete Great Path domain. It was an enclosed space and an absolute Great Path domain. In the God's Relic, I was bathed in the divine light of Donghuang the Great and relied on it to prove my way and forge a divine wheel of the Great Path. so the results will naturally be different, Yifutian said. Unfortunately, all of you broke through the next plane too soon. Fortunately, I suppressed my plane. Hence, when the heavenly palace in the god's relic opened, I managed to prove my way and forge a divine wheel. Yifutian's tone was very casual. He was telling the crowd that the reason he was different from the rest of them was that his divine wheel of the Great Path was forged when he was bathed in the divine light of Donghuang the Great in the heavenly palace. Of course, he would be different from the rest of them. What Yifutian said was also a possibility. After all, he had indeed suppressed his plane and had proven his great path under the emperor's might of the heavenly palace. If that was so, did they really miss out on a fateful encounter like Yifutian had said? Does that mean that it is the same for your Guqin divine wheel? Di Wu's gaze remained the same. However, he was somewhat suspicious. The battle between Yifutian and Gai Jutian after they emerged from the god's relic gave off a different feeling from what they had just witnessed. Yifutian looked at Di Wu and revealed a nonchalant smile. He did not respond. Whether or not it was the same, did Yifutian need to tell Di Wu? Unleash your Guqin divine wheel, and let us see, Di Wu ordered as he looked at Yifutian. If it were different, it would prove that it was possible that Yifutian had received other benefits in the heavenly palace of the god's relic that the rest of them did not know of. Unleash my Guqin divine wheel for all of you to see? Yifutian swept a glance at Di Wu. The god of solar divine palace was truly rude and arrogant. If Di Wu had used the words please, or could you kindly, Yifutian might have considered doing so. Di Wu seemed to have forgotten that the person standing across from him was also a top monstrous figure who forged a flawless divine will like him. Yifutian smiled. He turned and walked up to beside Yaya. After eating the fruit of the way, Yaya had already recovered. Her aura was stable, and sword will revolved around her. She actually showed signs of having become stronger. The aura in her body seemed to have reached a critical point. This caused Yifutian to reveal a strange look. It might be that being suppressed by Renhuang's was a blessing in disguise for her. After receiving the teachings of Donghuang the Great, Yaya's cultivation had already improved by leaps and bounds. Having cultivation knowledge of 2 lives, she made up for the things that she was previously lacking in. Hence, her improvement was very rapid. When she was still Sword Saint of the Void, she had already reached the holiness of nirvana. That was why Yifutian did not feel her rapid improvement was strange. Seemingly sensing something, Yaya opened her eyes, and the sword will around her dissipated. Let us head back first, Yifutian said. Yaya nodded. Between Yifutian and her, there was no need for thanks. They had faced life and death situations together. Yifutian had always treated her as a sister. However, her feelings for Yifutian were somewhat complicated. This feeling was difficult to describe. Gu Donglu and the swordmaster of Lihan also walked up to them. Their group immediately walked away from this place, ignoring the surrounding crowd. Yifutian was not interested in being surrounded and observed by a crowd. When Di Wu saw this scene, he frowned. The gaze he gave Yifutian was somewhat cold. However, this was Tianshan Academy and not his own territory. In the end, he did not stop Yifutian and his group. Of course, he could not stop them from leaving. The 2 people behind Yifutian had very strong abilities. Xianxia glanced at Di Wu. The solar realm and the shadow realm were diametrically opposed. Di Wu's standing in the solar realm was similar to her position in the shadow realm. Di Wu's identity and status naturally did not need to be mentioned. As the god of solar divine palace, he was considered without equal. Now that he had forged a flawless divine wheel, it was highly possible that he would inherit solar divine palace in the future. However, he was underestimating Yifutian. This disciple of Sky River Great Elder dared to kill Gai Shirshir and Gai Jutian. One could tell what sort of person Yifutian was. Also, from Yifutian's current performance, he did not seem to be weaker than they were. In terms of the divine wheel of the great path that they forged, he was already way ahead of them. Currently, Yifutian already displayed 2 flawless divine wheels. Xianxia stepped out and left this place immediately. The other cultivators also dispersed. Prior to this, Nan Luoshan had asked Yifutian how many flawless divine wheels he had forged. Yifutian merely answered that she would know sooner or later. If so, did that mean that he only had two? She had a faint feeling that it was possible that he had more than two. Nan Luoshan also left the place. When Shen Hao saw Nan Luoshan leaving, he also followed behind her. He cried out to her, "Princess Luoshan, after having proven my way and becoming a renhuang, I am still unsure of a few matters. May I ask you for advice?" Nan Luoshan turned around and glanced at Shen Hao. She replied, "I myself am unsure of many things." Although she had been brought up under the pampering of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo, she was already a renhuang. How could she not understand Shen Hao's intention of approaching her? If so, wouldn't it be more interesting if we figure out what we are unsure of together? Shen Hao suggested with a smile. His tone was gentle and bore an air of elegance. There are many seniors in Tianshan Academy. Since we have come to Tianshan Academy, I am certain that the seniors of Tianshan Academy will naturally be willing to offer some pointers to us. Farewell." Nan Luoshan still replied calmly. Then, she immediately stepped into the air and disappeared from her spot. Shen Hao smiled as he watched Nan Luoshan's disappearing silhouette. It was as expected of the princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom and the only daughter of Emperor Nan. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were few maidens that could catch his eye. This was the first time he had been rejected when asking a girl of his generation to have a discussion about their ways. However, he did not get worked up over it. This response was fitting of Nan Luoshan's status. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, who, aside from Nan Luoshan, could become Shen Hao's spiritual partner? Shen Hao turned around and walked off in a different direction. Although he was interested in Nan Luoshan, in his heart, his cultivation would always come first. A spiritual partner was just an embellishment on one's cultivation journey. After training alone for so many years, it was hard to come across a woman that could catch his eye. He naturally did not want to let her slip by him. After Yifutian returned to his palace, he noticed that someone was actually following behind him. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan. In the courtyard, Yifutian looked somewhat suspiciously at Xiao Muyu. He asked, "Goddess Xiao, could it be that you are actually interested in me?" Before this, Yifutian was merely joking. Could it be that Xiao Muyu truly wanted to be his concubine? Was this the power of his charm? Xiao Muyu's gaze turned cold. She realized that even though this fellow had exceptional talent and had proven his way to become a renhuang, he was really shameless. Before this, Renhuang Yi claimed that there were not many ritual implements left. "I am here because I am curious. I want to see which ritual implements Nan Luoshan has chosen," Xiao Muyu said. Right now, she did not believe a single word that Yifutian had uttered the other day. "Since Goddess Xiao has made your pick, there is no reason for you to take another look at the pile." Yifutian rejected her request decisively. His eyelids twitched. This young mistress from Xiao clan actually did not believe him? "Is Renhuang Yi guilty of something?" Xiao Muyu asked. "Since Goddess Xiao has no trust in me, naturally, I have nothing to say to you," Yifutian responded indifferently. "Humph!" Xiao Muyu coldly snorted. "Renhuang Yi is aware of what you have done. I will not bring it up again. However, I am here today not on behalf of my clan. We met in the God's Relic, and the treasure I targeted was snatched by Renhuang Yi. Despite that, I still helped Renhuang Yi to resolve your crisis. We can be considered as acquaintances, right?" Yifutian smiled. Her help was exchanged for with ritual implements. He did not feel indebted to her. The Xiao Muyu was somewhat odd. "Naturally," Yifutian nodded with a smile. "If that's the case, may I ask Renhuang Yi for some help?" Xiao Muyu's gaze was somewhat dodgy. It was as though she was struggling to ask for something. She was also a very proud and image-conscious person. She had struggled with herself before coming forward to seek help from him. Yifutian was stunned. Did this mean that she had intentionally mentioned ritual implements before to make him feel guilty? "Goddess Xiao, please tell me what you need of me. If it is within my power, I will naturally do my best to help you," Yifutian said. All cultivators know the difficulty of forging a flawless divine wheel. However, in this generation, 3 renhuangs around Renhuang Yi have forged flawless divine wheels. You must certainly have some experience in forging flawless divine wheels, Xiao Muyu said. 3 powerful cultivators had all forged flawless divine wheels. Even though they themselves were talented, they should have had some prior experience to guide them. There were certainly similarities between the 3 cultivators. For the 3 of them to forge flawless divine wheels, it was also fate. Goddess Xiao should know the difficulty in forging flawless divine wheels, Yi Futian said. When Xiao Muyu heard Yi Futian's words, she was slightly disappointed. She did not know whether or not his words were true. However, even if Yi Futian knew of any method, he would most likely not teach it to her. Is there really no technique that I can learn? Xiao Muyu inquired. It is too difficult, Yi Futian said. Xiao Muyu did not press the matter further. She said, "Farewell." Then, she turned around and prepared to leave. However, there is still hope, Yi Futian added on. This caused Xiao Muyu to pause in her tracks. She turned around and stared at Yi Futian. Did he really know of a method? You know of a method? Xiao Muyu asked. This depends on what price Goddess Xiao is willing to pay, Yi Futian probed with a smile. When Xiao Muyu saw Yi Futian's equivocal gaze, she felt a chill down her spine. This shameless bastard actually. Xiao Muyu's gaze turned cold gradually. How was it possible that such a shameless Renhuang existed? Forging a divine will was her utmost priority. The level of her divine will would not only reflect her cultivation, but it would also affect her position in the clan in the future. Even though the chances of forging a flawless divine will were slim, she still wanted to give it a try. She was willing to work for any opportunities. However, she had not expected that Yi Futian would be this shameless. In her opinion, when the cultivators reached the Renhuang Plain, aside from those who practiced demonic cultivation methods, it was rare to encounter one who drooled over beauties. She was quite confident of her appearance, though she didn't pay too much attention to it. As compared to her looks, she cared more about her own cultivation. However, it did not mean that she would sell her body in exchange for cultivation methods. I must have misjudged you before this, Xiao Muyu said with a chilly voice. I thought, since Renhuang Yi could forge flawless divine wheels, surely you are someone with an exceptional temperament. I have not expected you to be this despicable. When Yi Futian heard Xiao Muyu's words, he could no longer maintain his smile. He revealed a strange expression. Despicable? When he saw Xiao Muyu's gaze, he suddenly understood what was going on in her mind. This woman, did she think that? Yi Futian was speechless. Surely this woman's imagination was running wild. Has Goddess Xiao misunderstood something? Yi Futian said. Despicable and filthy fellow. I cannot work with you since there is little common ground for understanding between us. Xiao Muyu turned around and left. Wait a second. Yi Futian's expression was sullen. Xiao Muyu turned to look at Yi Futian with a frosty look. Today, she came alone without any clan members accompanying her. She came with the hope of seeking help from Yi Futian. Goddess Xiao, could it be that you think, I am interested in you? Yi Futian was bewildered. Aren't you? Xiao Muyu coldly snorted. Prior to this, Yi Futian had mentioned that he wanted to be the son-in-law of Xiao clan, and he hinted her to be his concubine. In addition, his gaze was frivolous. It was hard for her not to think of him in that way. Qingyun, Kong Xian, please come over here, Yi Futian called. Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian approached Yi Futian while staring at him quizzically. Yi Futian put both his hands on their shoulders. He glanced at Xiao Muyu and said, Is my princess not pretty? Goddess Xiao, with your appearance, where do you get such confidence? Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian revealed strange expressions, especially Xia Qingyuan. This shameless bastard, he was too shameless. Xia Qingyuan wanted to say something, but she saw Kong Xian standing there quietly. Even though Kong Xian's expression was strange too, she played along with Yi Futian, allowing him to put his hand on her shoulder. She even stared at Xiao Muyu with a provocative gaze. Xia Qingyuan, who was about to throw a fit, became composed instantly. She softly bit down on her lip. Then, she turned around to look at Xiao Muyu. One could even detect tenderness in her gaze. The lady's responses caused Xiao Muyu to be dumbfounded. Her expression turned even stranger. Yifutian did not have such intention? The beauty of Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian was indeed on par with hers. In fact, their appearances could even be said to be more outstanding than hers. Moreover, both of them had unique temperaments that made them distinct from each other. However, Xiao Muyu had not expected that Yifutian would actually mock her appearance. Her facial expression turned sullen once again. This bastard. Goddess Xiao, could it be that you believe that I am truly into you? Yifutian's voice sounded strange. Or could it be that Goddess Xiao believes that I will help you with just one word without any cost? Yifutian lowered his hands. Xia Qingyuan looked at her shoulder, and then looked at Yifutian's face from the side. He was shameless and heartless. What price is Run Huangyi asking for? Xiao Muyu asked. I indeed have some experience accumulated from the learnings of 3 people. However, I need to pay a high price in order to help you. I also need to teach you a magnum opus level cultivation method. This is a method that I cannot share with outsiders. How can I help you with just a request? Yifutian had a look of a charlatan. His words confused Xiao Muyu until she could not make out which parts were true and which were lies. Xiao Muyu was hesitant. She believed that it was definitely not easy to forge a flawless divine wheel. If Yifutian truly mastered some method, it would certainly require an extremely high cost. Aside from her own body, she did not have anything to be offered that Yifutian would bat an eye at. After all, he himself had forged flawless divine wheels and possessed a palace of treasures. Yifutian couldn't help but sigh when he saw Xiao Muyu standing there. To his surprise, the dignified young mistress of Xiao clan was actually a naive soul. He had already hinted to her that he would teach her a method that could not be shared with outsiders, but she still could not understand what he was trying to imply. A few days ago, someone came to ask whether or not they could be my disciple. However, my cultivation methods are very precious, and it cannot be taught to random outsiders, Yifutian said indifferently, seemingly lamenting on a past event. Xiao Muyu's face twitched when she heard Yifutian's words. Becoming his disciple? Yifutian and Xiao Muyu were of the same generation. They were even at the same plane when they first entered God's relic, but Yifutian was a step faster than her in proving his way and breaking through to the Runhuang plane. However, she still thought of him as someone who was of the same generation as her. Hence, she had not considered the possibility of becoming his disciple before. Goddess Xiao, have a safe trip? Yifutian wished her off, seemingly wanting her to leave now. Xiao Muyu's gazes kept shifting like the clouds. Finally, she made up her mind and said, I am willing to become a disciple of Run Huangyi, seeking the way and cultivating under your guidance. I suppose this is inappropriate, Yifutian said as he looked at Xiao Muyu. Goddess Xiao is the young mistress of Xiao clan. You have exceptional talent. I am but a nobody. Besides that, my method can only increase the chances of you forging a flawless divine wheel. It is not a guarantee of success. Prior to Xiao Muyu, Lin clan of Dongxing State had approached him before. Yifutian indeed had no intention of accepting Lin clan as his disciples. However, when Xiao Muyu came to find him today, he felt that Lin clan's suggestion could be taken into consideration. His disciples would be the grand disciples of his master, Qi Shengang. When the grandmaster was in danger, it would be appropriate for the grand disciples to help out, right? The clans of the grand disciples would need to join in the aid too, right? Before this, Yifutian had accepted Do Zhao of Do tribe as his junior on behalf of his master. Now, it would most likely not be a big deal for him to accept a disciple. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Xiao Muyu seemed to have accepted her role, addressing herself as disciple. Accepting a disciple is a serious matter. It is no joke. If you regret it in the future and bear hatred towards me, it will cause both of us to turn against each other, Yifutian said evasively. I still think it's not appropriate. Disciple has made up my mind. Regardless of success or failure, I am willing to serve under master. Xiao Muyu continued to persuade Yifutian. She could not accept trading her body for cultivation methods. However, becoming one's disciple was a proper means to do so. She was willing to become Yi Futian's disciple in order to seize a higher opportunity of forging a flawless divine wheel. As long as Yi Futian was sincere in helping her, she would not have any grudges against him. Even if she failed, she would not blame him. I heard that in order to show their sincerity, the cultivators of upper worlds would prostrate when their masters first accepted them as disciples. I am not a fan of formality, so a simpler salutation will do, Yi Futian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Muyu knelt down in front of Yi Futian and knocked her head thrice on the floor, saying, "Disciple Xiao Muyu will be under Master's tutelage starting from today. From now on, I will respect Master, obey Master's rules, study diligently, and uphold the manners between a disciple and a master. If I go against my word, may disaster fall upon me." Yi Futian stared at Xiao Muyu, who was prostrating on the floor. His gaze turned serious. His demeanor was different from his casual state just now. The reason why he acted mean towards Xiao Muyu was that he wanted to see how determined and sincere she was. If she could not reach his requirement, he would not take the risk of helping her. Otherwise, not only would he lose a disciple that he trained, she might even repay his kindness with animosity. He had been observing Xiao Muyu to see how devoted she was. Extending his hands, Yi Futian helped Xiao Muyu to get on her feet. Xiao Muyu raised her head and stared at Yi Futian. Her gaze had clearly changed, too, showing hints of respect now. Since she had decided to be his disciple, her attitude towards him could not be the same as before. "Why do you trust me?" Yi Futian asked. He was merely trying his luck, but Xiao Muyu had really accepted him as her master. "Firstly, I want to seek the way. Secondly, the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm trust you. Dozhao trusts you. 2 possessors of flawless divine wheels trust you too," Xiao Muyu explained. "Hence, I also trust you." Yi Futian was under the guidance of 2 figures who were at the peak. Before this, the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm crowned Yi Futian as their leader. Dozhao of Dou tribe willingly followed Yi Futian too. He even asked his tribe to be involved in Yi Futian's dispute with the other top forces. Right now, there were 2 other possessors of flawless divine wheels beside Yi Futian. Prior to this, she had been doubtful and struggled. Yi Futian was still the same generation as she was. However, once she thought about it carefully, in reality that was an illusion. She only felt so because she had encountered Yi Futian in God's relic. Would she feel the same if she had not encountered him? Was there any issue with following a master that was a Renhuang who had forged flawless divine wheels? Setting aside Yi Futian's character, he was still qualified to be her teacher. Yi Futian most likely had some agenda for accepting her as a disciple. He most likely wanted to gain access to her force. However, winning over Yi Futian was the wish of many large forces. By becoming Yi Futian's disciple, Shao clan would be inextricably linked with Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled. As expected of the daughter of a large clan, she did not hold back. "As your master, I will teach you a magnum opus level cultivation method. You must practice and comprehend it well," Yi Futian said. From his glabella, a light of divine spirit shone towards Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu closed her beautiful eyes and quietly received all of this. Not long after, both of them opened their eyes. Yi Futian said, "These next few days you should head over to Tianshan Academy to train. Your master needs to prepare a grand matrix. I will need to expend a lot in order to do so. I will try to create an opportunity for you to prove your way and forge a flawless divine wheel." As he said this, Yi Futian placed his hand on Xiao Muyu's head. He advised, "Keep this in mind. Do not disappoint your master." Xiao Muyu lifted her head and glared at Yi Futian. There was a look of suspicion in her eyes. Why was it that she could not bring herself to trust him? An extremely huge cost? Although this so-called magnum opus level cultivation method was very miraculous, it was not as unfathomable as Yi Futian had made it out to be. Yi Futian looked at Xiao Muyu. What was with this girl's expression? As he thought of this, his hand was still caressing Xiao Muyu's head. Since she was his disciple, as her master, Yi Futian naturally could touch her head. Xiao Muyu gritted her teeth. She felt as though she had been tricked. Disciple will certainly not fail to live up to master's expectations, Xiaomuyu said through gritted teeth. If there is nothing else, I will go and train first. Go ahead. Master believes in you, Yifutian said as he patted Xiaomuyu's shoulder. Xiaomuyu fled. She felt as though she had signed a deal with a devil. This disciple is not bad. Her level of comprehension is high, Yifutian said as he watched Xiaomuyu's leaving silhouette. From this day onwards, he was also a person who had a disciple. Seemingly noticing something, Yifutian's gaze shifted. He saw Xia Qingyuan looking at him with a forced smile. Is there anything you need, princess? Yifutian asked. Xia Qingyuan was even more angered when she saw Yifutian acting foolish. This bastard actually acted ignorantly after having achieved his goal. He even managed to kidnap a beautiful female disciple. Shameless, Xia Qingyuan muttered in a low voice. She then turned and left. Yifutian watched her leave. She must have been jealous. Prior to this, even though Yifutian had accepted disciples in name, in the true sense of the word, Xiaomuyu was considered his first official disciple. However, she seemed to have become his disciple due to his sweet talk. Indeed, Xiaomuyu trusted Yifutian. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to truly become his disciple. Although up until now, she was still suspicious of her teacher's moral standard, she trusted him wholeheartedly in terms of cultivation. Hence, she had been practicing deed of thorough comprehension diligently recently. As expected, she felt that she was closer to proving her way. When she entered God's relic, she was already half a renhuang. She was not the only one. In fact, most of the cultivators who were elected to lead the teams in God's relic were the cream of the crop in their respective forces. Therefore, most of them were close to experiencing breakthroughs. When Xiaomuyu was practicing, Yaya had finally broken through to the Renhuang plane. With the help of Donghuang, the Great Sword Will, she managed to forge a sword matrix divine wheel. Since she received help from Yifutian on top of having Donghuang, the Great Sword Will, the divine wheel that she forged was naturally flawless. Yifutian clearly realized that, as compared to God's relic, his life spirit was an even more suitable environment for cultivators to prove their way and forge flawless divine wheels. Sometimes he wondered what exactly was this life spirit. On this day, Xiaomuyu went to Yifutian's palace and was ready to try breaking through to the Renhuang plane. She stood in the spatial matrix set up by Yifutian. She could see the sun, moon, and stars hanging in the sky, as though this was a completely independent space. Master, what kind of matrix is this? Xiaomuyu was astonished. A powerful will circulated in the space. Yifutian did not respond to her question. He seemed tired. Master, what happened to you? Xiaomuyu asked. It took me a great effort to set up this matrix. I have exhausted myself in order to complete this, Yifutian replied weakly. However, you are worthy of my effort. Do you still remember my advice? A glint of doubt flashed past Xiaomuyu's eyes. Were his words true? Even though the character of her master was questionable, judging from this powerful matrix, she supposed his words were most likely true. Disciple remembers everything the master said by heart, Xiaomuyu said while nodding her head. Yifutian walked up to Xiaomuyu and patted her head. He seemed weary. Xiaomuyu raised her head to look at him. Yifutian said, You are my only disciple. Even if I need to exhaust my life, I will do all I can to help you prove your way. You don't have to be too touched by my actions. It's my responsibility. Xiaomuyu blinked. Master, can you not do this? Xiaomuyu pointed at Yifutian's hand, which was still on her head. Disciple is not used to it. Oh. Yifutian nodded and removed his hand from Xiaomuyu's head. However, instead of retracting his hand, he pinched Xiaomuyu's face with it. Sounding like an elder, he said, Muyu, since I have accepted you as my disciple, I treat you as someone who is a generation younger than me. It is said that a tutor for a day is a father for a lifetime. You are like a child to me. Please don't mind my action. Xiaomuyu was close to tears. He was really treating her like a little kid. Had Master seen a child who was half a step away from the Renhuang plane? If Yifutian was really an old man, Xiao Muyu was fine with it. The problem was he had a young and handsome face. Disciple is used to it now. Master, can we start now? Xiao Muyu had a feeling that she could no longer escape from the hands of Yifutian. Yifutian nodded. He returned to his spot and sat cross-legged, saying, "Let's start." A few days later, Xiao Muyu's body shone while divine light surged out from her. A terrifying sound of the great path rumbled in her body, causing the surrounding will to go berserk. This situation lasted for a long while. Then, the endless divine light retracted and seeped into Xiao Muyu's body. She opened her eyes slowly. As compared to before, Xiao Muyu's eyes were glowing with sparkles now. Her temperament changed too. She was even more beautiful now. Her skin was radiant and smooth. Not a hint of deformities could be found on her. Her long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Xiao Muyu's eyes sparkled like the stars as she revealed a smile. Did she really achieve her goal? She was a female Renhuang now. Moreover, she was a female Renhuang who had forged a flawless divine will. She looked in the direction of Yifutian. The illusion around her had disappeared. Only the matrix was left standing. However, Yifutian's aura was weak, as though all his vigor had been drained out of him. He even showed signs of dying. Master! Xiao Muyu was shocked, and she quickly moved towards him. She had her doubts before this. However, this matrix was so powerful and could directly assist her in forging a flawless divine wheel. She speculated that Yifutian had really exhausted his vigor in order to maintain this gigantic matrix. "I'm fine," Yifutian assured her while waving his hands nonchalantly. "Master is satisfied to be able to witness your success. How are you feeling?" Xiao Muyu squatted down and supported Yifutian from the side. She felt slightly ashamed for doubting him before this. Even though he was frivolous, he had a kind heart. He even paid such a great price to help her. "I'm fine. I merely used up all my energy and depleted some of my vigor. However, I can refine my life will so my body will recover by itself," Yifutian explained. Xiao Muyu was deeply touched. How could his current condition be considered fine? "What can disciple do for you?" Xiao Muyu asked. "I feel languid, and my whole body is aching now. You can give me a massage," Yifutian requested. Xiao Muyu was a little doubtful. Would a massage really help? However, she still nodded her head seriously and replied, "All right." As she replied, she actually began to massage Yifutian's back. "Your master is pleased seeing that you are so filial." Yifutian nodded his head contentedly. It was very comfortable. How many people could have such treatment as a female Renhuang massaging their backs? Since Yifutian had accepted a disciple, he should enjoy himself to the fullest. At that moment, a silhouette walked over. It was Xia Qingyuan. When she saw Yifutian's dispirited expression, she said to Xiao Muyu, "Let me do it." Xiao Muyu looked at Xia Qingyuan and then looked at Yifutian. In a low voice, she asked, "Master, is this person mastress?" Yifutian had mentioned that he had a wife. However, how many mastresses did Xiao Muyu think he had? "Don't simply call her that." Yifutian's expression turned dark. Xia Qingyuan blinked her eyes. "Mastress?" Her gaze flickered. Then, she approached them and said, "Muyu, leave this to me." "All right." Xiao Muyu nodded her head and made space for Xia Qingyuan obediently. Judging from Xia Qingyuan's friendly tone, she was most likely Yifutian's fiancée. No doubt. That had to be it. Master was blessed. Crack. A soft pop sounded. Just when Xiao Muyu was feeling both touched and warm, Yifutian's back actually made a cracking sound when Xia Qingyuan hammered it. "Ouch!" Yifutian immediately leapt up and said, "Princess, are you trying to kill me?" Xiao Muyu was stunned for a bit. What was wrong with this scene? Why was it that Master's weariness had instantly disappeared? It could even be said that his dying look had completely vanished. Xiao Muyu came to her senses. Her face was flushed red instantly. She gave Yifutian a deadly stare. This shameless master. Sensing that Xiao Muyu's gaze was unfriendly, Yifutian said, "Muyu, don't get the wrong idea. When I sensed your filial piety, I was so touched, and because of it, I recovered instantly. Disciple naturally believes in master, Xiaomuyu said as she bit her lip gently. Recalling that she had felt touched and warm, it was practically, that's how it should be. Muyu, return to your clan to stabilize your cultivation plane, Yifutian said. Remember what master has instructed you. Xiaomuyu nodded her head. She glanced at the two of them and said, Master, Mastress, then I won't disturb you too. Disciple will come visit again after a few days. As she said this, Xiaomuyu turned to leave. Don't simply run your mouth, Yifutian said, speechless. This child is still immature. Princess, don't mind her, Yifutian said to Xiaxia. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yifutian. In a low voice, she said, I feel that Muyu is quite nice. Don't pick on her in the future. Oh. Yifutian blinked. Before this, weren't the two of them at loggerheads with each other? After leaving, Xiaomuyu's expression was still bizarre. Everything that had occurred over the past few days was like a dream. As she recalled the events of the past few days, she revealed a radiant smile. Master, Xiaomuyu mumbled to herself. She felt a sense of warmth within her. Felt nice. She arrived at another place. There were many cultivators of the Xiao clan in that place. When they saw Xiaomuyu returning, their silhouettes dashed over. Someone asked, Young mistress, you have broken through to the next plane? Xiaomuyu nodded and said, Let's return to the clan. After she said this, her group flew up into the sky and prepared to return to Xiao clan. Xiao clan was situated in the northern region of the Central Emperor Realm. As one of the top forces of the Central Emperor Realm, the Xiao clan's home was like an ancient city. It reached high into the sky layer by layer. Its highest point was as high as the heavenly palace. After Xiaomuyu returned, she headed towards a spot. Many people bowed to her in respect as she passed. She passed by many ancient halls and arrived at a wide, open space. A group of figures came towards her. The person leading the group was a youth with extraordinary temperament. Xiaomuyu, the person cried out to her. His voice had a faint sense of authority to it. He was a Renhuang of Xiao clan. However, he was not from the same branch family as Xiaomuyu. They were both of the direct line. However, their relationship was one of competition. What's the matter? Xiaomuyu's voice was cold and indifferent. You finally broke through to the next plane? The youth revealed a nonchalant smile and said, You are too late. You returned empty-handed from God's relic. What meaning is there in breaking through to the next plane now? However, you still managed to prove your way. Go and make your report. During her journey to the God's relic, she had indeed not reaped many benefits. However, after she emerged from the God's relic, she obtained 3 ritual implements. His branch family would not get even one of them. Xiao Ran, Xiaomuyu said. The youth looked at her. In the future, don't use this tone to talk to me. I don't like it, Xiaomuyu said indifferently. Ha! Xiao Ran revealed a look of interest. He smiled and asked, As expected, after having proven your way, you have changed. Are you itching to try out your power? As he said this, the might of Renhuang on his body burst forth. His divine will was at the 2nd tier. Large clans usually allowed the clan members to compete among themselves. This was the only way that they would be motivated to improve. Hence, such a situation was very common. Xiaomuyu swept a glance at him. She then took a step forward. Rumble. Terrifying divine light of the great path swept out. An extremely brilliant light shone down from the heavens. Alarming might of the way came crashing down, suppressing the other party's divine wheel. At this moment, Xiaomuyu's entire body was bathed in radiant twilight. It was as though she was a goddess with matchless elegance. The expressions of those who had returned with Xiaomuyu instantly became very excited. Their hearts trembled inside. A flawless divine wheel. Xiao Ran's expression changed drastically as he stared at Xiaomuyu. At the same time, many people in the distance seemed to have sensed something. Wills swept over this place, followed by many silhouettes leaping up into the sky. I hope that this will not happen again in the future, Xiao Muyu said calmly. She stepped forward once again and directly walked past Xiao Ran. The members who followed behind Xiao Muyu swept indifferent glances at him. From this moment forth, Xiao Muyu's position in the clan was completely different. Xiao Ran was not qualified at all to contend with her. Xiao Muyu, come straight to the main hall. A voice called out from afar. Silhouettes leapt into the sky and headed towards one direction. Xiao Muyu lifted her head slightly and looked towards the Xiao clan heavenly palace in the distance. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, that place did not seem so unreachable anymore. For the next couple of months, Yi Futian focused on cultivating. At the end of the 10,035th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Yusheng broke through to the next level and became a demonic emperor. And just as expected, he forged a perfect divine wheel. Moreover, even though he had not needed Yi Futian's help, he was still able to do it. Now, of the people beside Yi Futian, Gu Donglu, Yusheng, Yaya, and the swordmaster of Lihan all had perfect divine wheels, as well as Yi Futian himself and many others in the heavenly mandate realm. If they had Do Zhao and Xiao Muyu as well, then their total number of Renhuangs would be comparable to any of the other powers that had gone to the God's Relic with Yi Futian. However, this matter was not widely known yet and had not caused too much of a disturbance. Otherwise, all of the 9 realms would be shaken by this news. On this day, a group of people came to Yi Futian's pavilion. Among them was a Renhuang with a 6th-tier divine wheel, showing how powerful their formation was. But they did not directly rush into the pavilion. They stopped outside and asked permission to enter. Yi Futian had seen several of the people among them before. They had shown up with Xiao Muyu. They must be from the Xiao clan. Several months ago, she had broken through to the next level and left as Yi Futian had asked her to temporarily return to her family. She did so, and there had been no news from her in several months. Now, seeing the cultivators from the Xiao clan coming, Yi Futian guessed that they were probably bringing her. "We are here from the Xiao clan, Emperor Yi," said the old man at their head with a slight bow. Although he was in the mid-tier of Renhuangs, he was still very polite to Yi Futian. In ordinary circumstances, this man would absolutely be Yi Futian's senior. There was a huge gap between him and the 6th tier of the divine wheel. "No need to be so polite, elder," said Yi Futian with a bow. "Why have you come?" Several days ago, the goddess of the Xiao clan decided to invite many heroes to observe a ceremony. "We are here to extend the invitation to you," said the elder with a smile. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. He did not know the Xiao clan that well. Did the goddess mean to pass on their inheritance? "You could have sent someone to notify me. There was no need to come in person," said Yi Futian. But the man had said he had come to offer an invitation, not just to notify. He had guessed something. A smile appeared on the elder's face. "The goddess personally asked us to. You are her master, so she should have come personally. She originally intended to, but there are many family matters that she must attend to, so she had to send me instead. Please forgive the impropriety." "Of course," said Yi Futian with a smile. It seemed that once Xiao Muyu forged her perfect wheel of the Great Path, her position within the family had changed. In the God's Relic, the most outstanding people had been Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, Nan Luoshan, and some others. Those who had forged perfect divine wheels and then received ritual implements were now bright symbols and were now the most prestigious people in their forces. But there were many top disciples who were at the top of the Saint Plane, but would now not necessarily be their forces' heirs. This had been the case for Xiao Muyu. But now the Xiao clan had made her a goddess and invited everyone to the ceremony. That must mean that she was now like Shen Hao and Nan Luoshan. She had become one of the bright stars of her faction. "That's amazing," Yi Futian thought to himself with a smile. He also knew that man who had come to give him the invitation was very kind. "I thank you for the invitation. Should we go now?" asked Yi Futian. "The goddess would like to see you first, so she hopes that you can come as soon as possible." "Of course, if you are busy, we can wait for you," said the old man with a smile. "Wait for me just a moment." Yi Futian turned and said, "I am going. You all stay here." "Futian, I will go with you," said Xianxia. Over the past few days, he had grown to understand just how powerful Yi Futian was. This was a man who could change the world. No wonder the oracle had made that prophecy about him. Thus, there would always be people following him. Between him and Hua Jiangshan, one of them needed to go. "All right," said Yi Futian with a nod. "I will go as well," said Xia Qingyuan, stepping up beside him. She had warm feelings towards Xiao Muyu, and it would soon be the 10,036th year of the divine prefecture calendar. Yi Futian looked at her, then nodded slightly. "All right, you may come with us as well. 3 people are enough. We will stay there for a few days then return." Everyone nodded. Right now, the most important thing for them was cultivating, so they could not all go to the Xiao clan. Yi Futian, Jiang Chengzi, and Xia Qingyuan walked down to the cultivators from the Xiao clan. "Let's go, elder," said Yi Futian. "All right," said the elder with a nod. They all rose into the air and disappeared in a moment. At that moment, people from various forces were arriving at the Xiao clan. Yi Futian and the others were flying through the air. "Elder, will this ceremony be very grand?" Yi Futian asked. "The gods and goddesses of the Xiao clan are the heirs of our family. Once they have their title bestowed upon them, the whole family will assist and prepare for the future management of the family. A ceremony celebrating this will naturally be grand," said the elder with a nod. "Announcing this to the world is also a kind of protection for the goddess." Yi Futian nodded in understanding. This would likely be similar to when a dynasty bestowed a title upon a prince. Once they held the ceremony, the prince would officially become the heir. From then on, outsiders would not dare to attack them lightly. This was just like Shen Hao and Nan Luoshan. Who would dare attack them? Doing so would be declaring war. "Why did they choose Muyu?" asked Yi Futian. "She forged a perfect divine wheel when she broke through to the Runhuang Plain, as you know. She also performed admirably at a sparring session within the family not long ago, dazzling everyone. Thus, the family made this decision," said the elder. "I understand." Yi Futian thought that the Xiao clan must have its own assessment method. It seemed that Xiao Muyu had completely changed after forging a perfect divine wheel. The Xiao clan was the second place that Yi Futian had gone in the Central Emperor realm after Tianxian Academy. The majestic mansion of the Xiao clan rose up level upon level, made up of temples and castles. If Tianxian Academy seemed like a celestial realm, the Xiao clan seemed like a divine residence. Once Yi Futian and the others entered, they attracted a lot of attention. Many people bowed to them while others watched from afar. Not long before, they had heard that Xiao Muyu, who had just been bestowed the title of goddess, had a master. Moreover, the master was extremely young and not of that high a level. But he was still a legendary figure. He had forged a perfect divine wheel within the god's relic and performed outstandingly. This made many people surprised. Why would their goddess treat this Yi Futian as a master? Later news had spread through the Xiao clan that Xiao Muyu had only been able to forge a perfect divine wheel with his help. As for how much he had helped her, no one knew. Perhaps Xiao Muyu was the only one who did. "The goddess has moved into the goddess palace," Emperor Yi, the elder who had led them here, pointed it out. They continued on, passing over countless temples and castles. It was like they were heading to the palace of heaven itself. The goddess palace had a style all its own. It was tall and mighty. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they saw a group of people coming out to greet them. The woman at their head wore a long black dress that hung down to the ground. She looked radiant under the bright sunlight, as noble and profound as a black pearl. This woman was naturally Xiao Muyu. Does she have the aura of a queen? Yi Futian watched the woman coming towards him. She seemed completely different than before, even different than when she had first become a Renhuang. She seemed extraordinarily confident and noble, just like a real queen, both beautiful and outstanding. Of course, cultivation was able to make people change. Before, if Xiao Muyu had stood before Nan Luoshan and Xianxia, she would not even be noticed. But now she was much more noticeable. It seemed that a lot had happened over the last few months. Xiao Muyu had changed a lot. Xia Qingyuan was stunned when she saw Xiao Muyu's transformation. She wondered if she would change that much when she reached the Runhuang Plain. "Greetings, master," said Xiao Muyu with a bow as she reached Yi Futian. Then she looked up at the young man before her, a slight smile in her eyes. Although her master was quite unorthodox, he had truly changed her life. Not bad, said Yifutian with a smile and a nod. She was truly worthy of being his disciple. Please come in, she said, leading the way. Suddenly, the people behind her stepped to both sides, leaving a path. They were all acting extremely politely. From this, it was obvious how high a position Xiao Muyu held. Yifutian did not stand on ceremony, but walked directly forward, following Xiao Muyu. Xia Qingyuan followed behind him. When Xiao Muyu saw her, she whispered, "Sister." Xia Qingyuan nodded back to her as she walked forward, a strange look on her face. She followed Yifutian, her head slightly bowed. "Farewell, uncle," Xiao Muyu said to the elder who had brought Yifutian to her. "Take good care of Emperor Yi," said the man. Said Xiao Muyu with a nod. "You may all leave. I have some things to talk to my master about." After they left, Xiao Muyu followed Yifutian into the goddess palace. Only she, Yifutian, and Xia Qingyuan were there. "I hope I have not embarrassed you in any way, master," said Xiao Muyu with a smile. "You have done well," said Yifutian with a nod. He found a place to sit, then looked at her and said, "Come here and let me see you more clearly." Xiao Muyu walked up to him, looking at him a little warily. Was he going to pat her on the head again? "I am a goddess now, so you should treat me honorably," she said as he reached out to her. "Shouldn't you respect your master?" said Yifutian. She narrowed her eyes at him. What did respecting her master have to do with being patted on the head? What a strange habit of his. She glared at him, but still came forward and lowered her head, a little bit of indignation in her eyes. She was a goddess after all, and everyone in the Shao clan looked at her with respect. Those of her generation were even more respectful. But here, no use thinking about, she would just endure it. "Good," said Yifutian with a smile. "I have come so far to visit you, and my shoulders are a bit sore. Let me massage them for you," she said, gritting her teeth and walking behind him. She was about to have a ceremony held in her honor, and here she was rubbing his shoulders. "That feels great," said Yifutian, closing his eyes. Then he whispered, "Why would one accept female disciples if not for enjoyment? Did male disciples just not have this talent?" Xia Qingyuan looked at Yifutian coldly. She had never seen such a shameless master. On the second day, there was a banquet at the goddess palace to welcome Yifutian. There were countless cultivators there. The person sitting in the place honor was not Xiao Muyu, who was about to be named a goddess, but was instead her grandfather Xiao Qianshan. Below him on the left sat Yifutian, Xia Qingyuan, and Jiang Chengzi. On the right were Xiao Muyu's father Xiao Hanjiang. Xiao Muyu sat behind him. Of the cultivators there, Jiang Chengzi was naturally the strongest, but he had still come here following Yifutian. Xiao Qianshan and Xiao Hanjiang were both Xiao Muyu's elders, so they were sitting in places of honor. The day before had been Yifutian and Xiao Muyu's private meeting, while today was the welcome banquet for Yifutian from Xiao Muyu's family. The land remains the same, but each generation is stronger than the one before. "You are so young, Emperor Yi, but your name makes the 9 realms tremble. Muyu is so grateful to you that she cannot even express it. I raise my cup to you and Elder Jiang." Xiao Qianshan raised his cup towards them as he spoke. He was the highest-ranked member of the Shao clan but was not as powerful as Jiang Chengzi. Thus, there was no question that he should call him Elder. Although the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was currently far less powerful than the Shao clan of the Central Imperial Realm, Jiang Chengzi was still the clan lord, the strongest member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. "Thank you, Elder," said Yifutian, raising his cup. Jiang Chengzi did so as well, and the 3 of them drained their drinks. "Your guidance was instrumental in Muyu being able to prove herself worthy of being a Renhuang. Now she is being made a goddess. Thus, we raise another cup to you," said Xiao Qianshan, raising another cup and draining it. "My father is correct. Muyu has not told us in detail what happened, but since you are her master, she must have succeeded due to your guidance. As Muyu's father, I will drink a cup in your honor as well," said Xiao Hanjiang. He looked to be about 40 and had cultivated to the rank of a mid-level renhuang. He naturally knew his daughter very well. He was quite talented and had a strong mind for cultivation. He was an above-average member of his clan. But in the Central Emperor realm, he was not considered to be at the top level. Xiao Hanjiang thought that Xiao Muyu had missed her chance in the god's relic and would not be able to forge a perfect divine wheel. She would have had very little chance of becoming a goddess then. But he had never thought that after returning from Tiantian Academy, she would forge her perfect divine wheel and become perfect. In her assessment, she gave a stunning performance that proved her worthy of becoming a goddess and becoming the future head of the clan. This was all very strange. Later, he heard that Xiao Muyu had studied under Yi Futian and had proved herself with his help. Yi Futian had a perfect divine will himself, as did several of the people around him. He naturally understood divine wheels, so although he was shocked, he could accept it. But he didn't know just how much Yi Futian had contributed. Xiao Muyu had not told him in detail. She had just said that Yi Futian had expended some energy to set up a life energy matrix that had helped her forge her perfect divine wheel. Xiao Hanjiang felt that his daughter was hiding something, but he was not concerned about what it was. He approved both of Yi Futian's talent and the help he had given to his daughter. This was a man with a lot of potential. "You are too kind, Elder Xiao. I just helped her a little bit. Muyu herself is very talented, and she achieved her perfect divine will on her own. After all, everything in cultivation is based on oneself," said Yi Futian modestly. Of course, he would not say that it was all due to him. He had asked Xiao Muyu not to reveal too much, but rather to just say that he had helped her out by using his own experience. After all, he was her master, so she would not be able to hide his help completely. Xiao Muyu looked at him deeply. When had her master ever been so modest? "You helped me advance to the next level. How is that just a little bit of help? I will always respect you for that, and I will always—" "Ahem!" Yi Futian coughed, cutting off Xiao Muyu's words. He saw that she was smiling at him and said, "I only did what anyone else would have done. Keep cultivating well, Muyu. This will be the best way to thank me." Was this girl trying to expose the whole truth? How improper. "I understand," said Xiao Muyu with a smile. Xiao Hanjiang did not understand their conversation, but he said, "Emperor Yi, I am Muyu's father. You are her master. Although there is a great gap in our ages, we are both equally her elders. There is no need for you to call me elder and be so modest. You can call me Brother Xiao, all right? If you say so, I will, of course, do so, Brother Xiao," said Yi Futian, clinking his cup with Xiao Hanjiang's. Xiao Hanjiang was trying to pull him closer. He had already accepted Xiao Muyu as a disciple, and now Hanjiang was trying to improve their relationship even closer. Of course, Yi Futian would not refuse. "Please drink as much as you'd like, Brother Yi," said Xiao Hanjiang, drinking another cup. Xiao Qianshan smiled as well. "Now you are calling Hanjiang brother," he said, "and you are Muyu's master. From now on, you are family. If there is anything you need, just say it, and I will do anything in my power to help you." He had a perfect divine will and infinite potential. Moreover, he was very close to Xiao Muyu. "I hope that you will not become annoyed when I take you up on your Orphan," said Yi Futian jokingly. The banquet had a very harmonious atmosphere. There was not one thing that seemed discordant. After all, Xiao Muyu had a completely different status now than before. Everyone in her family, from oldest to youngest, would do anything in their power to help their future goddess. Boom! At that moment, there were footsteps in the distance. They sounded very heavy. Everyone looked off into the distance and saw a group of people coming, seemingly very slow. But they reached the stairway up to the banquet very quickly. They began walking up the stairs. Everyone stopped feasting. Xiao Qianshan frowned, seeming a bit unhappy. Things were already settled. What were they doing here? Boom! The footsteps were not actually that loud, but they rang out in everyone's minds. The man at their head was an elder, someone who was very powerful. He was an upper-level renhuang who was considered to be a great figure. People from the other bloodline within the clan. Previously, one of their juniors hoped to be the future heir. It is that youth there named Xiaolan. He is a mid-level renhuang with a 4th-tier divine wheel, Xiao Muyu said to Yi Futian telepathically. Yi Futian swept his gaze over them, stopping for a moment on the young man in the 2nd row. If someone in the clan does not have a perfect divine wheel, they won't name them a god or a goddess unless they can surpass the clan leader, answered Yi Futian. Since the position had previously been empty, if Xiao Muyu had not forged a perfect divine wheel and displayed her immense talent, then the position would have been empty forever. This would have let all the disciples of the Xiao clan grow up, hoping they could claim it. This would last until the strongest one of them emerged. But Xiao Muyu had shown such strength that the clan had decided that she was the only one who was worthy. Fighting among themselves would only consume their power, and thus they had held this ceremony. All of the clan's power would be bestowed on this one person. The clan has already chosen you as goddess. Why are they here? What do they hope to accomplish? Yi Futian could naturally see that they had not come for a good purpose. Probably because they are upset. Once the ceremony is over, they won't be able to do anything about it. At that point, I will be the highest-ranked person in the clan besides the clan leader, and they won't have any more opportunities, answered Xiao Muyu. This is their last gasp, Yi Futian thought to himself. A goddess was similar to a prince in terms of position. They were the highest-ranked people besides dynastic overlords. Why have you come, elder brother? Xiao Qianshan asked the man who led them. The elder was a little older than Xiao Qianshan, which was why he called him elder brother. I heard that Muyu's master is here, so I came to greet him and see how majestic he must be to have trained a goddess of our clan, said the elder. He was naturally speaking of their future goddess, as before the ceremony, she did not have this status yet. If she had already received this title, there would not have been a point in him coming. Yi Futian noticed that the man's first utterance had been about him. It seemed that by becoming Xiao Muyu's master, he had suddenly become a member of the Xiao clan and had created an heir. This would affect a lot of people. This is Master Yi, one of the people who forged a perfect wheel of the divine path in the god's relic. He is Muyu's master, said Xiao Qianshan, introducing him. This is my elder brother. Greetings, elder, said Yi Futian politely to the man. The elder nodded to him, showing not the least bit of disrespect. You helped Muyu advance, creating a goddess for our clan. I owe you my infinite thanks. The elder's tone was completely proper, and not rude in the least. My junior, Xiaolan, is also rather talented. He is a mid-level renhuang with a 4th-tier divine wheel. Might I ask you to teach him a thing or two? Perhaps you could aid him in his cultivation. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Yi Futian had just entered the renhuang plane. Although he was very talented, how could he teach a mid-level renhuang anything? However, the elder had not said what Yi Futian should teach him, so it would not necessarily come to a fight between them. Thus, this was actually a test for Yi Futian, one that might cause him a lot of trouble. After all, Yi Futian was the goddess's master. Asking him to teach Xiaolan was, at least on the surface, not the least bit improper. You can refuse, Brother Yi, Xiao Hanjiang said to him telepathically. The elder was clearly unhappy and had deliberately sought out Yi Futian. But everything was already arranged. If Yi Futian refused, there would be no problem. After all, he was a member of the family. The elder couldn't really do anything to him. Master, ignore him, said Xiao Muyu telepathically. Yi Futian was silent for a moment. Then he put down his cup and looked at Xiao Muyu. You are about to become a goddess. If I don't do anything, won't that make you lose face? On saying this, he smiled, stood up and said, I accept. Yi Futian stepped forward. The gazes of everyone present instantly fell onto him. Xiao Muyu was a little shocked. Even though Yi Futian was her teacher, his cultivation level was the same as hers. It had not been long since he proved his path. He could have rejected the offer directly. For some reason, Xiao Muyu sensed enormous confidence radiating from Yi Futian when she saw his back. Xiao Qianshan sat at the front. He was also shocked by Yi Futian's actions. However, he did not stop him. Yi Futian was a powerful figure whose reputation had shaken the 9 realms. He was the only person in the most prominent group within the God's Relic that had not been nurtured as a successor by a premium faction. He was a powerful figure who had helped his granddaughter forge her perfect divine wheel and accepted Xiao Muyu as his disciple. Xiao Qianshan himself wanted to see how powerful Yi Futian was. Yi Futian walked forward one step at a time. The elders, who were standing by the side of the stairway, made way when they saw him walking toward them. "This way, Emperor Yi." The elders then retreated to the side and gave the stage to Yi Futian and Xiaolan, who was still standing on the steps. Xiaolan was a mid-level Renhuang with a fourth-tier divine wheel. He was the person who was worthy of fighting for the spot of a successor before Xiao Muyu forged her perfect divine wheel. Yi Futian stopped. His gaze landed on the figure in front of him. As a Renhuang with a fourth-tier divine wheel, Xiaolan radiated an immense authority of a Renhuang. He was looking calmly at the figure in front of him with his hands behind his back. He announced, "Xiao Clan, Xiaolan. Xiao Muyu's teacher, Yi Futian." Yi Futian stopped in his tracks and replied, "How do you wish to spar, Emperor Yi?" Xiaolan asked. Yi Futian did not speak. He had a faint smile and was calm and casual. There seemed to be a breeze blowing past the stairway, which caused Yi Futian's white hair to dance slightly. His white robes also swayed with the wind. Yi Futian raised his leg and took a step forward. Thump! This footstep seemed to have produced a dull thud. It caused the goddess pavilion to tremble slightly. A buzz rang out from the ground. The ground seemed to be shaking. It was as if the area was about to collapse. A sacred and authoritative aura spilled out. A boundless golden ray of light descended from the sky. Yi Futian, who was standing under the ray of light, bathed in the golden glory. He looked like a deity. This footstep landed directly on Xiaolan's body. It might even have landed on his soul. It harbored unparalleled pressure. It was clear that this was the most direct mode of competition. There was nothing simpler than this. Thump! Xiaolan also raised his foot and took a step forward as he walked up the steps. In that instant, the color of the horizon seemed to change. The sky above the goddess pavilion was originally clear and sunny. However, it instantly turned white and black. An overbearing aura of both life and death was created. The current of life and death circled Xiaolan's body and transformed into images. It seemed to have transformed into the aura of yin and yang. Life and death. Yi Futian sensed Xiaolan's will. The disciples of the Xiao clan should have cultivated both of these wills. This was also the reason that Xiao Muyu fought for the lotus back then. Xiaolan's eyes changed. His pupils turned into black and white. They became bottomless. Images of life and death appeared as his pupils spun. Those eyes seemed to be about to devour Yi Futian when Yi Futian looked toward him. This gaze caused the immense will of life and death in the surroundings to envelop Yi Futian. It was as though a true yin-yang formation of life and death had descended and had directly charged into Yi Futian's brain. Eye sorcery. Yi Futian was expressionless. His eyes had also changed. It was deep and boundless like an endless abyss. In that instant, the terrifying black hole devoured everything. Images of space directly suppressed and enveloped the images of life and death. A perfect divine wheel. Xiaolan still had his hands behind his back. Even though he had lost to Xiao Muyu in the competition, that had not been a direct battle. At this moment, he was facing off against a perfect divine wheel in every sense of the word. He had an even clearer sense of the perfect divine wheel. Even though you have a perfect divine wheel, how are you going to bridge the gap between our cultivation level? Xiao Muyu murmured to himself. A terrifying yin-yang image of life and death appeared on the horizon. It created a horrifying death ray, which cleaved toward Yi Futian's body. At the same time, a similar scene appeared in his eyes. The scene in his eyes attacked Yi Futian's soul. Creak, creak. The sword will crashed against the death ray. The place of the banquet was not far away. However, the battlefield of the two fighters had been enveloped by a destructive tempest. The tempest did not affect the banquet in the slightest. The two areas were clearly separated. It was a miraculous scene. Boom! Yi Futian once again took another step forward. Countless rays of golden splendor appeared around him. The rays of light circled the area like individual divine sculptures. It suppressed the descending death ray. Even though many of the divine sculptures were shattered and destroyed in the process, Yifutian still stood there with a calm expression. His expression did not change, even though the surroundings were crumbling around him. Even though your will is much stronger, your cultivation level is too low. However, this battle is not fair to you, Xiaolan said. He did not become sarcastic because he had a slight upper hand. He knew clearly that a battle between people with such a difference in cultivation level was extremely unfair to Yifutian. Yifutian smiled when he heard Xiaolan. He took another step forward and said while being bathed in radiant divine light, "My great path is perfect. Who in the 3,000 realms of the great path dares to speak to me about fairness in terms of the path?" He had just said this when an unparalleled radiance shot out from his body. He took a step forward and transformed into a true ray of light. He pierced through the air and arrived directly in front of Xiaolan. He shot out a single punch. The violent authority that had gathered in front of Xiaolan shattered. The current of the great path was torn apart by the will of the punch. Xiaolan raised his hand and pushed it forward. He shot out a palm with a dull grunt. It looked like the palm print of death. Boom! A dull noise rang out. The fist and palm collided and created a harrowing tempest. Xiao Qianshan personally stood in front of the banquet. His will swarmed out and blocked off the violent tempest from the area of the banquet. Xiaolan's body was pushed back repeatedly, his footsteps rubbing against the ground. He only stopped when he reached the side of the steps. He even had to stomp down with one leg and directly shatter the steps to stop himself. Xiaolan looked up at Yifutian. Yifutian was surrounded in gold light. That magnificent radiance looked flawless. Who in the 3,000 realms of the great path dared to talk to him about fairness in terms of the path? Xiaolan suddenly let out a smile. He glanced toward Yifutian, then turned to look at Xiao Muyu, who was at the banquet area. He said, "Muyu, I am looking forward to your splendor during the conference ceremony." He turned around after he spoke and walked down the steps. He left one step at a time. Who dares to call themselves unparalleled in the 3,000 realms of the great path? Xiaolan looked up at the horizon. He knew that he was not that person. Could someone be able to do that? "Thank you for your pointer, Emperor Yi." An elder by the side looked toward Yifutian. He then looked in the direction of the banquet and said, "Qianshan, congratulations to you and Muyu." He then smiled and left. The rest of the people left after that. It was like nothing even happened. Yifutian was still standing on the stairway and looking at the leaving figures. He had a faint smile. They were ultimately people from the same clan and had all trained to the level of Renhuang. They could afford to take the loss. Even though they were indignant, they must have found closure during this journey. Judging from the words they said before they left, they must have honestly accepted the result. When Yifutian turned around, he saw that everyone from the banquet was looking at him. "What's the matter?" Yifutian said with a smile. "Who in the 3,000 realms of the great path dares to speak to me about fairness in terms of the path?" Xiao Qianshan mumbled softly to himself. There were many powerful figures in the 3,000 realms of the great path, yet Yifutian had arrogantly said that no one could defeat him in a fair fight. That required an immense amount of spirit. "You're the first person I've seen who has defeated a 4th-tier divine wheel with a 1st-tier divine wheel," Xiao Qianshan said emotionally. "This battle has made my indignant brothers speechless. You praise me too much, elder. The perfect divine will does come with a natural advantage." Yifutian smiled as he returned to the banquet. Xiao Muyu's gaze was locked onto Yifutian. Her young teacher was more exceptional than she imagined. Even though he was not very proper, the moment just now was incredibly charismatic. She also had a perfect divine wheel. However, there was no way that she could win against Xiaolan. "Don't idolize me. Train well in the future," Yifutian smiled and said when he saw Xiao Muyu staring at him. Xiao Muyu smiled, then raised her cup at Yifutian and said, "I pay my respects to you, teacher. Thank you for teaching me." Yifutian smiled and raised his cup. The two of them gulped down the contents of their cup. The people returned to where they came from after the banquet. Yifutian sat silently in the yard of the goddess pavilion. Xia Qingyuan came and sat by Yifutian's side. Did you intentionally reveal your abilities because you want to borrow the strength of the Xiao clan in the future? Xia Qingyuan asked softly. Yifutian glanced at Xia Qingyuan and nodded with a smile. The arrangement in the Heavenly Mandate Realm should be enough to deal with the situation in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Do you have something you are worried about? Xia Qingyuan asked as she looked at Yifutian with her beautiful eyes. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the horizon as he heard Xia Qingyuan speak. He remembered the charismatic advisor of Dali. His teacher was still in the Shin clan. Do Zhao Xiao Muyu, as well as the people in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, had cultivated the deed of thorough comprehension. Without speaking, Yifutian extended his left hand and patted on Xia Qingyuan's shoulder. He said softly, "Qingyuan, prove your path and become a Runhuang as soon as possible." He stood up and turned to leave as he said that. Xia Qingyuan turned her head and looked at his figure. She could sense his unparalleled charisma, as well as his loneliness. Xia Qingyuan looked down slightly. There was a slight hint of dejection in her eyes. All these years, she believed that he liked her. However, there was always a faint, distant feeling that she could not explain. During the first day of the 10,036-year history of the Divine Prefecture, the northern regions of the Central Emperor Realm had been extremely lively. This was especially so for the northern plain state where the Xiao family was at. Many of the influential families from the main cities in this area gathered in the core city of the northern plain state, the northern plain city occupied by the Xiao family. In fact, many of the influential factions from all around the Central Emperor Realm sent forth powerful fighters to congratulate them. The Xiao clan was about to officially confer someone as a goddess. The influential family that lorded over the northern plain state was about to welcome a successor. It was imaginable how large a commotion that created. All of the powerful families from the northern plain state had to be present. After all, the Xiao clan was the absolute overlord of the region. At this moment, many powerful fighters from all over the land were arriving outside the manor of the Xiao clan one after the other. There were also several people engaged in discussion outside the manor. Rumor has it that Xiao Muyu will be the one who will be conferred as a goddess. I've met her once in the past. However, even though Xiao Muyu has exceptional talent within the Xiao clan, she did not display an overwhelming advantage. There were still people who could suppress her, and she did not prove her way in the god's relic. How could it be that she forged a perfect divine will after that? Some quizzed. Perhaps she obtained an opportunity in the god's relic and achieved a complete understanding. Some guessed. Not many people knew that Xiao Muyu had sought out a mentor. At this moment, outside the Xiao manor, a group of people descended from the sky. They arrived at the scene from beyond the horizon. "The celestial worthy temple pays its visit," a voice announced. This group of people stepped forward and caused countless people below them to raise their heads and look at the sky. The celestial worthy temple, one of the most influential factions in the Central Emperor Realm, had arrived. After that, influential figures from factions like the Shin clan, Sky Reaching School, and the Nantian Divine Kingdom arrived one after the other. As top-notch factions of the Central Emperor Realm, they had to show their respect to the invitation of the Xiao clan. All of these factions sent over their men. The influential Xiao clan had gathered many of the powerful fighters from all over the Central Emperor Realm on this day. The event happening within the manor was grand. However, this grand celebration had not reached Yifutian, who was within the goddess pavilion, yet. The Xiao manor was too large. It was like a castle. Within the goddess pavilion, Yifutian could only faintly hear movement. It was the powerful fighters of the Xiao clan bustling around. "Teacher." At this moment, Xiao Muyu arrived at his side. Xiao Muyu was even more radiant and beautiful today. Not only was she dressed in a magnificent black long gown, but she was also even wearing a goddess crown on her head. She was stunning. Her aura as a queen had become more intense. "What are you looking at, teacher?" Xiao Muyu could not help but ask softly when she saw Yifutian observing her. "Why does it feel like I am marrying my daughter off?" Yifutian said with a smile. Xiao Muyu was a little speechless. "What kind of feeling is that?" Xiao Muyu smiled as she asked. I'd naturally feel a little longing if I were to marry such a beautiful disciple off. Who's going to serve me if you get married? Yifutian joked. But my disciple is about to be conferred as a goddess. I'm happy. Xiao Muyu was used to Yifutian's flippant attitude. She said, Teacher, I have to go prepare. They have come to help you change your clothes. Change? Yifutian blinked as he looked toward the maids behind Xiao Muyu. Yes, you're the teacher of the goddess in today's grand celebration. You will be sitting somewhere prominent, so you can't be too casual, Xiao Muyu said with a smile. Yifutian felt a little weird. The powerful Xiao clan and many influential figures from all around the area were here, yet he, a person with a first-tier divine will, was going to be seated at a prominent spot. It did not feel suitable. However, if he were to look at it from the perspective of the teacher of the goddess, the arrangement felt completely natural. In the world of cultivation, the status of a teacher was equivalent to that of a parent. A teacher would be treated as a parent. I can't even keep a low profile even if I wanted to. Yifutian sighed. Xiao Muyu looked at him, speechless. Then you have to act even more properly. All right. Yifutian nodded. He did not reject the offer. He said, though all of the maidens from all around the land would only look at me if I were to sit there. Madam, are you not going to care about him? Xiao Muyu was completely at a loss for words. She glanced toward Xia Qingyuan at the side. Xia Qingyuan froze. She looked at Yifutian, only for Yifutian to shout at Xiao Muyu. Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. Xiao Muyu nodded, then turned to leave. Yifutian looked at Xiao Muyu's departing figure and whispered, In the past, I thought that accepting a disciple would be extremely cumbersome. If I knew that it would make me feel so good, I would have accepted hundreds of disciples. Female disciples, you mean? Xia Qingyuan said casually. She seemed to fully understand Yifutian. Of course. Look at how filial female disciples are. Yifutian smiled as he said. All of the maids who had come with Xiao Muyu had weird expressions. They felt that the teacher of the goddess was a little improper. Even though Yifutian looked young, they guessed that he was actually several hundred years old. How else could he have become the teacher of the goddess? Yifutian might have blasted them away if he knew what they thought. The main hall of the Xiao Manor reached up to the skies. It was like a heavenly palace, stern and sacred. Its glory radiated for miles. Outside the main hall was a giant empty field. At this moment, many powerful fighters gathered under the stairs. They were split into separate camps, each hailing from their respective factions. It was bustling. Many powerful fighters from the Xiao clan were welcoming them. The factions from the Northern Plain State were welcomed by the juniors, while the elders of the Xiao clan attended to the visitors from the influential factions. It was properly organized. Yifutian followed a faraway flight of stairs up. At this moment, he was dressed in a majestic white long robe. The people from the Xiao clan had put in the effort. They did not change his style but made him look more exquisite and generous with the cutting of the robe. The material of the robe was also special. It sparkled under the sunlight and was simple, yet elegant. In comparison, the clothes Yifutian wore previously were much more casual. His long hair had been managed and draped gently behind him. The thin wisp that was his mustache was curled downward, giving him an extra hint of charisma. He attracted the attention of several people while he was walking. They could tell that he was an extraordinary figure just from his demeanor. The girls would especially steal a few more glances at him, unable to contain themselves. Yifutian. A person was mumbling to himself when he noticed Yifutian. He then walked toward Yifutian. Yifutian noticed that the other party had stopped before he smiled and said, How have you been? The person who approached him was Yuan Hong from the Yuanyang clan. He had already become a Renhuang. They had also interacted in the God's Relic and joined forces in battle. Yuan Hong locked himself up and trained after he returned and proved his path to become a Renhuang. I heard that you are Xiao Muyu's teacher? Is that true or false? Yuan Hong asked. His family had told him the news. That was why he asked Yifutian when he saw him. Yifutian nodded slightly. Yuan Hong let out a strange expression. Did that mean that Yi Futian might have had a hand in helping Xiao Muyu forge her perfect divine wheel? He had not been able to see through Yi Futian when he was in the god's relic. He did not know how many secrets Yi Futian hid. Tell me the truth. Did you lend a hand when Xiao Muyu was proving her path? Yuan Hong asked softly. I helped a little, Yi Futian smiled as he said. Yuan Hong looked at him suspiciously. Why did he not believe him? Why didn't you tell me about such a piece of great news? Yuan Hong was a little depressed. He had not managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. You didn't ask, Yi Futian replied. Yi Futian could not have run to the Yuanyang clan and said that he was going to take Yuan Hong in as a disciple. He would be chased out. If not for Xiao Muyu personally visiting him and asking for his help, he would not have thought to accept her as a disciple. That could be fate. Yuan Hong smiled bitterly. Did that mean that I missed out on the opportunity? It's all right. Do you have a lady in your clan that's about the same age as you? I can accept her as a disciple, Yi Futian said. Why must it be a lady? Yuan Hong asked. Cough? Yi Futian glanced at him, a little speechless. Did he have to ask that? Female disciples are more obedient and easy to nurture. Yuan Hong's expression darkened. Yi Futian was shameless. He only accepted female disciples? Are you sure that you can forge perfect divine wheels? Even though he could sense Yi Futian's shamelessness, he had to accept it if Yi Futian could truly forge perfect divine wheels. Of course I'm not sure, Yi Futian said. Which means to say that you are only responsible for accepting the disciples and not the results? Yuan Hong said. Your thoughts are improper. Come speak to me after you change them. Yi Futian patted on Yuan Hong's shoulder, then continued to walk forward. Yuan Hong looked at Yi Futian's back, speechless. He only accepts female disciples, yet he said that my thoughts were improper? Yuan Hong thought. Yuan Hong, what's your relationship with Yi Futian? An elder by the side asked. I worked with him in the god's relic. I also stood on his side when we came out. We are quite close with each other, Yuan Hong said. Invite him to the Yuanyang clan if he is free. It's good to establish a friendly relationship with that person, the elder said. Xiao Muyu's perfect divine wheel was still a mystery. They could only guess that Yi Futian had contributed a great deal to her perfect divine wheel. Even if it was only a minor contribution, it was better for them to be his friend than offend him. Understood. Yuan Hong nodded. This youth who had displayed his prowess in the god's relic must have attracted the attention of many premium factions today. Many factions like the Celestial Worthy Temple, Sky Reaching School, and the Shin clan had noticed Yi Futian. There were many people here who were within the god's relic back then. They all knew Yi Futian. At this moment, several people raised their heads and looked toward the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. They saw multiple figures step out from within the Heavenly Palace at the top of the stairway. In that instant, the vast space gradually became silent. Countless gazes shot in that direction. The elders of the Xiao clan appeared there one after the other. That group of people helmed the Xiao clan. Xiao Qianshan was also there. A group of people stood beside him on either side. Someone guided Yi Futian up the steps. Xiao Qianshan spoke when he saw Yi Futian. This way, friend Yi. Yi Futian walked toward him. Under the witness of countless people, Xiao Qianshan guided Yi Futian to the highest position on the right. The rest of the people from the Xiao clan seemed to have accepted such an arrangement. It was clear that this action had been discussed before this day. On the other side of Yi Futian, at the highest position on the left side, was the supreme elder of the Xiao clan. Everyone present, including Yuan Hong, was shocked. What kind of treatment was this? The pupils of the powerful fighters from various influential factions dilated. Yi Futian was the teacher of the goddess. Such an arrangement would be appropriate if Yi Futian were an upper-level Renhuang. However, he was still a beginner in the Renhuang plane. The attitude of the Xiao clan was clear as day when they arranged for him to take that position. Who's that youth? Many of the powerful fighters from the factions of the Northern Plain State felt their hearts shake. They asked around for Yi Futian's identity and secretly thought of him as a charismatic man. The people who were standing in front were elders of the Xiao clan. Thus, Yi Futian looked even more eye-catching from his position. He would steal someone's attention the moment they glanced at him. He was so young, yet he had such a high status? Other than the helmsman of the Shao clan who had not appeared, that position only paled in comparison to the supreme elder of the Shao clan. How could anyone not be alarmed? More importantly, Yi Futian should not be a member of the Shao clan. Even though Xiao Muyu was about to be conferred as goddess, no one in this generation should be able to rival the status of the goddess Xiao Muyu. What did an outsider appearing at that position mean? Most of the factions in the Northern Plain State did not know that Xiao Muyu had sought out a mentor. At this moment, they felt that they could not understand anything. They could not guess the other party's identity no matter how hard they tried. Their gazes landed on the people from the top-notch factions who were standing on higher ground. They saw that those people had strange expressions but were not overly alarmed. It was clear that they knew who the youth was. Could he be a premium figure from another faction, the future spouse for the goddess? Some people thought in their hearts. However, they quickly tossed this idea to the side. Even if that was the case, the person should not be standing in front of Xiao Muyu's elders. Even Xiao Muyu's grandfather, Xiao Qianshan, was standing behind him. In actuality, even Yi Futian was shocked. He had already felt that the situation was rather grand when Xiao Muyu brought people along to help him change. He knew that he would stand in a rather important position, but he did not expect to be where he was now. It would be all right if his cultivation level were powerful enough. It would be understandable if he stood in front of Xiao Qianshan if that was the case. That was because even though Xiao Qianshan and Xiao Hanjiang were Xiao Muyu's elders, they were both members of the Shao clan. In terms of their relationship, everyone present could be said to be Xiao Muyu's elder. However, the clan was an organization. Once Xiao Muyu was conferred as the goddess, her status in the family would, in some sense, surpass that of her grandfather and father. However, he, as a teacher, was different. He was not from the Shao clan. Thus, no matter how exceptional his disciple became, they had to be respectful toward him. However, his being here despite his cultivation level was rather unsuitable. This could only show that the Shao clan was being extremely respectful toward him. However, if that was the case, the people of the influential factions might suspect that he had a big role to play in Xiao Muyu's process of proving her path, given that the Shao clan was treating him with such respect. The people of the top-notch factions were indeed thinking about that problem. For example, Wu Zhan, a fighter training in the martial god clan, was thinking that the guesses of several people in the god's relic were right. Perhaps Yi Futian might have obtained a benefit other than the divine items. Otherwise, how could they explain how he helped Xiao Muyu forge her perfect divine will? Even so, they would not think that it was all because of Yi Futian. Xiao Muyu must have been talented enough to begin with. However, they suspected that they might not have noticed when Yi Futian obtained some kind of benefit in the god's relic. This was also what the other factions were thinking. They did not think that Yi Futian could create renhuangs that wielded perfect divine wheels. Even all of the factions in the 9 supreme imperial realms could not create wielders of perfect divine wheels, much less Yi Futian. Who would suspect that Yi Futian was able to accomplish something that even the most powerful factions in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were unable to achieve? Out of all the factions present, the most unhappy was the Shin clan. It was for no other reason than the fact that the Shin clan had animosity with Yi Futian's teacher. The Sky River Great Elder was Yi Futian's teacher. Now that the goddess of the Shao clan had become Yi Futian's disciple, didn't that mean that Xiao Muyu also hailed from the Sky River Temple and had to call the Sky River Great Elder her grandmaster? They would have been happy if this had happened several years ago. The goddess of the Shao clan would have become the junior of the Shin clan's son-in-law. But now, if the people from the Shin clan knew that Yi Futian's teacher was Qi Shengang and that he was currently in the Shin clan, who knew what they would think? They might think that whatever Yi Futian did today was for the ultimate goal of attacking the Shin clan. Friend Yi. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Shao clan, who stood on the other side of Yi Futian, Xiao Tan, nodded toward Yi Futian with a smile. As the supreme elder, Xiao Tan managed everything within the Shao clan. He was the most knowledgeable about several things, and he naturally knew about whatever happened in the goddess pavilion yesterday. The Xiao clan did not know just how much Yifutian contributed in allowing Xiao Muyu to break through to the next level, but they did not need to know. The Xiao clan did not even hope that Yifutian would help them nurture more wielders of the perfect divine wheel. That was impractical. They thought highly of Yifutian because of his potential and future. Yifutian, Gu Donglu, and the other swordsmen. All three of them had perfect divine wheels. What kind of force would they become in the future? Also, according to their knowledge, Yifutian's buddy also obtained a divine item in the god's relic back then. He had exceptional talent and was stronger than Xiao Muyu. He could do anything Xiao Muyu could do, especially with the help of Yifutian. Furthermore, the two ladies by Yifutian's side also obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. They were given to them by Yifutian. This force might not be eye-catching, but it was worth looking forward to. Furthermore, even if they did not consider those factions, Yifutian himself also had extreme potential. Since that was the case, coupled with the fact that he was Xiao Muyu's teacher and that he was on good terms with the Xiao clan, why would they not extend the appropriate amount of respect? This form of respect was a simple thing for them. They did not have to spend anything. Why would they not do it? Elder. Yifutian nodded in reply. I didn't go visit you even though you've been here for several days. Have you gotten used to your stay in the Xiao clan? Xiao Tan asked with a smile. He was making small talk. You're too polite, Elder. How could I not be used to the place with Muyu taking care of me? Yifutian said. Xiao Muyu had treated him extremely well. It was for that reason that Yifutian considered if he should take in more female disciples so that he could relax and live a good life when he grew old. That's good. Since you're already here, feel free to stay for a few more days. Get Muyu to serve you well. She's a little busier these few days and must not have taken good care of you, Xiao Tan said. If how she treated me was not good care, then I might not bear to leave in the future, Yifutian smiled in reply. It was no wonder that he would want to take in a few more disciples. He would have a good life even if he remained in the Xiao clan. Of course, it was impossible for him to stay for long. He still had many things to do. He came this time to interact with the Xiao clan. Many of the elders by his side laughed. Someone said, You can stay here indefinitely if you cannot bear to leave. You can give the unpromising juniors a little pointer if you do. That's right. Those juniors are extremely arrogant. They'll know that there's always someone stronger than them if you can help us teach them a lesson. These were jokes, of course. However, he could see the attitudes of the Xiao clan from those words. Everyone in the chain of command was giving him the appropriate amount of respect. This must be the intention of the person at the very top. It was at this moment when everyone's gaze shifted toward the same direction. They saw a figure step out from within an ancient sacred hall above the stairway. Yifutian also looked in that direction. At this moment, Xiao Mui was bathed in sacred splendor. Her long gown radiated magnificent rays of light. In that instant, the gazes of everyone present was locked in on her. Is that Xiao Muyu? Many people who had seen Xiao Muyu in the past had a shock in their hearts. The transformation in her demeanor was too great. Even the pupils of the people from the top-notch factions who had seen her in the god's relic dilated. The elegance of Xiao Muyu before their eyes did not pale in comparison to Xianxia. Xiao Muyu walked down the stairs one step at a time as she propped up her black gown. She smiled and glanced toward Yifutian when she passed him by, then continued walking downward till she reached the center. She was proper, sacred, beautiful, elegant. She was a queen-like existence. She would become the future goddess of the Xiao clan, the next successor. At this moment, another figure appeared at the ancient sacred hall that pierced into the clouds. Countless gazes shot in that direction. Yifutian also looked over. It was the helmsman of the Xiao clan, the clan leader of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian, a terrifying existence that was unmatched in the 9 realms. He stood there like a deity. Countless people looked up to him. At this moment, everyone from the Xiao clan bowed. Then, the powerful fighters who had come from all around the region to observe the ceremony followed suit and bowed. No matter what motive they had for coming here, no matter what kind of emotion they had respect for one of the strongest figures of this era. All of their eyes, at this moment, were filled with sincere respect. From this day on, Xiao Muyu will become the goddess of the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan will nurture and prop her up. A fleeting sound spread from the ancient hall. Everyone in the vast Xiao manor heard the voice. Yes, clan leader. The powerful fighters of the Xiao clan bowed. Xiao Dingtian scanned through the crowd, then said, "The Supreme Elder will host the grand ceremony." He then turned around and went back into the divine hall after he finished his sentence. Everyone felt that it was natural. He was Xiao Dingtian. The fighters from the northern plain state that came to witness the ceremony felt incredibly excited. Xiao Dingtian was a legendary figure who defined the era. The rest of the major factions were better off. However, to the northern plain state, Xiao Dingtian was a living legend. He was a totem of this era. Following that was the conference ceremony. It was a bunch of formalities, but everyone present played along. No one from the influential factions caused any trouble. They had come to witness the ceremony. After all of the procedures were over, everyone, other than the supreme elder of the Xiao clan, bowed and greeted Xiao Muyu. "Greetings, goddess." Yifutian silently observed as the events unfolded. In the past, he had thought that there was no need for the conference ceremony. However, it seemed that it was very necessary. Such a stern, serious ceremony would leave an imprint in the hearts of everybody present. They would make people truly feel the status of the goddess. This way, Xiao Muyu's status as the goddess would truly be displayed within the family, which would boost her authority in the future. It was only with this ceremony that they could accomplish the goal of getting the entire family to support Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu raised her hand. Yifutian smiled when he witnessed the scene. After the ceremony, Xiao Muyu would also become more confident and act more and more like a queen. His first disciple was becoming a queen. After the formalities, it was time for the Xiao clan to give the goddess presents. They were all items related to cultivation. Several great factions from the northern plain state also presented their gifts. However, they all handed their gifts to the members of the Xiao clan for safekeeping. The influential factions also presented their gifts as a symbolic gesture. Yifutian walked toward Xiao Muyu. Many people had a strange expression when he saw his movement. They did not know Yifutian's identity until now. They should be able to see that there was something off between them now that Yifutian was walking toward Xiao Muyu alone. "Muyu!" Yifutian came to Xiao Muyu's side. He observed the goddess disciple before him. "Teacher!" Xiao Muyu shouted. The hearts of the people from the factions of the northern plain state shook. "Teacher?" They would not have expected Yifutian to be her teacher. Yifutian was too young. However, only the status of a teacher was able to explain what happened just now. "I didn't prepare anything. Let these 2 ritual implements be your present for today." Yifutian took out 2 ritual implements that were suitable for Xiao Muyu and handed them to her. The members of the Xiao clan were moved when they saw this scene. They knew exactly what Yifutian meant when he said, "Ritual implements. They must have come from the god's relic." Xiao Muyu looked at the handsome youth in front of her and let out a sweet smile. She fetched over the ritual implements and said, "Thank you, teacher." After the conference ceremony, the Xiao clan hosted the people from the other factions in a banquet. Many heroes had gathered here for the conference of the goddess. Aside from those factions in the northern plain state, influential factions from all over the regions had arrived. The Xiao clan, who was hosting the event, had to tend to them. They could not just chase the people off after they observed the ceremony. The banquet was split into 2 separate areas. The influential factions of the Central Emperor realm occupied an area, while the powerful fighters from the factions of the Northern Plain State occupied the area behind them. The Xiao clan had made the appropriate arrangements. Everyone got to freely enjoy the wine and delicacies. Yifutian was also in the area of the banquet where the major factions of the Central Emperor realm were. Just like his previous position, he was sitting in an esteemed position. As the clan leader of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian, was not going to attend the banquet, the Supreme Elder held the highest position and sat at the main position. The 2 seats to his left and right were occupied by Yifutian and Xiao Muyu, who had just been conferred the title of goddess. The rest of the people were influential figures within the Xiao clan. Every influential faction from the Central Emperor realm occupied an area in the banquet. They were not arranged to occupy the same area. The area where the Xiao clan was hosting the banquet was enormous. Thus, there was no need for them to mix the various factions together. Instead, they made the appropriate arrangement and demarcated an area for every faction. Today is the goddess conference ceremony of the Xiao clan. Thank you for showing us the respect and coming over to observe the ceremony. I propose a toast to all of you. The supreme elder of the Xiao clan raised his cup and gulped down its content. In that instant, everyone from the other factions followed along and raised their cups. After all, Xiao Tan was a man of high status. Xiao Dingtian of the Xiao clan did not probe too much about the matters of the family. In actuality, Xiao Tan was the direct manager of the Xiao clan. He had high seniority and was immensely powerful. Everyone who had come today could call him their senior. The consequent banquet was bustling. The conversations were also relatively more relaxed. Elder Xiao, the Xin clan is rather curious about several things and hope that you can enlighten us. At this moment, a person from the direction of the Xin clan spoke out. Xiao Tan looked over. The person who spoke was one of the leading figures in the Xin clan. He had a high status within the Xin clan. Please speak. Xiao Tan nodded. According to what I know, the goddess had broken through while she was training in Tianxin Academy. The goddess must have sought Yifutian out as her teacher back then. Am I right? The powerful fighter from the Xin clan asked. In that instant, several people became excited about the conversation. They were also rather curious. That's right. Xiao Tan nodded. I don't have to describe the difficulty of forging a perfect divine wheel. We would not be confused if the goddess Xiaomuyu had proven her path at the Xiao clan. However, she had proved her path with the help of Yifutian. I wish to ask, what kind of divine item did he use? The powerful fighter of the Xin clan asked. He glanced toward Yifutian as he spoke. In actuality, he was directing the question toward Yifutian. This was not just the doubt of the Xin clan. The rest of the factions also wished to know the answer. Not many other factions in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path knew more than them about how difficult it was to prove their path and forge a perfect divine wheel. I'll not lie to all of you, but I do not know. Friend Yi is Muyu's teacher and must have given Muyu a few pointers. However, the Xiao clan would not pay attention to things that we shouldn't pay attention to, Xiao Tan said with a smile. He was hinting that this was something the Xin clan should not be paying attention to. How Yifutian helped Xiaomuyu was Yifutian's business. Everyone present understood what the other factions were thinking. They were suspecting that Yifutian had obtained something in the god's relic. Also, we have resolved the incident in the god's relic in the City of Ruins. There's no need for us to harp on it, Xiao Tan continued. The saga that happened in the City of Ruins had embroiled nearly half of all of the factions in the 9 realms. Yifutian had made it out of the saga safely. The other factions had not cared back then. However, now that they were suspecting that Yifutian had managed to obtain something, they wanted to bring up that matter once again. I was merely curious. The person from the Xin clan smiled. He did not care about the other party's attitude. In terms of ability, the Xin clan could be placed in the top few within the Central Emperor realm. They were much more powerful than the Xiao clan and were naturally more arrogant. Yifutian, is your teacher all right? The powerful fighter from the Xin clan suddenly asked Yifutian. Naturally so, Yifutian replied calmly. I heard that you had a chat with Xin Hao back in Xintian Academy. The Xin clan had already put down the incident that happened back then. We do not wish to do anything to your teacher. Please relay that to your teacher if you have the chance to. If he wishes to forget everything that happened back then and come have a look at the Xin clan, there might be room for us to return to how we were in the past. The other party continued. Yifutian looked up at the other party. The faint smile in his eyes hid the indifference in his heart. Was this pity? Did they want the Sky River Great Elder to head to the Xin clan and admit his mistake? Also, when did the Xin clan let the matter go? Then what did they bringing his teacher away mean? The Xin clan did not deal with the Sky River Great Elder, but they had set their sights on Feishue. Furthermore, his grandmaster had his wife taken away, his daughter murdered, and his disciples massacred. Yet, they wanted his grandmaster to head to the Shin clan and admit his mistake. Yifutian smiled but did not reply. The people from the Shin clan noticed Yifutian's indifferent attitude. Yifutian had become a powerful figure of this generation. He had also become the teacher of the goddess Xiao Muyu and was on close terms with the Xiao clan. He must have many thoughts of his own. If they noticed that Yifutian threatened the offspring of the Shin clan, then they would have to quell this threat while it was still in the cradle. At least for the time being, the Shin clan did not pay too much attention to Yifutian. He had great potential but was still too weak. Yifutian also noticed the expressions of the people from the Shin clan. He knew that the Shin clan had not paid too much heed to him. Even though he had appeared with the identity of his grandmaster's disciple, the Shin clan who stood at the zenith of the Central Emperor clan would not care too much about him. However, currently the Shin clan had truly acknowledged his existence. They might attack him sometime in the future. Thinking about that, Yifutian knew that he had to prepare for the future and be warier of the Shin clan. He picked up his wine cup and toasted Xiao Tan. He deliberated for a moment, then said through telepathy, "Elder Xiao." Xiao Tan looked up toward Yifutian. It looked like Yifutian wanted to speak to him about something. Otherwise, there was no need for him to use telepathy. "Feel free to speak your mind, friend Yi," Xiao Tan said. "I might set up a cultivation academy in the Heavenly Mandate Realm sometime in the future, a place similar to Tianxin Academy and the Divine Palace. When that time comes, influential factions from the Heavenly Mandate Realm will join. I intend to get my teacher, the Sky River Great Elder, to manage the academy and invite Lord Taixian to become a minister." Yifutian continued with telepathy. "Thus, I wanted to ask if the Xiao clan was interested." Yifutian did not think about this matter just now. However, he had noticed the attitude the Xiao clan had toward him. That, coupled with the threat of the Shin clan, made him think about what the Shin clan would do to him if they felt threatened by him setting up his own school. Thus, he wanted to get the Xiao clan to join him. Xiao Tan was a little shocked. He did not expect Yifutian to want to set up an academy at such a young age. Furthermore, it seemed that he was doing that on a large scale. The factions from the Heavenly Mandate Realm were going to participate and enter. If he managed to rope in Lord Taixian and the Sky River Great Elder, then it would be at the scale of a path-spreading academy. "Friend Yi, you are Muyu's teacher. The Xiao clan will definitely go observe the ceremony when you open your academy," Xiao Tan said. He did not directly agree to Yifutian's question. After all, he did not know what exactly Yifutian's motive for setting up an academy was. What if he wanted to do battle with the Shin clan in the future? If that was the case, the Xiao clan being embroiled in the battle was no ordinary affair. There were too many implications. It was not hard to understand why he thought that way. The manager Yifutian appointed was the Sky River Great Elder. What kind of relationship did the Sky River Great Elder have with the Shin clan? "You can ease any concerns you have, Elder. This academy is only for spreading my path and nurturing people who are cultivating their path. It will not involve the personal vengeance of my teacher and I. I was worrying if this academy could safely stand within the Heavenly Mandate Realm and thus wanted to borrow the strength of the Xiao clan," Yifutian said directly. Xiao Tan would naturally be cautious when he mentioned the Sky River Great Elder. Thus, Yifutian directly voiced out his thoughts. Pulling the Xiao clan into his camp was merely to protect himself. He would not actively target anyone. Furthermore, he was truly hoping to set up a school. As for the matter with the Shin clan, as long as the Xiao clan got aboard and he gradually got stronger, coupled with his relationship with Xiao Muyu, how could the Xiao clan separate themselves from the matter? Xiao Tan was a little hesitant. He heard Yifutian continue. "What I think is that this academy would be able to nurture at least a dozen wielders of a perfect divine wheel in the future." Xiao Tan's pupils dilated when he heard Yifutian. He raised his head and looked gravely at Yifutian. "You truly are confident of nurturing renhuangs with perfect divine wheels?" Xiao Tan said through telepathy. "That requires fate and talent. There's hope if the person's talent is greater than Muyu's. I think that you still do not know, but Do Zhao as well as a few of my friends by my side have already become wielders of perfect divine wheels." Yifutian continued to throw out another piece of jarring information. "All right, count the Xiao clan in," Xiao Tan immediately promised. He did not have any hesitation. He had to be decisive when he needed to. Judging from Yifutian's words, he might truly have obtained a divine item and could nurture wielders of perfect divine wheels like the sacred lands of the premium factions. How could he miss this opportunity? Xiao Tan did not have a way to deal with Yifutian. Now that Yifutian was on good terms with the Xiao clan and could help them, only a fool would treat Yifutian's benevolence with animosity. Even if they managed to do that, who could guarantee that Yifutian would obediently follow their instructions? Xiao Muyu looked at Xiao Tan and Yifutian with a strange look. Were the two of them interacting? Friend Yi. At this moment, a powerful fighter from the Yuanyang clan said, Yuan Hong had high praises for you when he came back. If there is a chance, you can come to have a look around the Yuanyang clan. Yifutian had a strange expression when he heard the other party's words. He suddenly thought that since he already pulled the Xiao clan into his camp, he might as well go all out and also pull the Yuanyang clan into his group. Yifutian raised his cup toward the powerful fighter from the Yuanyang clan and said, I'll definitely head to the Yuanyang clan to have a look if there is the opportunity. The two of them raised their cups toward each other. Yifutian then told the people from the Xiao clan, I'll go raise a few toasts. I'll head there with my teacher, Xiao Muyu said as she stood up with her wine cup. Xiao Tan saw how proactive Xiao Muyu was and nodded slightly. Yifutian was willing to become closer to the Xiao clan. Xiao Muyu was a good bridge between them. Furthermore, Xiao Muyu was very respectful of Yifutian. Even though they had not been master and student for very long, they did get along rather well with each other. Yifutian wanted to reject her. After all, Xiao Muyu now had the status of the Xiao clan's goddess. However, he did not say anything when he saw Xiao Tan nod his head. The two of them stood up together. Xiao Muyu followed beside Yifutian. In that instant, several people looked toward them. Yifutian walked to the area where the Yuanyang clan was in. Yuan Hong immediately freed up a seat and said, You can sit here. The person beside him cooperated and stood up. Yifutian did not reject the offer and sat down. Xiao Muyu sat down behind him. That caused many people to be rather shocked. Xiao Muyu no longer had an ordinary status, yet she willingly took up a supporting role at this moment. It seemed like her respect for Yifutian stemmed from deep within her heart. Thank you for what you did in the God's Relic. I've come specially to give you all a toast. Yifutian smiled as he raised his cup toward the group. I also wish to help my teacher extend his gratitude. Xiao Muyu followed Yifutian's actions. The elder of the Yuanyang clan smiled as he nodded. If they were not master and disciple, the two of them did look like a fine pair. Friend Yi, is the goddess your first disciple? The elder of the Yuanyang clan asked. She should be my first official disciple. Yifutian nodded as he said, However, with a disciple like Muyu, I suddenly have the urge to take in even more disciples. I know female disciples. Yuan Hong laughed as he chimed in from the side. No, I might set up a school when I return to the heavenly mandate realm in the future. I'll spread my path and teachings. Isn't taking in a bunch of disciples one of life's greatest joys? Yifutian said half-jokingly. School? Yuan Hong was a little shocked. Yifutian's abilities were still rather weak. If they were in the lower realms of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Yifutian's current battle capabilities were enough to rule over a realm. However, his strength would not be enough for him to set up a school in one of the 9 supreme regions. It's going to be a small school. At the very most, I'll affiliate myself with the other factions of the heavenly mandate realm. After all, I am familiar with them. I could even drag Xiao Muyu along to consolidate my position, Yifutian said casually. That's feasible. Yuan Hong nodded. However, I just said that casually. If I truly set up a school and want to take in disciples in the future, the Yuanyang clan must send me a few students with good potential. It's best that, you know it, Yifutian said as he squinted. Yuan Hong's expression darkened. This lad's reputation had spread across the realms. Yet he did not know how to pay attention to his image. All right, I'll gather a few good students for you when that time comes and get them to enter our school. But don't play favorites, Yuan Hong promised. He knew that Yifutian was only joking. Xiao Muyu was a female disciple. What could Yifutian do to her? They were merely kidding. Then that's a deal, Yifutian said. I'll await that day. I will keep my word, Yuan Hong promised. I'll also give you my word in place of Yuan Hong. The elder of the Yuanyang clan smiled as he said, Then let me give you my thanks. Yifutian did not go into detail and merely narrated his plan in a joking manner. The Yuanyang clan would naturally understand him when the time comes. It was up to them what they would do. He could not elaborate his plan in detail like how he had told it to Xiao Tan. He had to hide a little of the truth. Yifutian chatted for a while here, then went to propose a toast with Shintian Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom to thank them for their actions outside the God's Relic. This was only a way of strengthening their relationship. He did not expect them to be his allies if something happened in the future, but he wanted them to not be his enemies when that time comes. After the banquet, the powerful fighters of various factions left one after the other. Although the Shao clan politely got them to stay, those were mere formalities. None of the factions would stay for real. It was evening. Yifutian bade his goodbyes and prepared to leave. Teacher, can you not stay for a few more days? Xiao Muyu asked Yifutian. Friend Yi, Muyu is not wrong. This journey has been rushed, and we have not treated you appropriately. If you do not have anything urgent to attend to, why be in such a hurry to leave? Xiao Tan also tried to get him to stay. It would be good if Yifutian could stay and give the juniors of the Shao clan some pointers. If he took a fancy to any of them, Yifutian might even take them in as his disciple and nurture them as he did with Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu nodded her head seriously. She looked at Yifutian longingly and said, I haven't had the chance to serve you well. Yifutian looked at Xiao Muyu's pitiful expression. Xiao Muyu was even pulling on his sleeve. He did not bear to leave. Muyu, we're family. You don't have to put on an act in front of me, Yifutian said with a smile. Xiao Muyu's expression darkened. She released her hand and rolled her eyes toward Yifutian. Didn't you say that you want to be served well by your disciple? I really can't bear to see you leave so soon. I believe you, Yifutian said with a smile. However, she was acting more exaggerated than she was before. Her pretense was too obvious. She had underestimated him as his teacher. Yifutian turned to look at Xiao Tan and the rest of the people and said, Elder, we'll have many chances in the future, but I really have several things to accomplish. That's fine. Xiao Tan did not insist after he saw that Yifutian was determined to leave. He said, Come frequently if you have the time. You can inform us if you encounter any trouble. All right. Thank you, Elder. Yifutian nodded. I'll take my leave. He then said to Xiao Muyu, You've already become the goddess of the Shao clan. You have to train well. As the chief disciple, you must not tarnish my reputation. I know, Xiao Muyu said in frustration. I'm leaving, Yifutian said. He then left together with Xia Qingyuan and the 3 other people in his group. His group disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiao Muyu dragged her long black gown and walked forward. She only stopped when she reached the front of the steps. She got into a daze as she looked at the figures gradually disappearing into the horizon. Fate was a wonderful thing. She remembered that she had met Yifutian because he had snatched her lotus in the God's Relic for Xia Qingyuan. Now he had become her benefactor. Even though he was very improper, he left a deep impression in her heart. They had only interacted for a short time, yet he had taken up an important position in her heart. You can't bear for him to leave? Xiao Tan asked as he walked to Xiao Muyu's side. A little, Xiao Muyu nodded as she said. That lad is exceptional. Who knows what kind of storms they would create in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path now that they had left, Xiao Tan muttered. We can only wait and see. It was clear that he thought highly of Yifutian. Yifutian continued to train silently when he returned to Shintian Academy. Time passed without him knowing. Half a year has passed. Yifutian did not cause trouble during this time. No one in Shintian Academy disturbed him. Half a year later, Yifutian and his group secretly left Shintian Academy. However, he still invited the attention of several people. After all, many people in the area outside Shintian Academy were paying close attention to Yifutian. However, no one expected Yifutian, who had trained silently for a year, to suddenly disappear with the rest of his group. When several people came to the pavilion the next day, they realized that it was empty. The matrix was also destroyed. It was as if Yifutian had never come here. Xianxian Academy naturally caught wind of the news. However, Xianxian Academy and Yifutian had a transactional relationship. They naturally did not care if Yifutian stayed or not. In the Tianhe realm within the mountain ranges, this place felt like paradise. It was extremely quiet. No one disturbed the area. A young lady was training at the peak of a mountain. She was surrounded by sword will. However, she seemed to have sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked up in the sky, only to see a powerful aura descending into her surroundings. Her expression suddenly changed. She turned around and moved quickly, but her grandmaster already knew of her intentions. He stood in front of her silently. "Ping'an, it's your uncle master," the Sky River Great Elder said. Su Ping'an froze for a moment, then turned around and looked up in the sky. She saw a figure descend from the sky. He had white hair and was dressed in a white robe. He was incredibly charismatic. It was Yifutian. Yifutian's figure descended in front of Su Ping'an. He reached out and stroked Su Ping'an's face and said, "Ping'an, how's your cultivation coming along?" His teacher, Qi Xuangong's senior, had died in battle for him. His son had also committed suicide and left behind the lone Su Ping'an. Yifutian truly saw Su Ping'an as his junior and family. "I've broken through the first level," Su Ping'an said. "Uncle Master, your demeanor has changed. Your Uncle Master is already a Renhuang," the Sky River Great Elder said. He walked over and looked at the powerful fighters in the air and asked, "Are they all your partners?" Yifutian nodded. "We've come here to get you to come out of the mountains, Grandmaster." "For what?" the Sky River Great Elder asked. Yifutian told the Sky River Great Elder his plans of setting up a school at the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Sky River Great Elder fell silent. "I'll definitely attract the attention of the Shin clan if I leave. The Shin clan might seem to have forgiven me over the years, but they are always keeping an eye on me," the Sky River Great Elder said. "Thus, we'll have to trouble Lord Taixian and pull the members of the Shao clan into the school when that time comes. That way, we would be able to resist the pressure of the Shin clan," Yifutian said. "All right," the Sky River Great Elder nodded. "Come notify me when that time comes. I'll head there directly." "All right," Yifutian nodded. He turned back and saw a little condor flying to his side. "This is my demon beast partner. His thoughts are connected to mine. It'll stay here so that I can notify you when the time comes," Yifutian said. "That way he need not make another trip here." "That's good." The Sky River Great Elder nodded. "Since that is the case, I'll have to head back to the Heavenly Mandate Realm first," Yifutian said directly. He had no intention of staying. "Go." The Sky River Great Elder did not attempt to hold him back. Yifutian nodded, then looked at Su Ping'an and said, "Ping'an, work hard. When that time comes, you can come to the Heavenly Mandate Realm with the Grandmaster and train." "And I know." Su Ping'an nodded. Her Uncle Master saw her as a child, but her cultivation level was not low. "Grandmaster, I'll head off now," Yifutian said as he sliced through the air and left. He brought his group from this place back to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Recently, the Heavenly Mandate Realm was not peaceful. In the past year, conflicts kept erupting. The source of the conflicts was due to the clashes in the God's Relic. Xu Huang's son from Purple Gold Rat Clan had suddenly killed a member of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and joined forces with Yifutian's group to go against them. How could the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty tolerate such a betrayal? After the top forces returned to the Heavenly Mandate Realm, a few large wars had erupted. Currently, the Purple Gold Rat Clan obtained 3 top-tier divine arms. Their combat power had also risen greatly. Although it was still impossible for them to take on the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor was cunning. He did not stay in the Purple Gold Rat Clan at all, instead leading a group of elite Purple Gold Rats outside of his territory. This made the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty cautious. He did not dare to directly send troops to destroy the Purple Gold Rat clan. After all, the two clan lords of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were still alive. If the Heavenly Mandate dynasty destroyed the Purple Gold Rat clan, then Purple Gold Rat Emperor would be like the two clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and be trouble in the future for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Hence, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty gave the Purple Gold Rat clan a way out. If they surrendered their 3 divine arms to his Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he would let bygones be bygones. Purple Gold Rat clan had only obtained a total of 3 divine arms, and they had managed to do so by completely offending the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. How could they possibly hand the divine items over with just a word from the other party? Hence, the two parties had been at a standstill. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor only agreed to surrender 1 ritual implement to settle the score between them. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor was not a fool. If he actually surrendered the 3 ritual implements, would his opponent truly let them go? He feared that if he did so, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would destroy them all regardless. The rise of the Purple Gold Rat Emperor was originally not glamorous. He had seen many despicable acts and had committed many atrocities himself. He had betrayed and murdered his masters before. How could he possibly compromise so easily now? After that, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty took another step back and only demanded 2 divine arm ritual implements to settle the matter. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor still did not agree. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was working closely with the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty might give a ritual implement to Violet Heavenly Palace. If the two forces formed an alliance, they could still wipe the Purple Gold Rat clan off the face of the earth. However, the Purple Gold Rat clan was not foolish either to reject the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and kept dragging on the negotiations. During this process, small skirmishes kept occurring, and many cultivators from the Purple Gold Rat clan perished. They had sought reinforcements and asked for aid from the demon clans in the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, no one answered their call for aid. The forces of the demon realm originally looked down on the Purple Gold Rat clan, even though they had all joined forces with Yifutian in the God's Relic. On the surface, they seemed to have been in the same alliance as the Purple Gold Rat clan. However, in reality, things were not that simple, especially after a few of the top figures among the juniors of Demon Clan returned, having forged flawless divine wheels. Everything became even more obvious. The Purple Gold Rat clan was not included in Yifutian's plans at all. That meant that Yifutian had intentionally given them 3 ritual implements in order to stir up conflict. As for the 3 top-tier ritual implements, they would not be going anywhere. If everything went according to Yifutian's plan, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Purple Gold Rat clan would most likely have nowhere to run. When that time came, wouldn't the ritual implements still end up back in Yifutian's hands? After the few members of the demon clan that managed to forge flawless divine wheels returned, they had been cultivating in seclusion. News of them becoming Renhuangs was tightly guarded. The people of the outside world did not even know that they had broken through to the next plane. Only their own forces knew about it. Now, they only needed to wait for news to arrive. Yifutian was obviously going to slaughter his way back here. That day should also be not too far away. In the lands of the dragon gods, in the demon realm, in the Heavenly Mandate realm. For the dragon gods, everything was as usual. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Right now, there was a rumor circulating among the dragon gods. Rumor had it that Longchen might have already become a demon emperor and that he might have already broken through to the next plane in Tianxian Academy. However, this news had yet to be verified. After he returned here, Longchen had been in seclusion on Dragon God Mountain and had not come out at all. The seniors among the dragon gods also did not speak of this matter. Hence, there was only a rumor. No one knew the truth. At the moment, many demon emperors of dragon gods looked up to the sky in the distance. Their demonic aura churned. There were a few very powerful auras heading in their direction. Soon, dazzling divine light descended, and a group of silhouettes appeared in the sky above dragon gods. Many dragons flew up to the sky and roared at the incomers, showing signs of animosity. This group actually dared to invade dragon gods directly. A few figures walked out from the Purple Gold Dragon God Fortress, located amidst a mountain range. When they looked up to the sky, they spotted the leading white-haired youth at a glance. His silver-colored hair was dancing in the wind while his white robe fluttered. His temperament was unparalleled. "All of you back off," a voice rang. All the dragons which were in the sky retreated. Those who had seen Yi Futian before recognized that he was the leader of the group. Yi Futian and the group advanced without stopping, heading straight towards the tallest purple gold dragon god fortress, which was located in the distance. Above this purple gold dragon god fortress in the mountains, huge dragons spiraled. The scene was extremely awe-inspiring. A majestic silhouette garbed in a long purple gold robe with a crown on his head walked forward. His temperament was extraordinary. A single gaze gave off an overbearing sensation. This was the patriarch of the dragon gods, king of the divine dragons, purple gold dragon emperor. The figures of Yi Futian's group descended unto the steps of Dragon God Fortress. They raised their heads and looked up at the purple gold dragon emperor in the sky above. "I am Junior Yi Futian, Your Highness Dragon Emperor." Yi Futian bowed slightly and said, "In order to avoid the notice of others, we directly appeared within the territory of dragon gods. May Your Highness pardon our intrusion." "It is of no consequence," Purple Gold Dragon Emperor said indifferently. His authoritative gaze swept across the crowd, and he said, "You may all leave." "Understood." The various dragons were full of doubt, but they still left the area. Dragon Master actually personally welcomed Yi Futian. The group behind Yi Futian was also very powerful. They seemed to be cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Why did they directly come to dragon gods? Yi Futian's group and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were sworn enemies, the type that would not cease until the other party was wiped off the face of the earth. It was naturally impossible for them to appear in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's territory openly. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty would certainly go all out to try and kill them. Hence, their first stop upon returning to the Heavenly Mandate realm was Dragon God's territory. "Come on up," Dragon Master said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded, and a part of his group headed up the stairs. However, many of them also remained down below. "Arrange rooms for them to rest in. Let no one from the outside know about this," Dragon Master ordered. His tone was extremely dignified and overbearing. "Understood." Servant dragons walked out from the side and headed down to arrange rooms for the people below. Yi Futian secretly approved inside. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor understood what Yi Futian wanted to do by returning this time. Hence, he had temporarily given the order to prevent news of Yi Futian's return from leaking out. If news of Yi Futian's return were to leak out to the ears of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, wanting to destroy the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in one swoop would not be so easy. "Let us talk inside." Dragon Master turned and brought Yi Futian inside Dragon God Fortress. At the same time, he ordered, "Summon Long Chun." The inside of Dragon God Fortress was resplendent gold. Huge dragons were carved into the stone pillars and appeared extremely majestic. The infrastructure here was massive. Just the inner layer was already hundreds of meters tall. It itself was built inside the mountain range and was very magnificent. Yi Futian only brought Jiang Chengzi, Hua Jiangshan, Yushang, and a few others with him. "Sit," Dragon Master said. He himself sat in the seat of the Dragon Emperor. He then turned to Yi Futian and said, "Many thanks for helping Long Chun. Senior, you do not need to be so polite. I did not help him unconditionally. Therefore, you do not need to thank me," Yi Futian replied. "Long Chun will take my place in the future. Things have become even more perfect than I planned. As for your previous request, I also know of it. Establishing an academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm is not an issue. Our dragon gods are willing to be a part of this," Dragon Master said very decisively. The prophecy foretold that the reason behind the changes that occurred to the mountains where the demon realm originated was all to confirm one thing. The powers in the Heavenly Mandate realm were about to shift. This was inevitable. Dragon Master also glanced at Gu Donglu beside Yi Futian. Gu Donglu had inherited the teachings of the demon monarch. "Many thanks, Your Highness Dragon Emperor." Yifutian nodded his head slightly and said, Junior has no intention of seeking dominance in establishing an academy. I merely wish for the academy to train the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm equally, be they humans or cultivators from the demon realm, and improve the ability of the heavenly mandate realm. In the future, if another figure like Long Chun appears in Dragon Gods, I am confident that I can do the same as I did with Long Chun. Prior to this, although Senior Gu Tianxing said that he wanted to establish my third elder brother as the new king, my third elder brother is of the same mind as me. He only wants to pass on teachings at the academy. If, in the future, an imperial realm figure truly appears in our heavenly mandate realm, then Yifutian assured. Dragon Master naturally understood what Yifutian meant to say. Yifutian wanted to put his mind at ease that he would not contend for dominance. However, if an emperor truly appeared in the world, then there was nothing much to be said. That person would certainly become the master of the heavenly mandate realm. Or perhaps an emperor was not needed. The cooperation between dragon gods and Yifutian was also a way for dragon gods to be a part of all this. Otherwise, if they were to be completely detached, Yifutian would cooperate with other forces, and they would be left standing alone. Yifutian was doing what Gu Tianxing himself had not been able to do back in the day. This sort of person was difficult to encounter even across hundreds of years. If a person who had just reached the Renhuang Plain had said this to Dragon Master, that person would most likely have been immediately killed by Dragon Master with a slap. What about the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty as well as Violet Heavenly Palace? What are you prepared to do about them? Dragon Master inquired. This matter certainly needed to be settled before establishing the academy. Yifutian said that the location of the academy would be in the territory of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. That was the center of the Heavenly Mandate realm. This also implied that before that happened, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would definitely disappear. Your Highness Dragon Emperor, could you help me inform the other forces and ask them to gather here to discuss this matter? Yifutian asked. Since he had decided to act, he would do it in one fell swoop and not leave any loose ends. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was not a pushover. He had to die. They could not allow him to escape here alive. Otherwise, he would be a huge problem in the future.